Good morning and happy June, Realty, Texas.
Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
Who is excited about Mega
Me.
16? We got anybody excited in the house?
I am.
Woohoo!
Pick
Oh
me,
yeah.
pick me.
Yes.
I'm hearing some of that
I am
Mega
so excited.
Valedictorian. Who said that? Angela?
Angela, I am so excited.
Oh, I am pumped. I've been pumped all week. I'm so excited about this. Mega 16 is going to be epic. This is going to be a huge journey that all of us are going to go on together. I promise this is going to be intense. Some of you are going to find your way into Lisa's office and saying, I don't know if I can do it. And she's going to talk you off the ledge. That is one of our mega hallmarks. I know I'm doing a good job when I have a line of people sitting in Lisa's office wondering if they can handle it. This is going to be intense, but you owe it to yourself to allow yourself to go through this journey. I promise I'm not going to give you anything that's too painful, but there's going to be a lot. So I always like to open up Mega just in the very beginning. What do you expect out of this month-long journey?
To be the best salesman that I can be.
Ooh, I love that, Jeff. What else we got?
Yeah. Hard work it's going to take. And then if you put in the effort, it's going to open up doors.
Thank you, Kyle. Brandon, I see your hand up.
I think the biggest thing that I keep hearing is that you're going to get uncomfortable and you're going to learn new things from being uncomfortable. So trying new things out.
If we want a different future, we have to change our reality. And it takes 30 days to create a habit. And raise your hand if you want to make a lot of money in 2025. Because that is exactly what I'm going to show you how to do in Mega, is make money in real estate. And there is a lot of people out there that is jumping in real estate and they think that this is going to be a lot easier than it is because they're focusing on the wrong things. We can make things very difficult for ourselves if we focus on the wrong things. And in real estate, we have to remember the hallmark of what it is, what we are. We are a salesperson, which means we need to be out there selling. And if we're not selling, then we're not making money. And sometimes some of the things that is the hallmark of selling is a bit scary. So then we find ourselves hiding in administrative tasks. Let me just spend some time with my CRM and data enter all my people. And then when I'm done dating and enter my people, then I'm going to pick up the phone and call the first one. And they get all the data entered. And then they're about to make the phone call. And they're like, maybe the CRM won't work for me. Maybe I need to pick a different one and start all that data entry over again. Because as long as they're doing data entry work, as long as they're printing flyers, as long as they're doing the administrative work, it feels like you're working. But for every hour of administrative tasks, I'm going to ask you to do 2 hours of prospecting, which means picking up the phone and being out there in the world selling, because that is how the money is going to flow into your business. When you are a business owner, you have to focus on AR first, AP second. You have to focus on accounts receivable first, money in, and then accounts payable later. You focus on the money that comes into the organization. Each of you is a salesperson. We wear our salesperson hat. And when you're not selling, your entire sales department is closed. Imagine if you look at the companies out there that are making millions or hundreds of millions of dollars a year, what happened if they closed down their entire sales department? And for every moment that you're not selling, your sales department is closed. We're going to teach you how to make sure that in every single day that you're focusing on income producing tasks. How many of you went to the morning huddle this morning? Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that in Mega that we all attend our morning huddle. Morning huddle is starting your day with success. It allows us to wake up in the morning and allow the energy that is out there to come and flow through us. When I'm talking about setting your intention for the day, which is what am I going to focus my attention on today? Am I going to be doing open houses? Am I going to be knocking on doors? Am I going to be calling my spheres? What am I going to do to focus my intention? If we can start with the morning huddle at 8:30, then it'll jump you right into Mega at 9 o'clock. And that is a perfect segue into all that we're going to be talking about. Mega exists in 12 classes over the course of this entire month, but first I want you to hear a little bit about me, who is your Mega instructor, and Lisa, who is your Mega Mini instructor. I have now been in the business for 20 years. As a single agent, I've closed 1,000 transactions as a individual agent. I have been named Realtor of the Year, Broker of the Year. I've served our Realtor organization at every level, president of our local association, RVP of our state association, chairman of the ethics board, chairman of 2 different MLSs, and now serving as a NAR director. Getting involved in the Realtor organization will help grow a little bit more roots and help make sense of this entire profession. We're going to break some of that down for you in Mega as well. The difference between the Realtor organization versus TREC, and the difference between the occupations code and maybe the code of ethics. We're going to make sense of all of that, but more importantly, there are a lot of instructors out there that are teaching that have never been boots on the ground, that they have never sold. And that's one thing that frustrated me when I was a new agent is when I was taking classes, I wanted to know a little bit about my instructor. What are their credentials? How long have they been in the business? How many homes have they sold? Because I want to learn from someone who's actually been boots on the ground, actually been out there and closed transactions and been a top producer. And ask yourself the question, if someone is out there truly a top producing real estate agent, why are they going to jump in and teach someone else how to do this job? If someone is truly a top producing agent, why are they going to push pause on that to teach other people how to make $1 million a year in gross commissions? I'm not talking about production. That's 15, 20, $30 million in production. I'm talking about money in your bank every single year. Part of the Mega teaching is you tell me how much money you want to make, and I will show you how to get there, including up to $1 million in money in your bank every single year. That is the hallmark of Mega, is making $1 million in commissions. That takes 75 homes to sell to make $1 million. We're gonna break down that number today, and I'm gonna break through the glass ceiling for you, where you believe by today is done, by the 5 o'clock this afternoon, you will have absolutely no doubt in your mind that you can reach those heights in 2025. If that's the number that you want to go out there and make, you will have no doubt that you can achieve that level of success for yourself. So I have been out there. I have closed more than 60 transactions in a single year. And I'm going to show you exactly what I did to get there. And now, as a broker and CEO of Realty Texas, we opened this firm back in 2017. And now I've managed over 10,000 transactions that have closed at this firm. Over $1.5 billion. We're on track to breach the $2 billion mark in production. So there's absolutely nothing we can't handle in terms of the transaction stuff. So we're going to make you feel very confident in the field, both in knowing your contract, knowing how to prospect, knowing how to talk about your buyer representation agreement, landing your listing agreement. So when you are at a seller's property and you're sitting at their table during your listing presentation, you nail it. We're going to make you feel confident, because if I can make you confident, you will be unstoppable. These are the designations that I currently hold. I have every designation that NAR offers, starting with the Commitment to Excellence. Commitment to Excellence is a free designation that is offered by the National Association of Realtors, one that I recommend all of you take. As we get into this next half hour, I'm going to be showing you how many points you'll get in Mega for achieving your C2EX designation from NAR, and what the point system is all about. We'll get into Mega Valedictorian and the point system here in a little bit. Twice a year, I teach the Master Certified Negotiation Expert. That is one that I highly recommend. We had a great class earlier in 2025. You should have a commitment to education every year. And part of your business plan, when you sit down and you do your business planning in January, part of your goal should be that you're going to achieve at least one new designation every single year. That's more tools for your toolbox. It just makes you a better, well-rounded agent, and it gives you more to market. So Commitment to excellence, certified residential specialist, graduate realtor institute, seller representative specialist, accredited buyer representative, pricing strategy advisor, Texas residential leasing specialist, military relocation professional, senior real estate specialist, which I taught 2 weeks ago. So I teach all of these designations in-house. I am a certified instructor both by TREC and Texas Realtors and NAR, and I teach contracts, Legal 1 and Legal 2, which is required for renewal of your license at TREC, broker responsibility, which is required for all agents here at Realty Texas. I teach all of these designations, and then I teach all of the contracts classes. In terms of leadership, I've kind of went over that already. I served as the board president of Williamson County Association of Realtors back in 2015. I spent 10 years in leadership on that board. Lisa Ormsby is currently sitting on the board of directors for Williamson County, now renamed to 5 Points. I was instrumental in creating the Central Texas Regional MLS and served as its chairman for the first 2 years, and I've been serving as a governor on that board ever since. I chaired professional standards for the Texas Realtors back in 2020 and was our regional vice president through 2020 all the way through 2023. And as you know, I currently serve as a National Association of Realtors director. There's been a lot of change. There's been a lot of things affecting the Realtor organization for the last 5 years. And so for me, having a front row seat for the whole thing has really helped myself and this entire organization stay abreast of all the changes. We're going to be talking about the changes that the Realtor organization has gone through and what the practice changes are today so that you have no questions about that as well. And then awards thrown my way. Realtor of the Year, Austin Top 50 Agent was awarded, like Lisa actually, several times in the top 50 agents in Austin in terms of production, and Broker of the Year back in 2018. This mega journey that you're on, it consists of 12 courses. It's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And Tuesday and Thursday is your mega mini. This mega journey, these modules that were created, I created them to follow the natural salesperson cycle. The first one is mindset. Everything is about mindset. We're going to spend an entire day today about mindset. And then on Wednesday, we're going to focus on power starting your business. This is going to be the nuts and bolts of working with your CRM, picking up the phone, calling your spheres. And then on Friday, we're going to be diving deep into knowing how to have a productive conversation, how long a good conversation should be with your sphere calls, and scripts. Going into week 2 on Mega, Monday is referral based business. How important it is that you start on day 1 focusing on a referral based business. A lot of agents jump in the business and don't worry about the referral based side of things until they've been in the business for 10 years or more. And by then it's too late because all of those clients that you've closed transactions for, you have probably lost contact with. So we're going to start building a referral based business starting today. And you're going to be focusing on those good habits of never letting a client fall through the cracks, but also making sure that every single transaction, when you get to the closing table, from that point forward, you don't lose contact with these people. And every time they hear someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing property, they think of you and they refer those people to you because that's the number one greatest place to find business is having your past clients in your sphere referring those people to you. The best business you'll ever have. Going into Wednesday of that week, it is maximizing your income, learning how to increase your conversion rate. Right now, there is a standard out there about 24-to-1 ratio. Out of every 100 leads, you're going to get 4 of them that's going to make it to the closing table. That means that 96 of them are going to end up in your database, and over the years they'll close, but they're not looking to buy or sell anytime soon. They may not answer the phone. They may decide they don't want to work with you. And so that's a small ratio at 24-to-1. It's about 4%. That means there's a lot of phone calls being made in order to find the needle in the haystack, which is that 4 out of every 100. But if you look at the income that's made out of that 4 out of every 100, It's pretty substantial. Most agents are making anywhere from $6,000 to $20,000 for every transaction they close. So if you can increase your conversion rate from 4% to 5%, that's an extra 12 ton transactions that you're going to make every single year. That's an extra $100,000 or more that you're going to bring into your business by tweaking your ability to learn your scripts a little bit better. It means that you're going to make more money from the same amount of effort. So instead of needing 150 leads that month to be able to close more transactions, you can make more money with the same amount of leads. So the better you are at converting and manipulating your conversion rate, the more money you're going to make in the same amount of time. Reputation management on week 2 is going to be next Friday. Your reputation is your most important asset. Part of our reputation management class, which you guys will really enjoy, is we're going to do a personality assessment. And then we're going to learn from Vanessa Van Edwards, who is a coach, but also owns a company called Science of People. She's a human lie detector, but she also owns a behavioral sciences company where she helps salespeople become very, very effective at sales and very, very effective at communication, being more interesting, be able to strike up conversations with people that maybe you would have been too shy to have a conversation with. You know, our personality assessment, you've got 4 types, 4 colors of people out there. You've got your engineers, which we call our blue personality type. We have our drivers, me, red personality types. We have your very social people, your yellows, like Lisa Ormsby as an example. And you have your empathetic people with a high EQ, high emotional intelligence, your green. We're a fusion of all of these colors, but we are a driver. And we're going to go through and we're going to learn a little bit about ourselves on this reputation management day. And it's important because once you uncover what your personality style is, you're going to understand why maybe if you are a green or if you are a red, maybe you are a little bit more apprehensive and it doesn't feel quite as natural to strike up a conversation with someone as it does yellow. So it just means we have to have a little bit more effort. So we're going to teach you the Ford script and some other ways that you can strike up conversations with people, which is adding fuel to a conversation that will bring that conversation into heights.
What are they?
Hey, Andrew, I'm going to hit mute. Lisa, can you be watching that too? Okay. Then we're going to fall into our listing, marketing, and grand open, or master the CMA. So week 1 and 2 is all about mindset, but also about relationships, about working with clients, about increasing your conversion rate, about being able to take the 200 people or so that you know and turn that into a viable database that is helping you earn $1 million a year in business. The people that you already know is where your transactions are going to come from. And you're going to be relentless about getting in touch with every single one of them and letting them know that you're in real estate and how grateful and thankful you'll be for their business. And then, for those of you who've been in the business for a while, reaching out to your past clients, all the way from the very first person you've worked with, all the way through and reconnecting all of those relationships. That is what the first 2 weeks is going to be about. Now, once we get past that, now we're going to be dumping into the second half of Mega, which is all nuts and bolts stuff. Doing a CMA for our client and being very proficient. We're going to spend an entire 8-hour day on CMA. Then your buyer presentation and your listing presentation, we're going to spend an entire 8-hour day on that. Then that Friday of that 3rd week, we're going to focus an entire day on how to properly price, prepare for market, and bring to market a listing. How you advertise it, how you leverage multiple MLSs, how you work with your seller and help them help you prepare the property for market. And then the grand open house day. And all of that marketing is going to drive all of the traffic to that open house. And you're going to be standing there as all these people are coming to you about this property and how to convert them at the open house. For those people who are not interested in that property, how to convert them into representation agreements so you're helping them find another property. There's a statistic that I like to share in Mega. For every single listing that you get, you should get another listing from one of the neighbors who you just showcased your services to by doing an incredible job bringing that property to market, and you should get 2 buyers. So that means it's a 3 transactions for every listing that you have. So the question is, what should you be focusing your attention on? And the answer is getting listings, because you're going to get all the buyers you could ever want from your listings. So we're going to talk to you about listing to sell and how important that is. A lot of agents jump in the business because they can wrap their head around working with a buyer, because their agent at some point when they bought a home before they got licensed, they watched what that buyer agent did and they could wrap their head around that and said, oh, they could do it, so can I. If this person could do this, I can do it as well. Not realizing this entire gig is actually less about the transaction and more about finding the client in the first place. And you weren't there at that point of where this person found you. You'd have to go back and think, how did I find my agent? Or more importantly, how did they find you? But in any event, that grand open house weekend, that is where you're going to find those 2 buyers for every transaction. And so we're going to be focusing an entire day on that. Then we're going to arrive at our last week of Mega, and it's going to be here before you know it. And the first week, it just feels painful because you're getting into a new rhythm. Waking up every day, being in class, working with your fellow students, making your phone calls, being in Mega Mini, learning your contract paragraphs, and all the things that we're going to do in Mega. And by the time you get into week 4, this is a new rhythm. Agents really like the rhythm. By the time they're in week 4, they're saying, gosh, can we just extend Mega? Can we keep this going? I don't want it to end. And by the time we're at graduation, people are like in tears because they don't want it to end, because they want this Mega to continue, because the successful habits that they have allowed themselves to put into their daily routine is transformative. But first module out the gate in week 4 is working with builders. Then on Wednesday of that last week, it's going to be bulletproof contracts. We're going to spend an entire 8-hour day just on the 1 to 4 family contract until you know it inside and out. Then Friday is financing and negotiation. We're going to spend an entire day about negotiating a multiple offer situation, understanding the third party financing, and understanding this form, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, which for some of you who are in my contracts class this month, you've actually watched me go through the contract with you and the third party financing and buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. And Katie here at Realty Texas on our help desk, she has taken those classes and already uploaded those into the Learning Center for those of you who want to take the time to go back and watch those ahead of our week 4. Then we're going to have our graduation, and our graduation is going to, your final Mega Mini is going to be your class project. Your class project is all about you standing up in front of the class and it's getting them excited about why they should hire you to be their agent, their unique value proposition. We should be excited to have a friend, a family member, a guest at an open house ask us the question, why should I hire you? That should not make you nervous. And if someone were to come up to you right now and ask you that question, raise your hand if you would be nervous if someone asked you that question right now. Jeff says, yep. Wells says, yep. Lewis says, uh-huh. Let's be honest. If I were to pick you randomly right now and say, Kelly Pratt, she's like, oh dang it, why me? Why should I hire you? How many of us would be uncomfortable with that question? And I'm seeing a lot of hands go up. And so when you feel uncomfortable, it's usually because we're not prepared on how to handle that scenario. No one's asked us that before. And as a new agent, sometimes we feel like we're faking it. We feel like we're a complete fraud, and someone's going to uncover the fact that we're a fraud. And that, oh my goodness, maybe inside of Mega, I can finally put my walls down and stop faking it until I'm making it, make myself humble, because I'm going to teach you when you get out of this class, you're going to be confident because you're not going to be faking it anymore. You're going to be an authentic real estate agent. You're going to walk away from this experience and you're going to say, okay, I got this. But more importantly, when you don't, you have a team behind you. Andrew, Michael, myself. your management team. Standing behind you, there's nothing we can't handle when a transaction starts going south. And when you need help with coaching, Michael and Lisa are there to coach you through helping get the representation agreement signed, getting hired. But once you get past that and things start going south, you have a management team, including your mentors, who are not managers, but part of the group of people that are going to make sure that nothing gets missed. I's are dotted, T's are crossed. But the entire purpose of Mega is for you to feel so confident when you get into week 4 that you can stand up on a box in front of your entire class and answer the question why we should hire you to be our real estate agent. And that is a very exciting day. Now, some of you are very nervous in public speaking. You're like, oh my gosh, this is going to be horrible. I'm going to have to stand up in front of the class and tell them, why should you hire me? No, no, no. That does not sound like something I want to do. Well, learning is where we are most uncomfortable. Lisa did it. I've done it. In this last slide that I was showing you, there was one little line item here called the Texas Realtors Leadership Program. The Texas Realtor Leadership Program is an invitation-only academy that you will be tapped on the shoulder by someone recommending you for this program. And it happens at the realtor level. So you go and you learn leadership skills at the realtor level, because this means that someone sees greatness in you and they are looking at you as being a board of director or even a future chairman of one of our realtor organizations. They also make you get in front of the class and do a speech. But theirs is a lot more painful than ours, I'll promise, because they want you to be uncomfortable, because they know that if you're going through the leadership program, that you're going to be a chairman of the board. And as chairman of the board, you're going to get interviewed by the news. You're going to have a reporter in front of you, and you have to be prepared and ready to handle those kind of calls. And in fact, when I was chairman, twice I was on the news. Twice I had reporters reaching out to us, local KXAN. One was about a food drive that we created. So in the Texas Realtor Leadership Program, their speech called Spokesperson Training, you walk in for one of the modules and they hand you a piece of paper. And on that piece of paper is what you will be talking about that day. They didn't give you an entire month to practice. They gave you literally 5 seconds. And then you get to go up on the podium, and it is at Texas A&M University in Bryan College Station. And what do they have there? They have an entire classroom where they turn down the lights, put a spotlight on the podium. You walk up to the podium, you're being recorded, and you have to give a 5-minute speech on the topic they just handed you. And if that wasn't bad enough, they record you and make you come and sit down in the class and watch yourself in front of the entire class. I recommend everyone for TRLP because that experience is transformative. I've gone through TRLP for Williamson County Association of Realtors and for the Austin Board of Realtors. So I've actually done it twice, which is pretty rare. Most people have never done it twice, but I was on leadership track on both associations. How we differ is we're going to spend an entire month talking about what is our value proposition, and putting a lot of work and effort into trying to figure out individually for each one of us, what and why did you get into the business? And we're going to create our mission statements and our vision statements, our value statements. And then you're going to spend one of the days in Mega Mini with Lisa Ormsby, and you're going to create a goal board. And on that goal board, you're going to put all of your drivers, maybe your family, what it is you want to achieve, everything that gets you up and gets you fired and puts a fire in your belly and gets you excited about getting up in the morning, your why. And it is a physical manifestation of your why. Why are you in this business? What's driving you? By the time you've done all of these things, vision statement, mission statement, value statement, goal board, spend an entire month trying to figure out how to answer this question, why should someone hire you? You feel confident. And nervousness comes from not being prepared. We're going to prepare you so that you are 100% prepared. The old saying, nervousness is the last refuge for the ill-prepared. You will be prepared for this. So I know it sounds a little bit scary, but I don't want you to be scared because it's something that you should be excited about because you'll never be worried about it again. One of the things that I used to notice from my agents who would come and sit at my desk and they would go on a listing presentation. And then on the way home, they would be thinking of all the things they wish they had said. They were on the phone with a client, and after they got the phone, they were wishing, and all these things were occurring to them. Why didn't I say this? Why did I think of that? Why did my mind go blank? I don't understand. It's all there because it's coming to me after, but in the moment, it all disappears, and I have no idea what to say, and I have no idea what's even coming out of my mouth in that moment. Does it sound familiar to any of you? Even if you've been in the business for 10 years? Okay. So that just means that you have not practiced your scripts enough. And agents feel like, well, a lot of agents didn't go to business school, and that's okay. But they also have never gone to a true salesperson academy. And that's what this is, teaching them how to be a salesperson. And those people who have come from sales, they understand the business really well, but sometimes they're having a hard time getting their feet wet in the business. But the people who do the best in this business are the people who come from maybe teaching or people who come from nursing, that empathy side of the world. They have a really, really hard time with this more than anyone. So my job is to make sure that you as an agent feel comfortable getting up in front of your clients and having a conversation with them about whether it's the transaction, whether about hiring you. And if you've not gone to Salesperson's Academy before, oftentimes agents reject scripts. They hear the word scripts and they push back and they say, no, scripts are fake. Scripts are manipulation. Scripts are not authentic. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I want to be authentic. And I'm going to teach you that actually scripts are none of those things. They're not fake. They're not inauthentic. It is you being authentic as possible because you're going to spend a lot of time trying to help a client through a difficult situation and finding the best words to help them get over that, whatever issue that is. That's not inauthentic. That is the hallmark of being a professional salesperson who can help your client through whatever thing they're struggling with. And it might be something that you're struggling with, just getting hired. So we're going to learn the scripts, but we're going to internalize them so it doesn't sound like a robot, so that you can say the script in such a way that it feels authentic. It feels like you. And you're going to practice with your students. There's going to be a lot of breakout sessions where I put you in a breakout session, you work with your classmates one-on-one, sometimes in groups of 3. And when you come out of those, you come back in and your whoever is the group breakout captain will talk to the class about what happened in those breakout sessions. So this is going to be your mega journey over the course of the next month, these modules. Between these modules, the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday modules, is your mega mini. So again, mega instructor, I am your mega instructor. Lisa is your mega mini instructor. Mega is every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Mega mini is every Tuesday and Thursday. Mega starts at 9, ends at 5. We'll be going to lunch at noon on Mega on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. On Tuesday and Thursday, Lisa will be meeting with you all at noon, all the way until 1:30. And the mega minis on Tuesday and Thursday, you're meeting with Lisa, and it's going to be in person or on Zoom. It is about helping break down some of the scripts and helping you prepare and digest some of the information that you learned in the mega class. Think of it as lab time. So in your slide deck here, you will see here's your schedules, so you don't ever get lost or forget where you're supposed to be. Mega sometimes can go longer. Typically, it doesn't anymore because we've actually extended Mega. But we all have to be flexible because sometimes we'll get on a topic that drives the class in a direction where we take a little bit of extra time. There's going to be, like I said, tons of breakout sessions, tons of group sessions, and probably the most fun you'll have in Mega is in your group sessions. They're quite a bit of fun. If you're not having fun and learning, something's wrong. We want you to learn and have fun. If we can take education and fun and put those two things together, that's a winning combination. The group breakout sessions are required. There will be oftentimes a staff member going through each group breakout session just to make sure that everyone made it to their breakout session, that your video's on, that your audio's on, that they can see and that you're participating. Because whoever gets the most points out of Mega will be named our Mega Valedictorian. And group breakout sessions also come with points. So if you're in a group of 4 and we have maybe 5 groups going on, one of those 5 groups is going to be awarded breakout points so that everybody in that group might get 50 points or 100 points. And so we're continually competing against yourself and your classmates for the points. But I promise that there's not a point that I provide that is not something rooted in helping you succeed as a real estate agent. You're going to get points for memorizing your 23 contract paragraphs. You're going to now not the entire contract, just paragraph 1 parties, paragraph 2 property, paragraph 3 sales price. You're going to learn the paragraph titles as well as I do. And so far in Mega, as we teach it every single year, sometimes we have the entire class memorize it, but usually we have, well, we've always had at least 90% of the class always memorize the contract paragraphs. But people get so good with it going forwards that, and I didn't cause this, Mega started doing this. Someone said, Jack, can I get extra points if I do it backwards? Which blew my mind. I think that started around Mega 10. So agents are literally learning their contract paragraphs forward and backwards. This helps them take better ownership of the contract. It makes them more interested in the contract, and it makes them a little bit more apt to start reading the contract and really diving a little bit deeper. I'm going to ask this question like 4 times before we get out of Mega. But have you read the entire contract? Picked up the 1 to 4 family home and started on page 1 and actually read the whole thing. And most agents, they have zeroed in on all of the fill in the blanks, but have not actually ever read it. We're going to change that. So tons of participation points available to you in these groups. One big question that we often get is, what do I need to do to graduate Mega? And that's not a secret. It's on the slides. A lot of you will be talking with Lisa about this in the Mega Mini, about graduation, about points. Lisa will be talking with you about points, she is the point collector. I'm going to show you here in a moment where you can actually get your points. And yes, Brandon, in one more slide, you're going to see all of the point section in the slides. Everything in Mega you have a slide for. And so if there's a question about anything, I've added in the slides. Currently, Mega has 1,535 slides. So there is a massive amount of slides for you, but it's here. This pathways to graduation is not the points, but rather the items that you're going to need to fulfill the tasks. There's another slide for the points, which are coming up in 2 slides from now. So first, classroom education. Attend each Mega. Attend each Mega Mini. Attend your weekly sales meeting, which is Tuesday at 1:30. Raise your hand if you've attended. Let's do it the other way. Raise your hand if you've not attended one of our Tuesday sales meetings. Okay. So the Tuesday sales meeting is very powerful. We have a department where all the leads come into the company. Amy McAllister runs that department. She trains on our CRM, teaches agents how to use the tools. Part of that department, which is separate but also part, is our Tuesday sales meeting. Every phone call that's made using your Realty Texas app is recorded. When we get a transaction that came in as a lead and it gets it to the closing table, we listen to the phone call that was made, the very first phone call. And then we break that phone call down as a group. Here's what the consumer said, here's what the agent said, and What could we have done better? And what did we do great about that call? And so these are real scenarios. These are not fake scenarios. There's a company that's popped up that has an AI voice that will help you role play, but it's completely fake. And they're charging $700 a month for you to argue with an AI person pretending to be a customer when we have our sales department, which actually letting you hear real scenarios, what consumers' actual concerns are and what their objections were. And this amazing thing, how our agent was able to overcome it. So we have ISAs, inside sales agents. We have ISA 1s, ISA 2s, and ISA 3s. ISA 1s are people who come in the departments and they have gone through our Ready Set Sell training or MEGA. They've gone through the systems readiness, so they understand how to use their CRM, CXM, and now they're ready to go into the sales department, pick up the phone, and start prospecting and finding clients from those phone calls, which is pretty cool. But again, on Tuesday at 1:30 is our weekly sales meeting. And yes, that's right after your Mega Mini. So on Tuesday, you've got your noon to 1:30, and then you go directly into the sales meeting. Then we have a call-a-thon. The call-a-thon is the first and the third Thursday from 3 to 5. That is something where we come together as a company, lots of agents jump on Zoom, and we make some phone calls. I think the last call-a-thon, more than 750 phone calls were made. And you're going to hear from Amy McAllister in terms of how many leads are coming in, what our conversion rate is, how many transactions have closed, how much money agents are making from that department. But a master salesperson training course is obviously going to have sales training and on the floor time actually picking up the phone and calling. So be prepared for that. So classroom, real world stuff is Mega Mini, our sales meeting, and our call-a-thon. And then one-time tasks, things that we're going to ask you to check off the list, which is watch the video, realtytexas.info/open house, and import your contacts that are in your cell phone. Lots and lots of contacts are in your cell phone, and there is a way for you to import those directly into your CXM. So it's going to help you so that you can send your Realty Texas newsletter, monthly newsletter to your clients. Send your clients your blogs that you're creating. Send them Realty Texas listings that we've just listed. Using your CRM is very powerful, but first you have to have your contacts in it in order for that to work. You're also going to have required prospecting in Mega. You're doing your power hour. We're going to ask that every day you fit this in, making 20 phone calls to your spheres a day. That means that if you do it 5 days a week, you will have called 400 people by the time you have completed Mega. That is what's needed to make the money that we all want to make in real estate, is having those conversations. We're going to teach you how to strike up a conversation, how to call someone out of the blue, and have a really good conversation with them. A lot of agents, a lot of Mega students come in here and they're really afraid to make that phone call. But we have a day where we actually are going to all make the phone calls together. We're going to pick 5 people on our phone and make 5 phone calls, and then the agents are going to come together and talk about how those calls went. And it's going to surprise you because it's not, why are you calling me? It's what was supposed to be a 5-minute conversation turned into a 10-minute conversation, and it was so good to have an update from them and talk with them. It's very refreshing. So it's going to be much better than sometimes we think it's going to be, because we have fear on picking up the phone and making those calls. And we're afraid that there's going to be rejection. We're afraid there's going to be confrontation. So coming into the call, sometimes we can be apprehensive. But then we realize when we get out this other side of it that it wasn't scary and that we survived and that it went well. And even there'll be people in class that even got referrals, or even that they were looking to buy or sell and you set an appointment. And that blows people's minds, which it shouldn't, but it does. And I can't wait for that experience to happen, because that is usually one of the fundamental shifts that happens in your brains during Mega that changes it for you forever, changes your trajectory forever, which is being relentless about picking up the phone and connecting with people. Power hour or open houses every weekend, super important. I always jokingly say, hey guys, if you could go stand somewhere and people came to you about buying and selling homes, would that be kind of cool? We have that. We have open houses. Yes, we have an entire 8-hour day that we're going to spend on the scripts and how to have a very powerful grand open house. Elisa St. John is going to be helping us with our open houses as well, as we're going to have a couple of open house weekends at some of our communities like Star Ranch, Sun City, and even down in Kissing Tree as we get through Mega. So we'll talk more about that as we get into the next 3 days. I'm also going to ask you to attend a city council meeting, a planning zoning committee, or go to one of your ISDs during Mega. I'm going to send you an email after class today, and that email is going to have a list of all of the planning zoning committees and all of the uh, city council meetings that are in our different metros, whether it's Houston, Austin, Dallas, or San Antonio. And then inside, maybe as an example of the Austin metro, Pflugerville, Hutto, Austin, Round Rock. I've got all of those links. So you can click the link and go to your city council's website and find out when your council meeting is going to be. I want you to get dressed up. I want you to go to the council meeting. I want you to do a little, when you walk out of the council meeting afterwards, hopefully you'll be able to shake hands with some of your council members, get to know them a little bit, learn about what's going on in your community from being present, and then do a video reel. There is a day in our reputation management day where we're going to be doing reels. We're going to be doing a lot of social media marketing, and I want you to spread that wealth of knowledge that you just made, because it doesn't make sense to go to a city council meeting and covet that information. We're going to share it with the world, and people will start reaching out to you because they're looking at you now as a leader in the community. And hopefully you don't just do that once. Hopefully you start going to your city council meetings on a regular basis, because that's very powerful. I see, I thought I saw for a moment Mary Beth Ray, who is one of our Realty Texas agents who is not afraid to go to her city council meetings. In fact, she's grabbed the mic several times and talked about things going on in her local HOA as she serves on the board of her HOA. And in fact, has been 2 years in a row voted best community from the city based on her service on the HOA. So getting out in the community as well, part of Mega. And then memorization. Memorization is simply a practical application of time that you spend on doing it. We're going to ask you that you memorize your open house script, your IABS and rep script, so that you know how to professionally take someone through the IABS. TREC requires that of us. So we might as well learn the script so we can do it professionally. Present the information about brokerage services to our consumers at first substantive dialogue. And then a live connect script, which means after you've gone through Mega or Ready, Set, Sell, you're going to be activated in our in our relocation department. And when you're activated and a lead comes in, it blasts out to everyone in that metro, and the first person to accept that lead is going to be able to push the call button and make first contact with them. And you need to know the script to walk that consumer through successfully setting an appointment, because that's what we're trying to do when a lead comes in, is set an appointment. We're also going to memorize the 23 paragraphs of your 1 to 4 family. And it sounds a lot more complicated than it really is. And this is something that's going to pay dividends for you for the rest of your career. Because if I tell you paragraph 9, what is that? If I ask you paragraph 15, what is that? Anybody just curious, what is paragraph 9 of your 1 to 4 family home contract?
Closing.
That's right, Mohammed. Welcome back to Mega. It's always good to have you in here. I heard a couple of people who have memorized their contracts coming back for Mega again. Please memorize your 23 paragraphs. My goal is that MEGA-16, all of you, 100% of the class, memorizes all 23 contract paragraphs. Raise your hand if you will commit to that today, and I'm going to take a screenshot. Raise your hand if you will commit to memorizing the 23 paragraphs. Look at this. It's a sea of hands, making your broker proud. You know, a few things could make a broker more proud than his entire office memorizing the 23 contract paragraphs. We're the only firm that I've ever heard of doing such a thing. And the amount of confidence that you're going to gain by doing that is also going to change you fundamentally. It's pretty exciting to watch the confidence just in that one thing. Thank you, everyone, for committing to that. The next one, which is even a little bit more daunting, which always impresses the heck out of me, is our agents memorizing the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. Again, just the article titles. We're going to walk through those as well. And usually there's at least 15, if not 20 people in Mega that memorizes both forwards and backwards all 17 articles of the Code of Ethics, which is very, very important. We're going to spend some time in Mega in reputation management talking about the ethics, talking about the Code of Ethics and what it really means. And the ethics is not the golden rule. The ethics is actually business promises that you've made, practices that you said that I will uphold these practices if you uphold these practices. But if we haven't read them, we don't know what they are. So a lot of times agents say, oh, the Code of Ethics. I'm ethical, therefore I'm following the code. So yes, I want to subscribe to this code. Raise your hand if you've ever sat down and read the entire Code of Ethics. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. Jonathan, Marcy, 99% of agents have not. And it's not, I'm not being hypercritical, but it's a question that I ask you more for your own kind of litmus test, rhetorical in nature. No, maybe I haven't read the Code of Ethics, and I can see his point. If I haven't read it, how do I know what I'm promising? And so we're going to read the Code of Ethics and we're going to walk away from that knowing exactly what promises that we've made and what practice changes and what practice changes that we're going to implement based on reading the code. And sometimes I'm going to just give you this as an example. What might seem like a common courtesy might be something that's forbidden in the Code of Ethics. And let me give you an example. Maybe you've arrived to a property and you've got your clients in tow. You're standing in front of the door and you look down at the door and you got your phone and you're about ready to use your super key box to open the lockbox and you notice that the cradle's missing. You're like, oh, it looks like someone's already inside. Someone's already showing this property. And so you're standing at the front door, you maybe ring the doorbell and the agent says, oh, hey, I'm sorry. Yep, we're about to leave. Just give us 5 more minutes. So you're standing at the front having a conversation with your clients, and then behind you, you see a car pull up, and there's another agent right behind you. And the agent now is they're standing at the sidewalk waiting for you to go in. You're like, yeah, I'm waiting for someone else, and everyone kind of knows what's going on. 5 minutes later, the agent walks out of the property, and they hand you the cradle, and inside the cradle is the key. That might seem like a common courtesy, but that's forbidden in the Code of Ethics because you are duty bound to lock that door, put that key in the cradle, and lock that cradle back in that door. And it might seem rude because the agent is going to like, why are you, it might seem fundamentally rude or wrong to do that, but the Code of Ethics requires it. And so it's not at all rude. It is safeguarding our client because you have no idea if that person standing at the door is actually a real estate agent. And even if you did, you're still duty bound. But that person standing at the board could be a jealous ex standing there just trying to get into the house and you're going to hand him the key. Or it could be someone who has a practice of burglarizing people's houses and it's easier if someone just hands them the key. So don't be that person, obviously. So what could seem like a polite thing to do might be completely forbidden in the Code of Ethics. So I would like us to all read it so we know what we've subscribed to. Then we're going to learn our value proposition and you're going to memorize it. And your value proposition, by the way, should not be a 5-minute speech. That's not what this is about. It should be, why should I hire you? I'm going to give you some examples of a good value proposition. I'm going to give you 6 of them. You can tweak these or completely create your own. Before, I didn't give agents a idea of what a value proposition looked like, and so they didn't quite understand what that is. So there's not going to be any confusion with that. And then 2 additional things we're going to ask: that you take Fairhaven 2.0. National Association of Realtors has rolled out an update to Fairhaven. Fairhaven is the DEI, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. The National Association of Realtors has embedded inside the Code of Ethics. And Fairhaven helps you make sure that you don't violate Article 10 of the Code of Ethics, which is fair housing. Brandon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I actually just finished taking that within the past week. Is that going to be something that I took just Fairhaven, or is that automatically incorporated the Fairhaven 2.0 system?
So if you have done Fairhaven in the last week, you have your Fairhaven certificate, and it'll say
Yes.
2.0 somewhere. So good
Okay.
job, Brandon. So you already have points for Mega. If you've done Fairhaven in the past, great, you get points for that. So then you take your certificate and you go into Teams, and I'm going to show you where to do that in a moment, where you can share your certificate inside of our Teams point calculator, and boom, you get the points for Fairhaven. So good job, Brandon. That's awesome. Also, we have our C2EX, our commitment to excellence. That one, if you have not yet started, guys, that one's going to take you a couple weeks. So if you want the points for C2EX, I recommend that you jump into that now, because a lot of the things that we're doing in Mega, like doing a city council meeting, is going to be one of the homework assignments in C2EX as well. So you can knock off both of those simultaneously. And C2EX, if you've done it in the past, it counts now. You only have to do it once, but they do every 2 years make you take a couple modules, so they're always enhancing it. Hello, Belladonna. I see your hand up.
Bonjour, hello. Yeah, I went to start that Fairhaven 2.0 because I did the Fairhaven before with the MEGA-16, but it says it doesn't start until June 14th.
No, that was confusing to me too. It says that, and I don't know why. I think that's if you do like a paid course through them. The
Uh,
free one though, you just need to click on you can still click on the actual video itself. It says that in big, huge print. I don't know why. I didn't look into that, but I still
um,
clicked on the video anyways. It puts you to a new window, and then you can start it. It's about 2 hours long.
yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks. Sorry.
Awesome. Okay, so keep this slide handy, because this slide is kind of the framework of what Mega's going to be for you. Your classroom education, the one-time tasks, some prospecting things that we're going to be asking you to do, memorization, and then your additional education. So this is it. These are the tasks that you're going to have. Those of you who received my email, the one about today and what it was going to be about, you will notice before every mega module, I will send a email. That email is going to have a copy of the slides. It's going to have information about what this class is about. And then at the end of every class, I'm going to send you another email. And that email has already be ready to send. It's sitting in my draft, so all I have to do is click send. So I'm going to literally at 5 o'clock push that button, and you will have that email. In that email, it's going to have a copy of a video that I filmed going through that mega module exam. Every mega module has a 30-question exam. You can go to the Learning Center, which I will, in fact, the video has in the first couple seconds of that video instructions on how to go and take your mega exam. And in the email that I sent on Sunday about, I guess it was on Friday, that I sent about this class, also had a link to the exam. The exam I will walk you through in the video. You can take it on your own if you want, or you can wait for the video and I will take you through every question and every answer. Why do I do that? The exam is not designed to trick you up. Sometimes people learn just from taking an exam. And there are some things that I need you to take away from every single module. And with kids at home and things going on, sometimes we might miss something. And so in the exam, it ensures that we walk away from that class all on the same playing field. It's 28 minutes of me going through the 38 questions or 30 questions. So it was about a minute a question that I went through. So give yourself about a half an hour to go through that, and you can do the questions and you understand why I'm asking the question, what the answer is, and why that answer is applicable to Mega. It's very, very helpful. Remember, I'm asking you guys to make 20 outbound phone calls a day. You have to figure out how your time management skills are going to make that happen when you are in Mega from 9 to 5, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and when you are in Mega Minis on Tuesday and Thursday from noon to 1:30, and on Tuesday at 1:30 to 3, you're in a sales meeting. And then you're on weeks 1 and 3 on Thursday, you're going to be in our call-a-thon from 3 to 5. So you're going to be, wow, there's a lot going on. How am I going to figure out to fit all of this in with all of the other life things like eating, doing open houses on the weekend, taking care of kids, and all the rest? Welcome to being a independent contractor that got their real estate license that's going to make $1 million this year. It is going to be worth it, I promise, but it's going to be difficult. You're going to have to figure out how to fit all of this in. Right after your mega minis, I recommend you making calls. Most of our valedictorians on our breaks, which you get a break every hour, you get a lunch break from 12 to 1. They're using that time to pick up the phone and do a client touch. MEGA-14, Andrew Constancio, who is your sales manager, took MEGA-14 as well, or rather MEGA-15. He also took that along with Ken Pearson here at Realty Texas and Phyllis Force. And they had to also pick up the phone and call all their spheres. And what I loved about coming out of MEGA-15 is every single one of them earned a transaction from making those calls. On the call with that client, who they would not have called had it not been for Mega at that moment, was a client that had a need that they hadn't spoken to for a while that resulted in a transaction. So we are helping peel the layers back and start contacting people, which we know we're supposed to do. We all know we're supposed to make the calls, but no one told us when or how. That changes today. Welcome to the Mega Master Academy, because that's what this is about. So time management is going to be huge. A couple of you asked about, and hello, Phyllis Force. Speaking of Phyllis, it's good to see you.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Phyllis Force is our Mega Valedictorian for our Mega 15 class. You're going to hear from Phyllis as well as Knock and Jason Hamilton, who are our Mega 15, 14, and 13 Mega Valedictorians when we get back from our first break. So thank you for being here. This is the Mega Point System. And Brandon asked about the point system. Do we have a slide for it? And the answer is yes, we do. And here it is. You have a possible point system of 25,000, but you can get more points than that if you gain these points in your breakout sessions. Lots of points to be handed out, as well as gift cards. I probably hand out, no joke, about $1,000 worth of gift cards over the course of the next month. $25 a piece for people who are hear something fantastic. Group breakout session nails it. When I hear things that make me pull out the bell and do this, you know it means something incredible just happened, and it usually has something to do with a gift card associated with it. Miguel will put the gift cards in a envelope for you and put them at the front desk. For those of you out of the marketplace, we will mail them to you. Miguel is the person you will go to about the gift cards. So points is Lisa, Miguel is the gift cards. But this is the point system. You get 250 points for attending each of the 12 mega courses. So there's 3,000 points available for going to all the mega classes. There's also 3,000 points available for going to all 8 mega minis. Mega minis are twice a week. Mega is 3 times a week, but they have the same amount of points associated with it. Your Fairhaven simulation, if you've completed that or do complete it before the end of Mega, you'll get 1,000 points for that. Your C2EX endorsement from NAR is 2,000 points. Doing your live UVP presentation is 3,000 points. Memorizing your 23 contract paragraphs is also 3,000 points. Memorizing the code of ethics, the 1 to 17, that's 1,000 points. Now, we're also going to ask you, I'm going to recommend, highly recommend, and encourage and give you points for adding yoga to your practice. Yoga is very helpful for a real estate agent or any salesperson. It helps oxygenate your blood. It helps loosen your muscles, tighten up your core, make you a little bit stronger in your core, but it also helps relieve the stress. And it helps offload some of the pressure that you're going to feel in a productive way. So instead of drinking it out or whatever the vices might be. This will help you start your day in the right mindset. Start it with yoga. Start it about 7 in the morning. Jump into your 8:30 morning huddle, and then jump into Mega on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I like and ask and beg each of you to do yoga at least once, to at least try it. Sometimes people think who've never done yoga before that yoga is about tying yourself in a knot, and that's not it at all. Yoga should not hurt. If you're hurting yourself doing yoga, you're doing it wrong. The more you do yoga, the stronger your body gets. Push yourself till you can feel a nice stretch, and that is it. Yoga is all about stretching. It's going to be very, very mentally, physically healing if you do this yoga. We're going to talk more about that. I'm going to give you up to 1,000 points for 250 points for each yoga session. Angela.
Well, I do Camp Gladiator in the mornings, every morning at Monday through Friday at 6:10, and we start off with yoga, and then we do weights and we do running. So would that count?
If you're starting with yoga, yes, 100%. And most bodybuilders now are doing yoga because they're finding that it's helping their practice. So yoga is not doesn't have the reputation that it used to have. It
No,
is highly
they stretch
subscribed.
us out with the yoga. They stretch
Yeah.
us out with yoga, and then we go into weights, and then we add some running or cardio, and then it kind of goes back into yoga at the very end. But
I love
it's
it.
really fun, and it's like it gets me ready, pumped for the huddle.
That is awesome. More of that. All right. So Angela is going to get you all excited about where you can find your own Camp Gladiator. But for those of you, you can do yoga at a studio. I recommend that you do a studio if you've never done yoga before. Find a studio somewhere. I don't recommend finding a YouTube app and doing yoga at home. You should be at a studio where you can have a yoga instructor help you with it. I know sometimes it feels like we're under a microscope in doing that, and it can be very uncomfortable. But I promise you, if you step outside your comfort zone and you do it once, you're going to want to do it more. It helps you strengthen your body. So thank you. And we'll talk more about that as we get into it. But for those of you who do it, there's up to 1,000 points there available for you.
Hey, Jack, what if I already do yoga at home daily?
If you are a yogi, we're going to just do what you usually do, which is take a picture in Mega of you on your yoga mat and put it, and you'll get the points when you put it in Teams. 1,000,000%, Jeff.
Gotcha.
1,000%. Uh-huh.
I have a question. I work UPS, and company requires stretch before intensive work active, physical activity. So does this count?
It does not count. We want you at a yoga studio with a yoga instructor. If you're at home and you're doing yoga and you've done it before, then we're going to trust that you are watching a yoga video and that you're doing yoga. So we want to see you on your yoga mat at home doing yoga for Mega. Lisa will talk to you all more on Tuesday tomorrow about yoga and how you get your points in for doing that. But we don't want you to be doing your normal stretches. We want you to be doing a full 60-minute yoga session. Thank you, Aki, for the question. Also, we want you to get out in the world and be at a conference or a TREC meeting or vote, which we're not in a voting at the moment, or going out to your city council meeting. But we want you out in the community doing a community related event so that that's rooted in government. So either a conference or a TREC meeting, something to do applicable with your local market that's going to help you gain more geographic competency. We're also going to be asking you to be doing open houses during Mega. So again, we're going to have 3 group open houses. For those of you who've never done an open house before, Elisa St. John, like I mentioned, is going to be helping us with that. But for those of you who have listings, I recommend at the first break that you can, if you don't have a listing, go to your realtytexas.me and sign up for an open house, because you're gonna need to be doing open houses every single weekend on a Saturday or Sunday. Then you also get points, 500 points 250 points per open house. 500 points for every listing agreement that you get signed, and every buyer rep agreement you get signed, up to 2,000 points, and 1,000 points per every receipted contract that you get during Mega, up to 5,000 points. So these are the point schedule. If you are a Mega 15 student, you'll notice that the points have changed a little bit. We're continually fine-tuning the points, because what we really want is to double down on people who are getting contracts signed. That's what this is all about, is going out there and finding clients. But a lot of these points is about getting into the community, making your calls, showing up to Mega, doing open houses, taking care of yourself, learning your contracts, learning your code of ethics, getting to the city council meetings, and getting out to the government and doing things rooted into the community, doing open houses, and getting rep agreement signed and buyer rep agreement and listing agreement signed. So all of these points are all about you doing the things that's going to equate to you making that $1 million a year. So that's what this is about. Nothing on this list is just for fun, or just has no reason, or is not rooted in anything meaningful. This is all about you getting points and awarding you for going out there and doing these things that's going to equate to dollars in your pocket. Minimum points to graduate is 15,000 points, 20,000 points to be a qualifying Master Certified Salesperson. So here are the 4 things that you can walk away with Mega with. Number 1, you can graduate Mega. If you have 15,000 points, you will be a Mega graduate. Master Certified Salesperson is a designation that you can get inside Mega. Then you can use the MCS designation. Master Certified Salesperson, or actually mastersalesperson.com, is a domain that we own, and our Mega agents who have earned this designation are listed on this website. So if you earn 20,000 points, in Mega, you will be named a Master Certified Salesperson. For those people who earn 20,000 points also are a qualifying Mega Valedictorian, meaning that you've reached 20,000 points, so you have to have at least 20,000 points in order for the class to have a valedictorian. But over 20,000 points, whatever student has the most points coming out of Mega will be named our MEGA-16 Valedictorian. A couple more slides before we go to our break. I know we're running a little behind already. Your UVP class project, your unique value proposition class project. It's already on the calendar. We already know when that's going to be. It's going to be on the 26th. It's going to be on your last Mega Mini on a Thursday, the last Thursday of the month. When you do your class project, your fellow classmates are going to grade your value proposition. Number 1, you cannot read your value proposition. If you've written it down on the inside of your hand, or if you're reading it on a screen, you will not get points at all. Please don't do that. That embarrasses all of us. That's not what this is about. You have to memorize it, or don't do it at all. The project is up to 3,000 points. 1,000 points for you to show up, dress professionally, be compelling, smiling. So 1,000 points for that category. 1,000 points for reciting your UVP from memory and it be internalized, so you're passionate about it, so it doesn't sound or look like you're reading it. And it has to answer, why should I hire you? Or be really compelling. And it should also highlight the benefit of using your services. And again, it's going to be graded by your classmates. Valedictorian is going to get an Own It coin from NAR. They're going to get a branded button-down shirt. They're going to get recognition on the company website with a token, and showing up on Master Certified Salesperson. So those things are coming. Then, as we spoke about before, Mega Minis. Inside your Mega Mini on Tuesday and Thursday, it's really important time for you. This is your lab time. I can't underscore the importance of the Mega Minis. It's going to unravel it's going to unravel what we've learned in Mega from someone else, Lisa, who's going to explain things to you as well. So it's lab time. You're going to be practicing your value proposition, doing your goal board and your vision board, practicing your forward script, practicing the call scripts that we have, memorizing, helping memorize your 1 to 4 family contract, memorization of your 17 articles of your code of ethics, and then also the making your outbound calls and helping with that and learning the CRM and all of that stuff is all packed into your Mega Mini. So please attend those. In the slides here, I've given you 6 options of what a good value proposition might sound like. And this is gonna be for our first breakout session when we come back from our break. So we're gonna pause here. It's 12:15. We're gonna come back at, it's actually 10:12. We're gonna come back at 10:22 after our first break. We're going to hear from our former Mega valedictorians a little bit about their journey in Mega, and then I'm going to put you into a group breakout session, and you're going to start on day 1 here reading these 6 different value propositions just to get a familiarization with them. So, all right, let's have our first break. Come back at 10:22. See you back in 10 minutes. Now I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes. So if those of you who might have a couple questions, feel free to ask away. I'm not stepping away from my desk at this break.
Jack, can I ask you something real quick?
Christine, yes.
Okay, so the last week of Mega and June, I'm going to be out of the country. I've already planned finding a co-working space on that Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I wanted to know, I might miss the Tuesday and Thursday because I'm spending so much to get out of the country. I want to enjoy it. So, are those sessions recorded, the Tuesdays and Thursdays?
They are recorded, yes. They're not a class, it's a lab.
Oh,
So,
right.
Yep. So the Tuesday, Thursdays, there would be no real reason to watch the recording because it's really just lab time. And so our recommendation is to just touch base with Lisa, let her know that you're going to be out for those 2 classes that last Tuesday and Thursday. But your value proposition is also something that you can record. It doesn't have to be in person. So the value proposition can be pre-recorded and ready ahead of time. And just bring some flashcards with you so that you can use that time to memorize your contract paragraphs and your code of ethics.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Well,
Yeah,
if I know Christine, she'll already have them memorized way before her vacation.
Well, and I have my business plan from 3 years ago that I just tweak every year. So I think I'm going to be able to tap into that for some of this. But the index cards are a good idea.
Yep. And we actually have some for you in Mega Mini that Lisa's working on.
Nice. Thanks.
Okay, Brandon and then Iris.
I just want to know what would be the biggest piece of advice you would say to fight for that valedictorian? What would be the biggest thing that we can do to be in the top ranks of that?
Well, if you want to be valedictorian, my my number 1 piece of advice is show up. Show up to everything. Show up to your mega classes, your mega mini classes, to your open houses on the weekends, and print out these first slides that we went over, these first 10 slides, and make sure that you are looking at the points and soaking up every available point that you can get, whether it's yoga, whether it's going to the city council meeting, whether it's doing your open houses on the weekends, taking an active role in your breakout sessions to make sure that your breakout session actually gets the breakout points. But you can also ask that question to the mega valedictorians that have come before right after break too.
Yeah, I already reached out to Phyllis, asked if we could get on a call after this, so I'm excited.
I know. I like it. I like it a lot. Good job, Brandon.
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, Kamaya, hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I have a question for you. I have a closing schedule for this coming Friday afternoon, and I wanted to ask if it's okay for me to attend Mega for the remaining of the day, but I'm gonna have to excuse myself for a few hours to do that closing with my client, if that's okay.
Yep, just let Lisa know. Lisa is the person that's going to ultimately be the one helping you with your points and all of that. If you miss one of the megas, these are recorded the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can make up that time by watching the video. So just make sure, just like you're doing now, communicate with Lisa so she knows what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
And when we do makeup days, it's on Zoom. So I have to actually set that up for you.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okamaya, I saw your hand up.
It's okay, Mia. The open houses, how do we go about doing it? Because I don't have any clients as of right now.
Okay. Yep. So open houses is most agents who do open houses are doing open houses for either a builder or another Realty Texas agent who has a listing. We have no shortages of listings in our major marketplaces. And so get with Lisa. She can also help you with that. Also reaching out to Lisa St. John. But yes, we can make sure that that's going to be answered. And your first Mega Mini is planning a large part of what tomorrow is going to be about. I'm sure that Lisa is going to be helping you guys get ready and set for your Saturday and Sunday open houses of this week for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Christine, did you have your hand up? Or
I did. I wanted to know, so I asked this a little earlier in the chat. I wanted to get some clarity around activities or tasks, assignments that are required during Mega versus something that happened before Mega, because like attending city council meetings, I do have a recording. I've been on my neighborhood association for the last 18 years. So I have recordings of me speaking at city council meetings, and I wanted to know if that needs to happen during Mega. I'm also like working toward becoming an appraiser. I'm currently an appraiser trainee. That's what the very loud vest is right there. So I just attended an appraisers conference. Does something like that need to happen during Mega, or is something that I attended in April, would that do? Like, how does this work?
so if you've received a certificate like your C2EX or your Fairhaven, you can't take it twice. And so that certificate will earn you points. But for going to the city council meetings, it's partly about going to the city council meeting, but it's also the second part of that, which is taking that information, putting it on YouTube, and using that to help this 30 days of greatness, this 30 days of a habit, to start bringing clients in. And so that activity that happened before that has already been spent. So during Mega, when you go to a city council meeting, we want you to talk to your city council meetings, talk to other people who are at the city council meeting. When you get out of the city council meeting, film a reel telling all of your followers and the people on your feeds what the city council meeting was about, what happened that meeting, some interesting takeaways, to help you start gaining more people reaching out to you so you can be setting appointments, getting more rep agreements signed and more listing agreements signed. Because that's ultimately why we're doing all of this in Mega, is to help fill your pipelines. So the only two things that you can get points for from before is the Fairhaven and the C2EX.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you.
Good question. And I'm really glad that you went to those city council meetings and all of that extra stuff that you've done. That will pay you dividends, and especially if you stay in the habit of doing that. That's amazing. Thank you for doing that.
Well, my sphere knows that I'm kind of like on the outs with my city council, and that's why I got my real estate license. So my relationship is a little bit different. It's unfortunately historically adversarial, but I can work on spinning that.
Cool. Yep. I mean, we have to be a voice for what is right. And at the same time, changing the world one person at a time there's two ways to do it, right? One is productive and the other one is adversarial. But we have to take a position in real estate. You're a salesperson who represents yourself. And so you definitely want to be able to get up in front of the world and share your story. And you can do that in a way that's productive. But yes, we're going to spin it. We're going to make you stand out in your community as a leader that people want to go to and ask about what's going on. And maybe even get you on the city council meeting, get you on the city council.
We shall see. But yeah, no, I'm excited for this. My first career was public relations, so it's nice to be able to put that to work for myself.
That's huge. That's very powerful. Good job.
All right, I'm gonna go get a snack. Be right back.
Sounds good.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Yeah, where we need ya. Yeah, where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from our first break. It is 12:25. With us are three incredible Realty Texas agents. We have Aki. We have, you know, first of all, I just have to say that when it comes to our mega valedictorians, these are people who have put so much time and energy. Knock Cantu, Phyllis Force, and Jason Hamilton. These are three people who really dived in with both feet in Mega. They worked really, really hard. And I always like just to let everybody know, first of all, how proud I am of these three individuals and what an incredible job they did. So I'm trying to look for you, Jason. I know that you're here. I'm gonna pin you so we can see you. Jason, if you add pin, Phyllis Force, thank you. Add pin. And Phyllis, I cannot see you at this moment, but I could before. And I know that Knock is here. Okay. So Knock is not here at the moment. So Phyllis, Jason, talk to the class about your mega experience. What was that experience like? What do you think led to you being valedictorian? And what has that done for you individually as a person and for your real estate profession? Jason, let's start with you.
Mega was incredible. It is a definitely a busy season, and I think that the great benefit just from the schedule for me was just kind of setting a pace, and helping me to create some really strong habits that would, really propel me forward as I was beginning my business. My only regret was I had to wait 3 months to do Mega. I wish I had been able to take it, my first month in the business, because it was really, really life-changing, not just a sense of business, but just also helping with mindset and helping to understand what it takes to build a business, especially one that's that you don't have a lot of background in, for those of you who maybe are brand new to real estate. So the material is amazing. The trainings were great. I don't know how many hours of CEs it is. I don't remember that number, but it's tremendous. And just the amount of experience, I feel like I came out of Mega with just a huge leg up over some of the other agents and other brokerages that maybe had been in business quite a bit longer than me. So just having that knowledge and that access to Jack and Lisa and the managers that joined the call, just invaluable.
And you've closed dozens and dozens, I think like 25 transactions since you've been here. That's a lot. That's a lot of homes.
It's been yeah, and I think those practices that I learned in Mega of just staying in touch with my sphere and doing the things that generate income has really paid off.
And now you are getting involved in the Realtor organization, and you got tapped on the shoulder for the Texas Realtor Leadership Program. Talk to the class about that.
Yeah, TRLP is amazing, and I'm just getting started. I've been to two installments. The third one is coming up here in a couple of weeks. but just the opportunity to network with fellow agents from other areas of the state, to learn about TAR, NAR, local associations, and just what they do for us as agents, what's going on in Austin uh, through TREC is it for me. It's a lot of fun, but I'm kind of a nerd in that way, so I've really enjoyed getting to kind of peek behind the curtain and see what all goes on behind the scenes.
And a lot going on behind the scenes. Okay, so I'm going to open up to questions, but before, what was the one piece of advice that you would give these kids?
Yeah, just take this seriously. This is you're laying the foundation for the rest of your career over these next 30 days. So show up, do the extra credit, stay up until midnight every night if that's what it takes, but just get it done, and you'll be better for it.
Anybody have any questions for Jason while he's on a hot seat? Brendan.
Sorry, let me take off my mute here. So what was your biggest challenge as a new agent, and what did Mega do to help you overcome that?
Yeah, biggest challenge is finding business, and Mega helped overcome that by providing the strategies and the tools to go out and find that business and learning what it takes to put yourself out there, and the confidence also that comes from just the knowledge, because I think one of the biggest barriers in finding business is just a lack of confidence that comes from maybe a lack of knowledge and feeling like you don't know what to say or what to do, and Mega will certainly provide both of those things.
Thank you, Jason. Very powerful. I really appreciate you. Thank you for showing up and sharing with the class.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Phyllis, who is our MEGA-16 valedictorian, her video is off. Phyllis, are you back? Okay, well, we're waiting for Phyllis. Andrew, I would like you, Andrew has a very interesting perspective to all of this, because Andrew had been in the business for 18 or 20 years before he made his way over to Realty, Texas. He's been in a position of leadership before at another brokerage where he spent his entire profession, and then found his way over to Realty, Texas, as our sales manager. I've known Andrew for many, many years. When Cindy Bell came, sat down, and let me know that she wanted to go back into sales so she could spend some time with Connor, her son, through the remainder of his high school years, I had to figure out who my next sales manager was going to be. And I had been long thinking about Andrew, so I tapped him on the shoulder and he said yes. But the very first thing Andrew did was jump into my Mega. And Andrew, talk to the class about your experience and how Mega has impacted you.
Wow. I was just had Meg on the background while I was doing my emails. And so, but I can tell you guys that when I took Mega, Jack was promoting this big time. He goes, "You are going to take this class. You're going to learn kind of what we are expecting our agents and yourself as well." And so when I took Mega, I've taken classes kind of similar to Mega before in the past, but not a month, not a month of immersing yourself into this program. But I've learned a lot. Of course, the phone calls are very important. Uh, I have like over 1,000 people on my phone from past businesses that I've helped, either a landlord or tenant, and so I was tasked to call them, and I was embarrassed that I hadn't called them in a few months or a few years, and so when I called them, they were very gracious and say, "Hey, Andrew," and then so I got business off of that. I'm still working with it with a few at the moment. That's since February that I called them on. And so I can say that this program really helped me. It kind of gave me a great overview of how our broker wants us to work as real estate agents. And so this really helped me a lot. And now I have all this knowledge that I'm using to encourage and motivate the rest of the team. So I can tell you, like what Jason said earlier, and just really take this seriously. and stay up late and do your homework. And really, you're going to build good relationships with the people that are in this class as well. And you're going to give high fives to each and everybody. You're going to have the good supportive. It's just a great, fun environment. I'm glad I took MEGA.
Thank you, Andrew.
And
Hello,
Phyllis
Phil.
is back in as well.
I see. Hello,
I'm
Phyllis.
so sorry. Hello. I am so sorry. I was on mute. Um, so I'm assuming you want me to share some things about Mega this morning.
Yeah, so thank you for making time to come and talk with our MEGA-16. You were our MEGA-15 valedictorian. So we were hoping that you could share with the class a little bit about how your MEGA journey was. You've been in real estate now for a while. You are a top producer in the market. So oftentimes we talk from the perspective of what MEGA can do for a new agent, but we don't often hear from a top producer who's been in the business for a while how MEGA can affect them and their business, and it certainly did with you. So if you would share all of that, and then also your biggest takeaway from MEGA and the biggest advice you would give the class about their MEGA journey.
Okay, absolutely. So I am yellow. I'm a yellow personality, and y'all are going to learn what that is in Mega. So, Jack, I promise I will try to keep it as concise as I can. There's so much that I could share with y'all about Mega. When I decided to to join the first class, I was just going to hop in and see what it was about, and I had no intention of staying. That's the truth. Thank heavens I did, because it's one of the best things that I ever did for myself and my business. For seasoned agents and those of you that are busy and you have schedules and appointments, you think that there is just no way to navigate that much class time while trying to do business. Yeah, there is. You make it happen. After the first class, I knew that it was going to be to my best interest to do what it took to stay in Mega. And so navigate your schedules if you need to. And your clients are going to understand, and they're going to appreciate the fact that you're coming in and doing even more to help them. And trust me, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to learn that's going to help you. To the newer agents, like Jack said, I've done it for over 10 years, full time. And you are at the best brokerage, and you're so lucky that you have made the decision to be here, not only at Realty Texas, but here in this Mega. I have friends that are brokers. I have interactions with other agents over the course of the years in the business, and I can tell you unequivocally from the depths of my soul, Jack and Lisa have built a company that is by far the best in the business. They have incredible tools in place to make us as successful as we want to be. You just have to take advantage of it. There's so much. In Mega in general, as far as the classes, I mean, like, as the daily what you're learning, there's a lot of content, and by the end of the first week, I can assure y'all your heads are going to be swimming. Mine did. I mean, there's a lot of content, but I promise you, the things that are presented to you, it's by far it's going to take you to the next level if you absorb it and you try to put it to use. It's very impactful. Every single thing that Jack's going to be covering, it's invaluable information. The stats, they're spot on. So I encourage y'all to stay the course. If I had to say what my biggest takeaway would be is, oh gosh, there's so much. Make those calls. Don't make excuses. Everybody has a sphere. You think you don't, but you do. Make calls, because you don't know what person you contact may know. So always ask for a referral. That's one of the things, that may be one of the things. I was very complacent and not asking for a referral. I have clients that would love and appreciate me, and Phyllis, you've done so much, but I was always hesitant to make that extra at the end of a call, don't forget, if you have anyone that needs help in real estate, buyers or sellers, I'm here for them. Don't forget to do that. So that's a big takeaway. And the yoga was a big help. Yeah. Just be cognizant of all those things. So believe in yourself. Don't allow anybody to bring you down about committing, because it's a commitment for the month. You do what you need to do for your business. Take advantage of everything that they have to offer to help you grow. Maintaining compliance and ethics and conducting business in a manner that we're bound to do is of utmost importance. And you're fixing to be given the skills to do that. So good luck to everybody.
Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does anybody have a question for Phyllis? Well, let's ask our first question.
It's actually for the past two valedictorians. Do any of them still remember the code of ethics? Have them memorized?
Jason and Phyllis, do you remember your 17 articles of the Code of Ethics?
I can do my contracts. I can probably do my contracts.
Yeah, there are refreshers that we do in this business, but what the practical application of going through all 17 isn't so that they can memorize those forever. It's that they have spent an entire month researching and learning and understanding, and now if someone talks to them about the ethics, or there's a code of ethics conversation, they know how it's grouped together, they know how it's built, and they know where to find things in the code of ethics, and that's really what about it. So I love it. Thank you for the question, Wells.
It's just one question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you, Jason. Thank you, Phyllis. Everyone give them a huge round of applause, and
You're
a
welcome.
mega thank you for all that they do for our profession, for Realty Texas. It's incredible. I can't wait to see who our MEGA-16 valedictorian is going to be, because we don't know yet. And, week after week, we're going to be tracking the points, and Lisa is going to be tracking the points, and she's going to be next to speak here to giving us some class rules as we go forward. But the last week is where, maybe the first 9-10 classes, we've had people in the top 5. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, people start turning in all their points, and the leaderboard completely changes. And so we have no idea who is going to be the mega valedictorian until we tally the points after class 12. So everyone, here is Lisa Ormsby. She is your facilitator of the Mega Minis. She's going to be your coach. She's going to help talk you off the ledge. She's going to help you with your points. A very, very, very important part of Mega. Mega would not be the same without both Lisa and I doing this together. It is a group effort. We both put our hearts and souls into this. So Mega Mini Extraordinaire Lisa Ormsby.
Well, I just want to remind everybody, it's really helpful for you to, if you have not already, make sure you go to your agent hub and hit the join button if you are wanting to get credit for this class. And then some of you will only want credit for specific classes. That's totally fine. But if you want credit, I need to know that today, who's going to be moving forward. So make sure you hit that join button, and then Miguel will take care of the invoicing. What I'm looking for is every day I take a screenshot in the morning, the first hour, and then I'm watching all day long. And then at the end, to make sure that you're all still here for that credit. If your videos are off, you are not getting credit. It's that simple. So if it's off for a moment, that's okay. You can Teams me, or you can put it in the chat, and that's fine. But it's just like any other class out there. You have to, it's as if you're in person and you're not on your phone, you're not driving. I'm okay if you're a passenger and you're traveling to get back to your computer, no problem. But you've got to be present and able to connect with the small groups, the groups that Jack will be putting you into, and so on. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Also, make sure your name is obvious, because there's one person in here that says guest two. I have no idea who you are, and your video's not on, for example. Microphones, I'm gonna watch that every so often. Somebody forgets and they put their microphone on, and then the kids come in, or the dog's barking or whatever, and we try to get really quick to shut it off. But just try to remember to turn your microphone off when you're not speaking. So those are just the housekeeping rules that are going to help me. And then tomorrow in Mega Minis, we'll talk about all the other little back end stuff that will be helpful for you.
Yep. So we have made some changes recently to our calendar on your .me. So if you go to realtytexas.me and you type in MEGA 16, it will limit the calendar to just the MEGA 16 items. And you may see that you might not be enrolled. If it says going, you enrolled in that class, but these are 12 different classes and you have to enroll in each one. And so when you click join to join the class, it's going to bring up this pop-up box, and you can enroll as a free guest or you can enroll and pay. If you enroll and pay, it's going to charge your credit card $20 and you will get the 8-hour CE credit from TREC regarding this class. Remember, this entire series has 84 hours of CE. Someday, when you go and get your broker's license, you're going to wish you had this 84 hours. But more importantly, if you get these hours, don't think for a second that agents don't go and check you out when they're doing a transaction with you and Googled you to see how much education you have. In fact, most agents, one of the first things they do when they're working opposite you is they go to see how many hours, if you're a new agent, how long you've been in the business, what classes have you taken. And so this is going to, especially those agents who know, they're going to see this and they're going to be very impressed. So this is
A
very,
lot of
very...
them look at your real estate license number to see how long you've been in the business.
They look at that and they look at the number of education and how much education you've taken, Warren. So all of those things. And so I highly recommend that you do pay because you do and get the hours. But again, it's not a requirement. Mega is absolutely free. You do not have to get the CE hours. You can graduate and not have the CE hours. But you need to do this for every single one of the 12 courses, each one, because they're all separate. Each one of these is registered with TREC. We're TREC approved for each one, including this class. We're TREC approved for credit for each one of these classes standalone. So sometimes people jump in. I can promise you that during our bulletproof contracts class that we're teaching on the 25th, that we'll have probably 75 people, if not more, because people from other megas will jump in again to go through the contract because they want to spend that time, and they may even pay again to get the credit even again, because you can take the class more than once. So like Lisa was saying, please go ahead and make sure that you are here, and it says going for you if you intend to take these classes, but whether or not you pay or not, that is a decision that only you can make.
Hey, Jack, if we already joined, but we hadn't paid, but want to go back and make sure that we're getting CE credit, is there a way for us to go back and enroll under the pay format?
Yep. So there is only one way, and let me show you what that way would be. It would, if you're going to click the open button, and then up here where it says leave, click the leave button, go back to the calendar, join again, and then click the pay button. Yep. And then you'll see here when you open up that particular day, whether or not you've paid and whether you're going. And so you can see the agents who have paid, Jimmy has paid, etc. Okay, good questions. Right before break, oh, Yana, I see your hand up. Hello.
Yes, hi. I have a question. If I jump in the Mega through the email you send it to me, do it still like I'm here participate, right? Or I have to go to the...
So Our systems will track that you actually took the class if you enroll, so that helps Lisa know who's here. So if you clicked the link from the email, that will put you in class, but we would also like you to go to the calendar and click that going button so that historically we know that you were here and that we can track you that way. Good question.
Okay, and if I don't want to pay, then how I gonna log in as guest?
Yep, when you click the going button, when you click join, there's two buttons. One that says enroll as free guest, and the other one is pay. Just click the enroll as free guest, and you will be enrolled in the class for no charge.
Okay, and it's still gonna be my name on the class, right?
Yep, exactly right. No different.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. But you will not get credit. You will not show on TREC that you took these classes, and the rest of the world will never know that you took them. And later, when you're renewing your license, you may wish you had these hours. Gabriel and Lewis, you're up.
Hey, Jack, it's not so much of a question, it's just more of me being blind. Is there any way you can minimize that little side window of the slides to make our screen a little bigger on our end?
You can download the PDF from the Learning Center, and you can follow along the PDF you would like. But that's the way that I track where I am and going back and forth, because sometimes I have to go forwards and backwards through the class, and so that's essential for me.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you.
Lewis, I see your hand up.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So just to double check, I'm looking at the paid and going yes. How do I say it? I want to pay for it, and I got my card on file. It's just automatically going to charge us, right?
That's right. Exactly right.
Cool. Cool.
One
That's
and
good stuff.
done. Yep. Good.
Thank you.
So, all right, we are officially back. We're going to take our next break at 10:30. We're going to be doing half-hour breaks, breaks on the half hour rather. But we're still going through what I call the class compulsories. We spent about 2 hours on this, where we actually haven't even started our mega series yet. We're still talking about meta talking, really, about the class, what to expect, the class rules, the points, all of the structure of Mega, and we're not done with it yet. As you can see here, we've got about 4 more slides before we actually do that. But I am going to go ahead, like I promised a moment ago, and I'm going to put you into groups. So for those of you who don't have the slides, when I put you into groups, you will no longer be able to see my screen. You won't be able to see these slides. When I put you into groups, I'm going to need somebody to have access where they can share their screen, or all of you just have a copy of your own PDF here, because I want you to read these in your groups. But first, I'm going to ask for a couple of readers. We're going to read it as a class so you hear it the first time. And what we're doing now is I want you to hear a couple different options of a value proposition of what one may sound like. Then I'm going to put you in groups after you've heard it, and then I want you to read it to your class a couple times. I want you to get more familiar with, if someone says, "Why should I hire you?" what exactly it is that one sounds like. So would someone read their hand, raise their hand and be willing to read option 1? Sherry, would you read option 1 for the class?
Hi. So, when you hired me, you're not just getting an agent, you gain a full team with over 100 years of combined experience. That means every detail is covered, every challenge anticipated, and nothing get missed.
Thank you, Sherry. Exactly right. So when you hire me, you're not just getting an agent. You're getting a team of people with over 100 years of combined experience. That means every detail is covered, every challenge anticipated, and nothing gets missed. You can say it with passion, you can say it with power, you can say it with strength, you can say it, all the different ways, but you have to find your way. You have to find your voice in all of this. But it also has to be authentically you. And so sometimes when we do these value propositions and we do these scripts, when we put you in groups, and we're going to do this on next Tuesday, you're going to be actually in groups talking about your value proposition. You're going to hear a lot of words. You're going to hear everyone working on their vision statements together and their value statements together. and I'm going to give you the top 20 words used in vision and value statements. And so sometimes hearing those words helps you start crafting. Oh, that's a good word. Yes, that paints a huge picture for me. That's what I was looking for. It helps you craft it so that you have it at the ready for your value proposition, and if someone asks you why they should hire you. And then it also helps you put together your vision statement and your value statement. And in your realtytexas.me, you have a mission statement field that you fill out, and that mission statement shows up on your website. And every person who goes and visits your website, they can see what your mission is. What is your why? What problem are you trying to address? What do they get when they hire you? What does it mean to hire you as an agent? What should they expect? And mission statement is important. I require a mission statement of every trade that I work with. I ask my lenders, my title companies, what's your mission statement? Why are you in business? What do I expect to get when working with you? And are you true to your mission? And if they fail in their mission, and I was anticipating that they were going to deliver that mission, I tell them, hey, you're way off mission here. This is not at all what I'm expecting from you guys. So either your mission is inauthentic or you've fallen off track. So we have to have a mission purposeful, that is well thought out, that's true to who we are, and we're going to again dive deep on that later. So we've done option 1. Thank you, Sherry. Raise your hand for someone to read option 2? Corby.
With the full backing of Realty Texas systems and staff, I'm free to focus entirely on you. That means no guesswork, no delays, just sharp execution and reliable results from start to finish.
Thank you, Corby. Excellent. Would someone raise your hand for option 3? Kyle.
I've dedicated my career to mastering this craft because real estate isn't just about what I do, it's who I am. My role is to guide you with clarity, protect your interest, and deliver service so personal and capable you'll never want to work with anyone else.
Awesome. Thank you. Option 4. Kelly.
Real estate is my passion, but my greatest gift is sharing it. I bring focus, heart, and hard-earned experience to every transaction, so you feel confident, cared for, and fully supported every step of the way.
Thank you. Now we're going to get a little bit longer. Option 5, who would be willing to read? Wells, thank you. And Lewis, you're going to do option 6. So Wells, option 5, and Lewis, option 6. But Wells, you're
Let
on
me
mute.
unmute. Sorry.
It's
As
okay.
a real estate agent in Austin, Texas, my commitment is that I will anticipate your needs, look out for your best interests, and always put you first. When you work with me, you can trust that you are getting a dedicated and experienced professional who is focused, reliable, and proven. Guiding my clients through their real estate transactions is something that I love, and ensuring every one of my clients gets my very best is my promise.
Thank you. Excellent. That sounded authentic. And Lewis, you're up, number 6.
As a real estate agent in Austin, Texas, my commitment is to anticipate your needs, protect your best interests, and always put you first. I'm new, so 0 years of experience, I have dedicated myself to mastering my craft, becoming the most knowledgeable, caring, respectful, and capable agent you can find. Guiding my clients through their real estate journey is my passion. I love what I do, and I ensure that each client receives my very best. My goal is to deliver a level of service that is personal, authentic, and exceeds your expectations. Whether challenges arise, I am prepared to expertly guide you with grace, wisdom, and experience to ensure your goals are met, your expectations exceed, and that you are impressed by the services I provide, that you make me your real estate agent pro for life.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, so we've got some shorter ones, some longer ones, some have more substance, but option 7 is make your own, a combination of all of them. It shouldn't be more than about 9-10 seconds, something like that, which maybe even as much as 15, 20 seconds. But it's not supposed to be a monologue. It's not supposed to be a speech. It's supposed to be impactful that takes away anyone's fear or apprehension in using you in the first place. And I can promise you three things. Your clients are looking for someone who they trust their ability, they trust their commitment, and they trust their ethics. Ability, commitment, and ethics. You'll hear this 1,000 times from me before we are done with this mega module, this MEGA-16. You have to figure out, as soon as practical in a transaction and meeting a client, that they have no concerns about your ability. Now, if you're a brand new agent with 0 years of experience, that's okay. One of the value propositions for a brand new agent is, you know what, there's a lot of changes that have happened in the last 3 years, and there's a lot of agents trying to wrap their head around the practice changes because they're still stuck in how it used to be. I'm not muddled up with all that stuff from the past. I went to school, I came out, and this is how it's always been for me, so I totally get it. That's a value proposition. How you convey that without throwing all the other agents under the bus is your magic to have happen. But another one is, you know, as a new agent, what you get with me is you get my entire management team who's overlooking every single thing I do to make sure that our I's are dotted and T's are crossed. So I am a licensed agent. I do have a license, and I have an entire management team that has over 100 years of experience. So not only do you get me, but you get my entire management team, and that's pretty incredible. That's a value proposition that no one is going to balk at that. They're going to be like, okay, cool, let's do this. You're going to have very few people balk at that. But the thing is that's not true at every company, because not every company has a management team that's actually supervising and watching what their agents actually do. So your value proposition is a huge project in Mega. It's one of the cornerstones of what we're doing here in this entire series of you understanding your why. That's going to take a lot of self-reflective time, a lot of deep thought, being introspective, talking with your family, talking with other colleagues, and taking out a pen and paper and start really getting your thoughts down about what does it mean to you to be a real estate agent. And we're going to talk about that when we get back from our first break. Here is our MEGA-15 UVP watch party. What does this mean? Well, you actually get recorded. And so when you see this, every single MEGA-15 that happened in January 30th, every single one of our agents who were in MEGA-15.
I will be there to guide you through every step of the way and answer any
You
questions
can
that
go.
may
I'm
have.
going to put this in the
Realty
chat.
Texas, we treat.
But here
Austin
is
market for over 10 years.
there's Phyllis actually.
Professional and a woman who
Oh.
understands the uniqueness.
I'm going to put this in the chat. You
I'm
can watch
So I will be
all of the value propositions from the MEGA-15 who just came before you in January. This is them standing in front of the entire class, bringing with them their nerves and all of that to share with the class what their value proposition is. And that takes a lot of guts. That takes someone who's willing to put themselves in a vulnerable situation for the betterment of their career and for the future, their promise of preparing and had put the study in where they went home, put the words together, understood the words, and then came in front of the class and did them. Now, why do I want you guys to stand in front of the class and do them here? Well, because I want you to be as uncomfortable as possible. Because at this point, when you walk away from that, it'll never be as stressful as this. When you're standing in front of one person, and talking to that one person about your value proposition, person to person, that's going to be easy now because you stood up in front of your entire class and did it. So if you can do something more painful, everything else is going to be a walk in the park. So this is going to be great. This is going to change your life forever. I promise. I know it seems a little daunting, but it is well worth it. And I've done it. Lisa's done it. All of our Mega Valedictorians done it, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Mega students before you have done it. So can you. One of my favorite sayings in Mega, which we're about to say in a moment, is if they can do it, so can I. I want you to say that for the first time together as a group. If they can do it, so can I. Let's
If
say
they
it.
can do it, so can I.
If they can do it, so can I.
Can I?
If
they
can do it, so can I.
So can I.
Do it, so can
Can
I.
do it.
If they
So
can
can
do
I.
it, so can I.
Me too.
Exactly right. And we're going to scream this in a moment, actually, in about 30 minutes from now on a whole different topic. But we're going to scream it from the rooftops. Okay, so as you know, this is a TREC approved class. This is our approval here from TREC. This is the official start of class. Every single mega that we begin, the first hour is going to be a recap of the prior mega. And some things that I really want as a takeaway to double down on, and then we begin the class. And we always remind you on this particular slide of how important it is that we see your face, that your video is on, that you're participating, that you're not in a vehicle. TREC does not like us being in a car and taking education. They will and can stop me in the future from ever teaching classes again if I am not creating the structure and facilitating the class within the parameters that TREC allows me to teach classes. And one of those parameters is that we don't allow our students to be driving in a car or a passenger in a vehicle. So if you're in a car and you jump into this class and we see you, you are putting my ability to teach at risk in the future. So please don't put me in that position, because Lisa is watching like a hawk to make sure that that doesn't happen, and you will notice that you will be ejected from the class and you're trying to get back in, and you won't be able to get back in because you will have been blocked from coming into class because you put the company's ability to teach in jeopardy. So don't be in a car. It's illegal. We're talking about now Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act. Their education in the 89th, 88th legislature passed laws that says you cannot take education from a vehicle. And so that's part of our Texas legislature rules. How many of you have heard of Paul Harvey? So Paul Harvey was a guy in the 80s and 90s who had a great show. Very cool guy. Had a very memorable voice. It's been a while. He's since passed, but we're going to hear a little bit about, and we're going to hear from Paul Harvey about what it is to be a real estate agent. This is just for fun, but I want you all to hear it. Let's go. Let's listen to Paul Harvey.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a realtor. God said, I need somebody that will get up before dawn with the dedication of the sun, risk time, energy, and investment for no salary or guarantee, work long hours on the street, prepare and deliver presentations, serve and attend to others' emergencies, then stay out past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a realtor. God needed somebody mentally tough that could wake up unemployed every day, yet gentle enough to have compassion for others. Someone that can build a bridge between people and technology. Someone to arrive home nightly in the dark to accommodate others' time, tell them, thank you for the opportunity, and mean it. So God made a realtor. God said, I need somebody that can sell like Carnegie, make contacts and write contracts, handle objections and deal with rejections, and who can finish her 40-hour week by Wednesday noon, then weary from contingencies and people's eccentricities and volatilities, put in another 40 hours and sacrifice a weekend too. So God made a realtor. God needed somebody that does not measure their work in hours, but by the satisfaction of their clients. Someone to handle emotions unemotionally, to meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same. God said, I need somebody strong enough to knock doors and be ignored, direct mail and email, run ads, deliver notepads, Yelp and blog and work like a dog, make calls and get up from falls, and who will stop her efforts when called upon to mend the broken spirit of a colleague or client. So God made a realtor. It had to be somebody who'd honor ethics and integrity and not cut corners, to keep their head when all about them are losing theirs, and trust themselves where others doubt. Someone that can hold on when there is nothing left inside except the will which says, hold on. Who'd laugh and then sigh and then respond with smiling eyes when her son says he wants to spend his life doing what mom does. So God made a realtor.
Being a real estate agent is a very noble craft. Being a realtor means you joined the National Association of Realtors, you paid your dues, and you subscribed to following the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics. There's a very big difference between being a realtor and being a real estate agent. Anyone who passes the exam and has an active license sponsored by a broker is a real estate agent. In the Texas canons, Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act, there is occupations codes. There is our fiduciary requirements, our ethical duties built into the License Act. There is a code of ethics built into the TREC rules. When you become a realtor, you subscribe to a higher level. We have a lot of ethics built into the License Act, but we also have ethics built into our NAR Code of Ethics in your being a subscriber or a member of the association. The member association has been around now for over 100 years. The Code of Ethics has been around for 100 years. There have been people who have been torchbearers of this ethics, people who've come before us, like Linda Conway, who was our manager from 2019 to 2020. She passed away during COVID. She had been in our profession for 20 years herself. I served with her on professional standards, on hearings. A huge, passionately torchbearer of the Code of Ethics and a champion of fair housing. So just know that you in real estate right now are jumping in. Maybe you've been in the business for a while or brand new, but where you are right now, you're representing all of those people who came before you. It is a very noble craft to help someone find home, to help put keys in their hands, to help get a roof over their head. It is a very noble craft. It is also true that salespeople make more money than any other profession in the entire world. You make more money as a salesperson than the doctors, than the lawyers, than the attorneys. More money. Now, in real estate, that is the apex sales job. It's the apex sales job because it has the highest numbers associated to it. Now, yes, there are huge machinery companies where you can make 5-6% selling a $3, $10, $15 million machine, and you'll sell maybe 2 of those machines a year, and it has a little bit higher dollar point than real estate. But still, they consider real estate the apex sales job. You have to know your craft. You have to be licensed to do this. And then more than anything, you have to find your clients, maintain those relationships, and get hired for the job. And the more you understand that you're a salesperson, and be proud that you're a salesperson, because it was a noble craft for many, many years. Something that I love hearing from Michael Potter was that his father, when he was alive, he was a salesman. And he sold security systems for a living. And he was proud to be a salesperson because he was born and he worked in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s at a time when people understood what a salesperson was. Since then, salespeople have gotten a bad rap. And I would agree that some salespeople have gotten a bad rap, but we have to ask what it is that we really do. And if it starts with helping people, of putting them first ahead of ourselves and helping them with whatever product that we have, it's very noble. We talked about the ability, the commitment, and the ethics a little while ago. So your clients, your customers deserve our very best. The agent that they're hiring for the biggest purchase of their lifetime should be skilled and should be competent. TREC requires us to be competent. TREC says that you must know this before you can transact a transaction without supervision. So we don't get to just go find a client and transact. We have to have someone mentor us and someone looking over our shoulder the first, the second, and the third time, according to TREC. As a broker, it is my job per TREC to supervise agents and to make sure that you're competent. There comes a point in which the broker has the legal authority to deem an agent competent to work without supervision. But that has been highly regulated and changed and modified over the last 5 years. I no longer have the authority to deem an agent competent unless they've closed a transaction 3 times. After they've closed a transaction 3 times, that's the point, the minimum requirements that I can deem an agent competent in order to close a transaction without supervision. And we get a lot of flack from agents who don't like this structure. They don't like that, there's this company requirements by TREC, and they think that because they have a license that they should be able to go do whatever they want. The thing is that we are licensed, and the Texas legislature and TREC both govern everything that we do through the TREC rules 538 and the License Act chapter 1101. When people come ask me a question regarding real estate, I grab my Vernon's annotated codes and I show them where they can find the answer in the law books, because we are, as a profession, sitting on regulatory requirements, duties that we have to perform for our clients. Some of them are ethical, some of them are contractual related, and some are provisional related disclosures inside of a transaction. But your ability is something that you will continue every year, every transaction, be adding to. I know that many of you have taken many, many classes from me, and you've heard me say this 1,000 times. The difference, we know the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing that it doesn't go in a fruit salad. The wisdom that you get from actually doing something is different than the knowledge that we get about doing it. Two very different things, which is why it's so powerful to have an instructor that has both the knowledge and the wisdom. Taking the knowledge into the street and see what actually works with clients. That doesn't exist out there. There are very few instructors out there that have closed at any meaningful level. You're going to continue increasing your ability by taking classes and being mentored by other real estate agents here at the company, and being supervised by myself and by Andrew and by Michael, who are our 3 managers here at the company. Your ability, if you don't have the competency, it just means you need to be with a mentor so that we don't have the blind leading the blind. It's not that you can't close a type of transaction. It's not, we're saying, no, you can't represent a buyer. It's that you got to hire a mentor, somebody in the company who has experience that we've deemed competent to be a mentor. Go to your mentors tab in the .me and hire that mentor. So your ability is number 1. And the consumer, they deserve getting someone who knows this craft. Most of us have purchased and sold a home before we got our real estate license, I'm guessing, or watched our family or know people who have. There is no shortage of complaints out there in the world of consumers who have been harmed by an agent who was not competent. An agent who jumped into a transaction far before they were ready, did not have supervision, and they made a muck of it. They made a mess of things. And we don't want that here at this company. Our mission statement here is that we are the best of the best, that we want to provide the very best buying, selling, and leasing services across the entire profession, period. Not number 2, number 1, the best, not second best. And that requires an entire buy-in from the entire company and every single agent, because we are only as good as our weakest link. And so that means that's why I personally teach this class. That's why I personally stop what I'm doing, because imagine what's on my desk: managing my recruiting team, managing my compliance team, managing the accounting department, managing the onboarding and offboarding of agents, being involved in our realtor organization, managing my entire tech team and all the rollouts that we have. All that I do, that's slamming on the brakes and spending an entire month teaching a master class. I do it because I know that ultimately that's going to help us with our mission of being number one. Because you hear from me, because culture comes from the top down, that you not only have the support of me, but through Mega, you will learn one very important fact as well. No matter what mess, we can fix it. The sooner you bring us the mess, the faster we can fix it. We are fixers. And I think Andrew and Michael both appreciate the level that I get into these things with them and help our agents fix the problems. They come to me every single day. What do we do? How do we handle this? And so you're getting the experience of me, even if you haven't spoken to me, because Andrew and Michael and I speak multiple times a day about everything that's going on. Nothing happens at this company that I don't know about. And so I am managing 400 people through my two managers, Michael and Andrew, and they're bringing me everything. We can handle it. There's nothing we can't handle as a management team. When you are a new agent and you don't have the competency, that's okay. You've got a team of people standing behind you. But if you're an experienced agent, we have a massive amount of training to help make you better. So the consumer deserves our best. Commitment. Commitment is something that you bring to the table. So how vested are you in the outcome of your client? How committed to the transaction are you? My litmus test is are you doing it at the same level that the consumer wants? The consumer wants someone who cares as much about the transaction as they care. And doing so with arm's length, meaning that they are not tied up to the drama, but they can professionally be arm's length to the transaction so they can represent you and not have themselves clouded with all of the emotional baggage. Because sometimes agents come in here they're so wrapped up in the transaction, their hair's on fire, they're just all fired up and they're angry and they're mad. And I stop them for a moment and I ask them, how did you get personally attached to this transaction? How did that happen? Where in this transaction did you lose your objectivity? Because part of being a professional is being arm's length. And sometimes agents, especially the yellow personality, thinks the more that I care is the more that I'm going to get involved in all of that drama. And the thing is they're hiring us for our objectivity and our advice to see clearly when they can't. We have to have a commitment, and our commitment needs to be as great as theirs without losing our objectivity. How many of you have ever been in a situation where you've been on the phone with someone? Maybe you're calling the bank. Maybe you're calling who knows what. And you explain something has gone wrong and you're trying to get them to fix it. And you get somebody on the phone and you explain what's happened. And it takes you 3 minutes to explain. And you're happy because they're not interrupting you and they're just giving you an opportunity to explain. And then after you explain it, one of the very first things out of their mouth was something that you just explained to them. And it tells you that they didn't hear a thing that you said. And then they transfer you to somebody else and it all starts over and you tell the whole story again. And somewhere along the path, all of a sudden, someone repeats to you, okay, so this happened and this happened. I get it. So this is what's going on. And you all of a sudden start realizing that this person understands you. They get you, but more importantly, they listen and they understand. And now they're going to say, but this isn't my department. I have to transfer you. And you're saying, no, no, no. I don't want you to go anywhere. Can you stay on the line with me and get somebody else on the phone? Because you have the capacity to listen to me and to understand what's going on, and nobody else at your firm does. Have you ever found yourself in that scenario? So have the buyers and sellers. And they're looking to you to be that person, to understand the story, to remember, to to have the solutions, to be the problem solver, to be able to take all the information that they just threw at you and put together a plan and remember it all, and you outpace them, and that you care as much about this transaction as they care. Because the moment they realize that moment that is so evidently clear that they have no questions about your commitment anymore, they feel safe with you. And when they feel safe with you, they relinquish control because they know that you know more and that you care more. And now they're going to let you guide them, but you have not earned the right to guide them until you've reached that point, which means we have to understand their story and what's going on and what their needs are. The last one is the ethics. They want to know more than anything that you're not going to lie to them and that you're looking out for them ahead of everyone else, including yourself. And sometimes when we're having conversations with clients, you'll hear them say, well, who is it that you're representing right now? If you hear your client say that, it means that they have concerns, that you're not looking out for their best interest, that you're trying to make maybe a win-win transaction in a negotiation situation. And sometimes in our effort to try to explain how the other side is handling things, that it may make your client feel like you're not actually negotiating for them as much as they would like. So I teach an RENE class. You're going to hear a lot about negotiations through MEGA, but there's an entire 8-hour day specific to that RENE designation. I highly recommend that you take it. The gist of it is 2 books that we're going to read together, as well as Be Hard on the Problem and Soft on the Person. If you anywhere in your DNA believes that being a good negotiator, if being a good negotiator means putting on the boxing gloves and beating up the opponent, if you believe anywhere that that exists, even a small portion of that exists, you need to take RE&E because none of that exists. When you negotiate with people, you have to be respected, listened to by everyone who you're negotiating with, which means they have to trust you as well. And that means when it comes to just general overall respect between human beings, that you have to be respectable. Not talk over them, not yell at them, not be condescending, not be a bully. All of those things that amateurs bring to negotiations, tear down negotiations, takes you away from your client's eventual ability to reach their goals and destroy transactions just out of spite sometimes. So hard on the problem, soft on the people. Your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. When you get these 3 things right, you're going to have a very successful career as a real estate agent because your clients are going to relinquish control to you, listen to your advice, and they're going to feel safe. What we can't do is jump into the role of making decisions for our clients. There has been a whole lot of conversation I've had in the last couple of weeks with agents that has surprised me. And I got a very nice Teams message from one of them that said, thank you so much for sharing with me what you just told me, because that has changed my perception on everything. She came to me and asked me a question. She was very upset with another agent who she felt was not being fair to her client. And it was about the listing agent asking the tenant agent to turn the utilities on before the lease started because the owner didn't want to, and they hadn't signed the lease yet. And the agent was saying, that's not fair. No, why would you make my client do that? That's not fair. They need to do that themselves. And they came to me and they said, why are they making my client do this? And I said, stop. Have you talked to your client about this? Well, no. So you're negotiating right now for your client, but you haven't actually talked to your client? Your client might be fine with this. You don't get to make decisions and talk about what's fair. You when you're on the phone with another agent and they ask you something of your client, you say, and it begins and ends with, let me take that to my client, have a conversation with them, and let me get right back to you. It's not, that's not fair. My client's never going to agree to this. We don't get to be that person. That is not a real estate agent. That's actually an attorney, and you're practicing law because you're making decisions for your clients. That's not what we do. We assimilate information, collect information, give that information to our clients, give our clients all the options and what we think which paths are ahead of them and which ones lead to a good place and a bad place, and give them our opinion, and then they make the decision. And then we go communicate the decision that they made back to the other side. This is not HDTV. where you see these agents on TV negotiating over the phone with each other. It is not how it works. It's make believe. So the correct answer is, oh, so you want my client to turn on the utilities before the lease even begins? Yes. All right, let me take that to my client. I'm not sure how they're going to react, but let me take it to them. And then this is what they're asking of you. And then let your client decide. And maybe we shouldn't, be bringing the fire, but this is so unfair of them to ask you this and screaming and yelling. They're asking that you turn on the utilities 3 days before closing because the owner doesn't want to switch the utilities in their own name for 3 days. So that's what they're asking. Do you have a problem with that? Because, technically that's not something they can require of you, but I think that it's probably something that's going to create a lot of goodwill between you and the owner moving forward. Okay, but it's not for us to say. Ability, commitment, and ethics. Part of your ethics is making sure that you understand the beginning and the end of negotiations and how we advise our clients. We don't make decisions. Instead, we compile information, take it to our client, and then advise them and let them make a decision. Does that make sense? Anybody have any questions regarding that very important topic that we seem to get wrong a lot in our profession? Not a single person has a single question about that. Okay.
Actually, I guess my question would be, since we since it's a negotiation, how do we show to our client that we are representing their best interest if we are not actively beating up the other side, right? Because they might think that us not aggressively negotiating would be us not doing our best to represent their interests, because buyers want to buy for cheap and sellers want to sell for high, right? So
when the agent puts on the boxing gloves and start beating up the other side, most of the time the transaction falls apart and your client didn't get to the closing table at all, number one. Number two, if we as agents are the one who's upset, it means we're not listening and we're not being grounded and we're not being solutions providers. We can't force the other side to do anything, but all we can do is compel. And the very best way that you can compel is by being compelling, not being angry or being a bully. There's a lot of people who feel like when the agent on the other side is being so unfair that they're just like, let's just find some other property to buy. So when we represent our seller, we are trying to keep that deal together and trying to get them to the closing table, because especially right now, you've got maybe a buyer who's shown a property, and the very best thing in the world you want is that buyer to buy that property for your seller. And so we have to be very respectful of the people involved and understand that they get to be respected, and we're going to respect them. We're not going to be angry with them and be condescending or be a bully or
well,
be a jerk.
I guess let me clarify. It's not that I believe that beating up the other side is good. What I'm trying to
I
say
understand,
is,
Charlie.
without doing that, how do we show our client that we're doing our best to negotiate?
I'm getting there, but I'm just starting from the beginning. It starts with being respectful and creating a level playing field of everyone being respectful and being respectful of each other and listening to each other. And then once you have created this atmosphere of respect, that's when you can get more things done. I just had a transaction where I was able to get the listing agent to replace the siding on the entire home. And I knew that she was the one that was going to have to sell that to her seller. And if I didn't have her buy in on it, it would have never made it to the seller. Because no matter what we think, we're dealing with an agent who's communicating with the seller. That agent might be brand new. They might be in the business for 10 years. They might be an agent who's not following the rules and they are negotiating. And I'm actually negotiating with that agent who's going to bring a prepackaged negotiated deal to her seller for the first time after she or he has negotiated it for me. So I know that I have to build a relationship with that agent, and I have to communicate with that agent, and I need to get what I need to get out of that agent. So it starts with the relationship. Then it's taking back to your client. Let's do a CMA. Let's find out what this property is worth so you have an understanding of what we're dealing with in terms of the numbers here. Now, what makes sense? Then it's okay. BATNA, whoever has the best alternative for a negotiated plan B is going to win in negotiations. Whoever cares less about the outcome is going to win, because if I've got another property that I saw today and both of them were A pluses, and I said, you know what, this one's kind of nice, let's go with this one, but if it doesn't work out, I like the other one just as better. Then that first one, who has the upper hand in those negotiations? Clearly, the buyer agent with a client who's got a plan B. The seller, right now, who's been on the market for 30 days, they don't have a plan B. And that listing agent, that seller is calling them every Friday or twice a week. What's going on with my home? How come it's not under contract yet? Where's all these buyers that you told me were going to be there? And there are none. And now you have a showing and you're starting to negotiate. Very last thing we want to do is send those people down the river and to this other property and get them under that because of the relationship that was created of hostility between the agent. So I can't tell you how important it is that you get your outcome based on the relationship that you create with the other agent by using that as partly as leverage. But how do we show our clients that we're advocating for them? That's all in communication. All of it is in communication. Sometimes I share text messages with them. Sometimes I share the actual video recording of everything that's going on in that transaction and the communication that's going on so that they understand. Because the buyer and the seller understand that there is no such thing as dictated terms. That doesn't exist in real estate. It's negotiations, which means it's give and take. Some of what seller needs this close date, buyer needs this price, can we work that out? But if we don't care what the seller wants, we're just going to hit a freight train him head on, and you take all of our terms as is, and this is it, and just it's not going to work. So communication, number one, creating an atmosphere of trust where they feel like they can trust you and that the information that they're talking to you about is actually making it back to the client and that you're a facilitator. That's also very important. We're going to dig deeper than this, Charlie. I'm giving you off the cuff first layer. We've barely pulled the onion back. But the first thing that I have to get all the agents over is that negotiations is not the boxing gloves. It's actually a very, very soft finesse. And so the best negotiators are the ones that are going to be the kindest. Hostage negotiator is the type of training that we're going to be taking you through. Harvard Law has the School of Negotiation. Two hostage negotiators in the FBI and CIA created a book. Two books, actually. I'm going to take you through both of those books. Getting to Yes is one of them. And we have a book club here at Realty Texas where we go through 12 books a year. Andrew has taken you guys through some of these books, and two of them I ask that you read before you take my RE&E class. So that you've read two books, then you've gone to my RE&E class, and you come out the other side, and you will be a master negotiator. It's not going to be a master negotiator in 5 minutes, a mega one. It's going to take all of that work. But first, it's so important to understand what it's not more than what it is. In real estate, you've got every force against you as a professional. Everything from the market to what the market is favoring. Our effort has to be greater than the force. There's over 1.2 million real estate agents, technically realtors. There's 1.2 many. I like that. That's even more accurate. There's 1.2 million realtors across the nation. There's over 165,000 Texas realtors. That's an army of realtors. There are more realtors in the United States than in all of our armed services combined. We literally have an army of realtors. So that means it's a very competitive space. How do you negotiate your fee when you know that there's 10 agents behind you that are willing to do it for half a point? How do you have those conversations? And how do you stand on your own 2 feet and feel secure in your craft? How you be confident in your negotiations and never discount your commissions ever and never lose business because you did it. That's what I'm going to teach you. And that's the most important thing that you can walk away with, because most people come into real estate with a mindset that is so far from abundance that if I were to even say it's a minimalistic mindset, or it would be an understatement, because oftentimes they come into the market saying, wait, I can just offer part of my commission back and everyone will choose me. Because that new agent doesn't understand the business. They don't understand their value yet. And they think that the value is the commission, in giving that commission back to the principal, that is their buyer, that is their value. And that's how they're going to get hired. And I can show you how that's absolutely false. The agents who do the most business never reduce their commission. And that 5% of agents share in 95% of the business, and they don't reduce their commission at all. And 95% of agents share in 5% of the business, and most all of them are discounting their commission. What does that tell you? That 5% of agents own 95% of our market share, and they don't reduce anything. And 95% of our agents are all competing with 5% of the market share, and they're trying to throw each other under the bus for it. It's that we have a split between the professionals and the people who know this business and the people who don't. Real estate, nearly everyone involved in the transaction is looking for a reason to say no to the transaction. When you're in a transaction, everyone is looking to say no to your client. The lender, their fiduciary duty is to their employer. They're looking for any reason to decline the borrower. They're looking for reasons to decline the borrower. That's what the underwriter does. The underwriter is looking for anything that can cause liability to their financial institution. So they're looking for a reason to say no. They're not looking for reasons to say yes. They're looking for reasons to say no. The title company is looking for reasons to say no. The inspector is looking for reasons to say no. The appraiser is looking for reasons to say no. But the only two people that are in this transaction for your client is you and your broker, period. That we are trying to be solutions oriented. I liken us to the conductor of an orchestra. Our job as the conductor of the orchestra is to make sure that every single person that is part of that orchestra is in tune and doing their job and going along with the entire symphony. And when it's right, it's right. And when it's wrong, it's wrong. So your job is to find the weakest link, because the weakest link in every single transaction is what's going to make it fall apart, which means you need to be communicating with everyone continually. You need to know what the title company is doing. You need to know what the inspector is doing. You need to know what the lender is doing. You need to know what the underwriter is doing. You need to know what your client's doing. This is massive amounts of communication. Your biggest responsibility in the transaction is to make sure everyone is doing their respective jobs and they're doing it well, including yourself. This means you proactively have to be rooting out the problems from the onset, from the very beginning. One of the things that you're looking for in the very beginning of the whole thing is your client themselves. Are they ready? Are they willing? And are they able? And you have to figure that out. And when you have a listing, you have to figure out, is this sellable listing? I'm going to get with a title company. We're going to pull title, make sure there's not liens or some reason that makes this an unsellable listing. It starts from the very beginning, where we're trying to look at this whole scenario and build a path of success. Looking at the dotting the I's and crossing the T's, that is going to be you following the same set of business practices every single time, which is lists. When you work with a buyer, you're going to take them down the list. When you're working with the seller, you're going to take them down the list and make sure you don't miss anything. And sometimes we don't even know what to look for. That is what the mentor is there to help you with, and why we have lists for you when you're working with a buyer or you're working with a seller, to make sure that nothing gets missed. But your job as a professional, just off the cuff, is to, on the very beginning, prove your ability, your commitment, your ethics. We are going to push through to lunch. It's 11:39. We've got 10 more minutes before your lunch. Then we're going to do our 1 hour lunch. Lisa, do you have anything before? Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
So tomorrow I have an appointment at 5. At what time does the class end?
Okay, that is a really great question for Lisa. Tomorrow is your Mega Mini. So tomorrow is noon to 1:30. any questions about Mega Minis, please Teams Lisa so that she can help you with that. Any questions regarding that? But because she's wanting to make sure who's going to be there, so please let her know as well. That's
Okay.
helpful.
So we
Okay.
attend both then,
Yes,
correct? Okay.
Yep, exactly right. Okay. There is a difference between a good salesperson and a bad salesperson. What do you think? What does the word salesperson mean to you?
Is
Someone
someone,
trying to sell something.
Okay.
yeah.
I like that, Jeff. Brandon.
I think a good salesperson is an individual who understands their product or service and can relay that over to their customer / client.
Okay. So I'm going to change your opinion of that. I'm going to change your opinion of that because what Jeff said was right on the nose. A salesperson is their ability to sell, period. That's what a salesperson does, their ability to sell. If you don't have any clients, you're not a good salesperson. That doesn't mean you're a bad real estate agent. There are really good real estate agents who have no clients because it means they're a bad salesperson because they don't know how to sell. They haven't been taught yet, but they know the business inside and out. And by the way, there are really good salespeople who are really bad real estate agents because they are really, really good at selling themselves. So this word salesperson, I want to differentiate that between real estate agent, because when I use words because that word matters. Salesperson is your ability to get hired by a client, period, because the product that you sell is your services. So when you get hired as a salesperson, it's because they signed a representation agreement with the firm, that you bound them to the firm through the representation agreement, which means that as a salesperson, you had the ability to create enough trust with them for them to hire you for the job. It begins and ends with that, nothing else. Now, good and bad real estate agent, that's a whole different topic entirely. We're going to be talking about the difference. Here's the story, and we're going to talk about this before and after. And when we get back from lunch, I'm going to ask each of you a question, which a lot of you already put in teams from the question that I asked on Friday, which is, why'd you get in the business? Because I need you thinking about that because I want to hear from you. We thought this person on the left, big eyes, big smile, dreams. I'm going to get my real estate license. I'm going to make millions of dollars. I'm going to have financial freedom. You're already thinking about how you're going to spend all that money, the house you're going to pay off, the cars, the kids' college, all of the dreams that we have in getting in the business. And then you get your real estate license. You're like, okay, finally. I taught at Champions for a really long time. Unfortunately, I don't have time anymore to teach at Champions, but I enjoy the heck out of it. But the one thing that I learned from teaching at Champions is that everybody who gets into real estate is going to be a millionaire. There's not a single person in that room that's not going to be a millionaire. Everyone is. In a profession that has a 95% washout rate. 10% of the agents stick around. So somewhere between 5 and 10%. So 90% washout rate. They believed in themselves. They were going to do it. They went and believed in themselves so much that what was holding them back from being a millionaire wasn't prospecting. It was they didn't have a license yet. And that was the only thing holding them back, was to get the license. And once they go past that test, bam, they're going to be the next millionaire. They're going to get hired by a brokerage. They're going to have their phones is going to start exploding, and they're going to be working with buyers and sellers. And if I only close one a month, it's 30,000, right? So that's great. If I close two at 60,000, I'm making 60,000 a month. Of course, I'm going to quit my job because I am going to go sell $1 million homes. Then they get their real estate license, and then boom, the very first doubt started. They get their license, and then they think, now what? It wasn't about the license anymore because all you needed was the license, but now you have the license and that's not an obstacle in the way anymore. So the only obstacle that most salespeople have when they are in pre-license, the only obstacle is the license. But once the obstacle of the license moving out of the way, what becomes the next obstacle? I want to hear from you. What is the next obstacle once it's not the license anymore?
Getting clients. For me, it was learning all the different programs, how to market myself on my own,
Find
how
clients.
how to sound confident when I hadn't even closed anything yet.
Okay.
Everything. It was so much. It was actually so heavy because it almost seems like you're alone doing it all. You have to do 4, 5, 6 different things just to get your first deal.
That's right. And if you're doing it on your own because you don't have the support of the team behind you, then you're gonna feel alone because you're completely on your own and no one is showing you how to do it. And why would someone show you how to do it? Why would someone help you become a millionaire? Why would they do that? They would have to have a vested interest in that. So here it is, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, all the dreams in the world. All I need is my license. Got the license, and then the next day, you got the license in the hand, and now it's not about the license anymore. And then now the bills start coming in. The weight of the world starts getting in. The phone is not ringing, and then you're sitting there feeling completely discouraged and thinking, okay, this dream I had has just bust. I guess now it's time for me to go get a job. You are in the greatest country in the world for real estate. You're in the greatest state in the nation for real estate. And you're in the greatest markets in Texas for real estate. At a time where we have the highest sales prices of any time before, we have more than 60,000 transactions happening so far this year alone in the state of Texas. And 5% of the agents doing 95% of the business. And a lot of those agents have been in the business less than 3 years, by the way. I'm going to show you how many agents who have been in the business less than a year have already made 100, 200, 500, $1 million in 2025 already. And there's nothing that they possess that you don't possess, other than the skill set of knowing that you're a salesperson and going out there and selling and getting hired to do the job. We can teach you how to do real estate. That's the last thing you should be worried about. The last thing that any of you should be worried about is how to conduct a real estate transaction, because that is what your management team is for. That is what your manager is for and your mentor is for. What you should be focusing on is doing and being the sales force and getting out there with people and getting hired to do the job. And if you don't know how to get hired to do the job, then you need training on that aspect. But if you think that learning how to be an expert real estate agent is what you need to do before you get hired, you will never get hired because there's the cart before the horse. You need the salesperson training first so that you know how to have a conversation with a client about getting yourself hired, because first you have to get hired before you can even perform any real estate related services so that you don't become discouraged like this person is. Can you identify with this person over here? Any of you? The person all the way to the right.
Me, absolutely. Last night, I torment myself because I know I can do so much better.
We know that we have it. We know that greatness is inside us. We know that we can do this. We've seen other people who maybe have half the intelligence that we have, half the grit that we have out there selling, making massive amounts of money, but they're doing it and we don't. That makes us angry. It makes us feel defeated. It makes us feel like we're not good enough. And then that takes away from our one thing, which is our confidence. I'm going to restore the confidence. That's my job, is to make you feel confident and take you back to this person that you were before you started feeling defeated, because I am going to force you to be a salesperson and not a real estate agent. Because salespeople is who makes money. Closing a transaction is easy. Everyone can do that. That's why you got your license in the first place, because you saw what your agent did and you said to yourself, well, if they can do it, so can I. It's all about being a salesperson. It's about selling. We're going to put you in a group breakout session when we get back from lunch, and I'm going to ask you the question, out of all the careers, out of all the professions, why did you choose real estate? Why did you get a real estate license? You could have gone to work at a food bank. You could have went to work for Dell. You could have got a job at Apple. You could have got a job at Uber. You could, I mean, there's a million jobs out there. Going back to school and been a school teacher. You could be a nurse. You could be a physical therapist. You could be an occupational therapist. You could be an attorney. Out of all the things, why real estate? How many of you got in real estate because you realized that you could make more money in real estate than anywhere else? Okay. How many of you feel that you feel guilty for saying that? Lizette says maybe a little bit. Seriously, raise your hand. How many of you feel if I asked you why'd you get in real estate and if you said for the money, you would feel like people are going to look down upon you as someone who doesn't care because you got your real estate license to make money?
I do occasionally.
Okay.
I mean, for me, the money is one thing. I got an it's something that I really like, but sometimes I feel like discouraged. I mean, I ask myself if I made the right choice. But I said it's all about getting be experienced, know what you're doing, connect with people. It's all about that.
There's a lot of professions that you can connect with people. There's a lot of professions that you can help people. I mean, what's interesting is most of the time when I ask this question, why'd you get your real estate license? People will say, oh, I like to help people. So then my first response is, oh, so you like to only help people with a FICO score greater than 620. That's
I
why you
mean,
got you.
you can help people almost like you can work at the hospital to help people. You can work somewhere else to help people.
That's right.
I think also for me it's a great career, but I also like it. So sometimes I feel like I can have my freedom moving around. If I have a client, I help the client. We make an appointment, and then when I'm done with that client, I can go around, uh, do
Okay,
what.
Luckinson, I'm going to ask someone else a question. Lisa.
Me?
Lisa Ormsby.
Oh, okay.
She's trying to unmute. So, how is all that free time you have as a top producing real estate agent? Talk to me about your free time.
Okay, so it's all about time management, you guys. It's about getting into a groove and setting things on your calendar and sticking to it. Because honestly, I still do my business on the side, my referral business that I work really hard to set up. But I'm here every day at this office running the business alongside of Jack and support.
How many hours a week do you work?
Hours a week. Okay, well, I do 12-hour days at least every day.
Okay.
For brokerage, but not, and then on top, real estate.
So most real estate agents are working 12-hour days. Period. Most top producing real estate agents who are making $250,000 a year are not working 4 hours a day. Most of them are working a whole lot more than that. So this is what I hear all the time. I'm going to break, shatter, and argue my way through this until everyone has it crystal clear in their head. Because I've been doing this for 20 years. I've had thousands of people through my training programs, and it's always the same thing. I got my, yep.
There's 24 hours in a day. So really, if you're working 12 hours, you're only working half a day.
That's right. You got 12 more hours. What the heck are you doing being so lazy?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, that's when I do all my real estate is the other 10 hours a day so I can get my 2 hours of sleep.
So the importance of what I'm trying to walk away here is that you got your real estate license. It put you in a class of people that can make more money than anyone else. And this is not an inexpensive business to be in. You're going to have monthly fees. You're going to have MLS dues. You're going to have association fees. You're going to have license renewal. So there's education courses that you're going to have to take. You're going to have to pay mentors to learn the business. This isn't free. And right now, you're not earning healthcare benefits. You're not earning retirement benefits. You're not earning, and no one is withholding taxes. You have to pay your taxes. And so out of the money that you earn, you have to set aside for taxes, set aside for taxes, set aside for healthcare, set aside for business expenses. And so you must earn enough money to do all of those things in real estate. And a lot of people, when they got their license, in the back of their mind, one of the driving sources is, well, I can do this part-time. I can sell just one house a month. And that one house a month is going to earn me $30,000. I can a month. It is there is no difference in time effort selling one home a month versus selling 5 homes a month. There is no time difference between selling one home a month or selling 5 homes a month. Because the amount of time and energy that it took to find that first client is the same energy that it was going to take to find the rest, because you're going to have to call 100 people a month, which means you're going to have to show up every day and pick up the phone and start calling your spheres and finding your clients and prospecting, which means you're doing open houses on the weekends. You're contacting your spheres during the week. You're knocking on doors during the week, and you're hustling. You're going out there and hustling to find your clients. That's what's going to occupy 90% of your time. So if there was only one thing that you did 40 hours a week, just one thing, it would be non-stop prospecting to find your clients. If you're only working 2 hours a day because you want to do this part-time, you never had time to prospect to find a client in the first place, because it takes a massive amount of time to prospect to find your clients. The reason that 95% of agents share in 5% of the business is because 95% of the agents are not prospecting. They're not showing up every day and being a salesperson, doing both sales classes, but also doing sales themselves. How many of you have a dentist? Have you talked to your dentist about what they want to do with their real estate portfolios? If they're looking to buy or sell? How many of you have a minister or a priest? Have you talked to them about buying and selling real estate? How many of you have a brother and a sister and a mother and a father and cousins and third cousins and fourth cousins? Have you spoken to every single one of them about buying, selling, and leasing homes? So important. In the last 3 minutes, if you can't bring yourself to ask people for the business in real estate, if you can't bring yourself to ask your sister, your friends, ask them for their business, then you don't deserve it. And I know you'd be heartbroken if your sister or your friend chose someone else as your agent. But are you going by assumption that you got your real estate license, and because you have your real estate license, you deserve their business, so you don't even have to ask them? If you haven't asked them for the business, you don't deserve the business. How many have you asked? You've picked up the phone and you've called them all and you said, I'd really like to be a real estate agent. If when you're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, if you would let me be your realtor, it would mean the world to me. And then every single person that you know, you called them and said, I'd really like to be your real estate agent. I'd really like it if when you're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that you give me a shot. And by the way, when you hear people talking about real estate, if you'd refer them to me, that would mean the world to me. That is what being a salesperson is about. That is what this profession is being about, is picking up the phone and asking for the business. And until you've asked every single person that is in your entire phone's contact list, you haven't finished being a salesperson yet. So raise your hand and tell the class if you're the one person in class that has called every single person that you know and asked for the business. So let's do it the other way. And Belladonna, thank you for going to MEGA-16. I appreciate that. For the rest of you, how many of you have not yet finished calling every single person you know and ask them for the business? Raise your hand. If you're raising your hand right now, I'm glad you're in Mega, because doing this one thing is what your job is. The independent contractor agreement, which we're going to talk about, says in paragraph 6 on the very beginning that you as a salesperson will make best efforts to bring business into the company. Your job really is to bind the broker to transactions. You're the sales force. You are the company's sales force. Get up every single morning, do your yoga, jump into the morning huddle, and then go sell and get as many representation agreements assigned and put together as you can, and let your management team and your mentors walk you through walking the consumer through those transactions until you're competent and don't need them anymore and you're off on your own. But you know, 40 hours a week that you work, that is all about prospecting and finding the business. And once the light bulb comes on that I'm a salesperson, you got to go to the bathroom mirror and look at yourself and humble yourself and say, I want to be a millionaire and I'm proud to be a salesperson and I'm going to go sell. When we get back from our lunch, we are going to put you into groups and I'm going to have you guys talk to each other about what it is to be a salesperson a little bit more. And then we're going to talk about the sales books that you should be reading as a salesperson: Leadership, Getting to Yes, Never Split the Difference, The Obstacle is the Way, Atomic Habits, Extreme Ownership, Sell It Like Servant, and Fanatical Prospecting, which we, of course, here at the company have a book club. And these are leadership books that help you with sales 101. It is 12 o'clock. I'm going to release you for lunch. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. We're going to immediately start jumping into breakout sessions, and you'll have at least one breakout session or 4 breakout sessions at the end of this day, back to back. So lots of fun to come in the second half. I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes for those of you who might still have questions. But today is mindset. So remember, everything about today is mindset, which is why we're focusing on mindset so much. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock. And for those of you who have questions, stick around, ask me. I'm going to stick around until about 12:10.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Belladonna. And I see a couple hands. Who wants to go first?
So, Jack, I'll go since no one else wanted to speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as a new
Keep it
agent
open.
in a new entire area, and my sphere is drastically changed since a lot of people that I speak with are back in different areas, Dallas, Fort Worth area, so forth like that. Like, what would be your advice other than obviously making your phone calls and so forth like that to prospecting and gaining a little attraction with this?
Well, I want you to ask that question when we get back. I'm going to answer it, but then I want you to ask it when we get back into regular session, because we first have to identify what our sphere really is. And if you're asking that question, it means you've lost sight of what your sphere is. Your sphere is everyone that you know. Do you not like checks coming in the mail randomly? Because all of those people who are in Dallas, they need an agent. You know what it is to be a good agent, which means you can help them find a good agent. So I don't care if they're in the Bahamas, if they're in Mexico, if they're in California, if they're in Florida. You call everyone you know. And if they're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, you want them to call you so that you can help find them a rock star in their market. And so your sphere is much, much greater than you realize that it is, because there's people everywhere. So those people in Dallas, you contact them. Hey, when you're looking to buy, sell, lease a home, let me know, because I'm really well connected. And start building that sphere. We have a book called CRS, Certified Residential Specialist, and it is a phone book of all of the top producing best agents in the entire country. And they're right here. And so when you have someone who's looking for an agent, we go through the CRS and we help you find them one of the best in their marketplaces. And then you kind of just stay in touch with them through the transaction to see how things are going. Don't interfere with the transaction, but you stick with them through the transaction. And then you'll get a 20% referral fee. So you'll get a $4,000, $5,000 check when that transaction closes. And when they know someone's looking to move to Austin, of course you want them to refer them to you. But your sphere is everywhere.
Thanks for the answer.
Yeah.
I have a question. I
Yeah.
have to run, yes, I have to run to the housing office and I don't know how long it's gonna be because I have something I need to fix that. So can I, without turning on the camera, can I, like, I'm gonna listen to Jack and everything, but I'm not gonna be on the video.
Are you asking me, Yana, or are you asking Lisa?
I asking like anybody, you or Lisa, I don't know, because I have to go.
Yep, I understand. I'm going to tell you this. One of the very best things that we can do is try to leverage family or friends to help us with this kind of stuff, that you owe it to yourself to be as glued and attached to Mega as you possibly can. You're only going to get one opportunity to get through this class. So try to figure out who can help you with these things and schedule this stuff Tuesday morning or Thursday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon after or before your Mega Minis. Schedule yourself around this stuff, because the last thing you want to do is have a free masterclass where someone's going to teach you how to make $1 million in real estate, but then you don't manage your schedule right so that you're not here. So my recommendation is that you ask other people to figure out how you can be here. That's my recommendation.
Okay, I have a question. Every Monday the class during that 4 weeks, every Monday the class start from from 9 a.m. to 5, and then it's Wednesday is different. Wednesday and Friday is different.
You're asking me about the schedule, Luckinson?
Yes, I checked the schedule. I only have the email I have. I only have it the schedule for this week. But I'm just asking. It's every Monday. Every Monday, it's during the that
What
class
time? What time did you come to class today?
9 a.m.
Okay, so good. So then you were here this morning when I went through these slides. And these slides have the time schedules on them of exactly where to be and at what time. So this slide here, Mega weekly schedule, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from 12 to 1 lunch, and Mega mini schedules on Tuesdays and Thursdays from noon to 1:30. And then you have the list of everything that we're asking you to do right here, which includes the call-a-thon, which is the first and third Thursday, and then your weekly sales meeting. So if you print out these slides, everything that you need, Luckinson, is in the slides
Yeah,
for your time. And then if you have questions, get with Lisa on your Mega Mini on Tuesday morning.
I just don't have a pointer. That's why.
What's that, Luckinson? What don't you get?
I don't have a pointer, so I just can't put it.
You what?
I don't have a pointer. That's why I cannot put anything out right now.
Oh, where are you located?
I'm located in Houston, Texas.
Okay, we have a printer at our office in Houston. If I have a question, if you're in a transaction, and you need to print out a contract for a client, how are you going to do that?
I send it. I send it. Most of the time, I send it to my something like that, so to my email, and then there is a shipping office out there. I went there, and then I print it out.
Okay, so you can pick up for pretty cheap less than $200 a printer. You're going to need a printer at home to run your business. You need a good cell phone, a good printer, and a good laptop to be a real estate agent.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Welcome back. Jack here where we need Jack. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
We all know how fast time goes by. We are already halfway through our day one. So imagine how fast this entire mega series is going to go by, knowing just how fast all of this goes by. So today, remember, we're going to focus today largely on mindset. We left off talking about scrapping the whiteboard clean, going back to the very beginning of why did you get into this business, so that we can really start from scratch. Break down all the misconceived notions or the bad habits and start fresh, because what the coach is supposed to bring is teach you how to win the game, and then the athlete has to bring to the table their willingness to do something different, to change, put themselves in a maybe uncomfortable position sometimes to learn. And trust has to be given in order for that to really happen. But you guys have to have faith that you're being led in the right direction. And I promise you, you absolutely are. There are people who have bad relationships with money. And we're going to talk about some of the pastors out there who are billionaires. We're going to talk about all the things, all the things. The relationship that we have with money is there's absolutely nothing wrong with building generational wealth for your family. There's nothing bad about that. We are in a profession where we help people, and we get hired to do a job, and then we get paid for what we were hired to do. And, you know, sometimes people feel like they feel guilty. There's a lot of things that you can do philanthropically to help with that. Volunteering in a food bank, donating to charities. But we have our income, and then once we make the income, then we can decide what good we're going to do with that income. But the charity here is not the work. The charity is not your work as a real estate agent. And you giving back is helping no one by discounting your commission on the front end. That's not helping you. It's actually not helping the client at all either. You can help people a lot more by focusing on your career, getting hired to do the job, getting paid, taking that money and support your family, your dreams, and then give back to your communities if that's what you want to ultimately do with your income. So I'm going to take a quick little screenshot just to help me stay focused. I see 9 people who don't have their screens on. If you don't have your video on, and I need you to rename yourself if you don't have your name in your screen. And I think everybody does. All right. I'm going to call on you, and I need you to tell me why you got into the real estate business. There is 50 of you. So what we can't have happen, what we must not have happen, is hear everyone's life story, because that's not going to work. We'll be here till next Saturday. I need to know why you got in the real estate business. Somebody else, you watched your agent do it and thought this looks like it's fun. But ultimately what I'm trying to figure out is, was money, income, wealth building, generational kind of wealth building, was that part of the equation? If real estate had no income, if there was no money to be made in this business, would you still be here today? Would you be in this job, or would you be in another one? If this job paid, let's say, $8 an hour, would you be here? Okay, let's start with Indu. Indu, you have your video off. I can't see you. Are you here? Okay, I don't hear or see Indu, so we're gonna move on to Wand. Wand, you have a D after your name. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yes, sir. My name is Juan de Jesus.
Okay, so you have in your name Juand, so that's why I was trying to figure it out. All right, so Juan, why'd you get your license and why are you here?
I got my license so I could do something more professional with my life. Start little tired of working just these regular 9 to 5s. I want to make a career and do something professional, help other people acquire their dream home, and that's my main reason. I don't know if it confuses me if it really did only pay $8 an hour or something, would I still be here? I don't know, but that's really, just to keep it short.
Okay. I can tell you that if it was $8 an hour we're here, I would not be here. Lisa would not be here. There's not a single person on our staff would be here. So we have a responsibility to ourselves and our family to have a craft and take care of our family, and that's hard to do at $8 an hour. So thank you for talking with the class one. I appreciate it. Corby.
Hey, Jack. Yeah, that's a good point, Juan. I was going to say something about that too. I mean, if I loved it at $8 an hour, I can't feed my family. So that would be a no. But I think to get to your main question is why, and I take it back to growing up, I played soccer. I was really good at it. Almost made the national team when I was 17 years old. And I never got bored with it. And what I realized was it is part of my personality is that if you have rules and an objective or objectives, but in a soccer game, every game is different. The weather, the field, the referees, the players on both sides, the coaches, all that's different, but the process is the same. And so to me, that keeps things interesting. And I can see that in real estate. The clients are different, the properties are different, the situation is different, the people are different, but it all boils down to a house and people. And so to me, that's a long-term, that's something that keeps me happy long-term is the variety, but I also have an understanding of the rules and the general process so that I can feel confident in scoring goals and winning the game.
Thank you, Corby. So yes, there's a lot of rules in real estate. That is true. We have lots of regulatory requirements. I'm hearing green. I'm hearing blue in your personality type. Structure important. Rules and structure important. Knowing where the boundaries are. Those are. And this is a profession that you're continually learning and growing. That's 100% true. There's a lot of professions out there. So many. And real estate has a reputation where people can make a lot of money and not work very many hours. That's the reputation real estate has across the board. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to jump into a profession and make a lot of money. Absolutely none. Just like there's nothing wrong with paying a lottery ticket, and winning the lottery is also not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with any of this. So I always like to know how many of you are going to be honest and say, okay, I got in real estate to make money. Now I want to help people and I want to be good at my craft and I want to have a noble career. But yes, money is an important thing to me and I need to make as much of it as I possibly can for my family. I want to know who's going to be humble and be able to be honest about that. Or say, actually, that's not the case. Money doesn't matter to me and I'm not in real estate for money. And if it was $8 an hour, I would continue doing it. That's also interesting to me to know. So thank you, Corby. Thank you, Juan. Angela, what do you got?
Like to make a lot of money. And the reason I did this is because my husband has a handyman business and I love it. I love doing flips. I love helping him. I every person who's wanted to sell their home, I helped 5 people sell their home, find an agent. The agent sucked. They would never get in touch with the lady. I was the person like finding out how the escrow is going, everything going the go between. One of the agents didn't even want to go to the property because it was on Runberg, and she was like so afraid. So I'd meet her there every time if there was someone gonna have a showing. So I realized after like I made nothing from this, but I mean friends, but I realized I want to do this. I want to be a real estate agent. I want to keep the money and I deserve it because I worked really hard. And I thought that none of these sales would have closed had I not worked so hard on them. And I deserve that if I'm the person, doing all the things, staging it, having the open house, helping with open houses, not getting to sit the open house, but helping with set it up and doing all the parts. I mean, you deserve to be rewarded very well for that.
Thank you, Angela. They can do it, so can I. And you're already doing
Yeah.
the work, so you might as well make the money, and you want to make as much of it as you possibly can. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Jeff,
Amen.
I appreciate the candor. Jeff.
So I'm actually right up the alley that you're speaking. I came from the service industry, so my job was helping people on a consistent base. I was a bartender, server. I've done everything that you can do in there. And my thought after talking to a friend of mine was, why not get paid more money to do all the same things you're doing, except in a different role where it's a house as opposed to a drink or some food. So that's why I did this. It just made more sense to be paid adequately to do all the things that I do.
If I'm going to spend 8 hours working, I might as well make as much as I possibly can during those 8 hours.
Exactly. And I can put it in my pocket and not some other business or business portfolio for someone else.
Okay. So building wealth for your family, long term. I love it. Thank you, Jeff. Awesome. Next up is Kyle.
Hey, so I done corporate 23 years, but I'm doing this definitely to see if I can make a lot of money in it. Got into private equity. I'm out of it, so I had the time to really invest in myself. And if I can make a lot of money on it, I'm a very hard worker. And I got to see if I can. And if I do, this is what I want to do, because I have a lot of friends who did self-employment and they said, well, that's where you go. And so I'm trying to get going and make a lot of money. So this class is right up my alley.
Good job, Kyle. Glad you're here. You bring us the goal and we will show you exactly what you need to do to make that goal. 100%. Help lots of people get roofs over their head and get paid well doing it. Thank you. Melanie, you're up. And then after Melanie is Wells.
Okay, so I had a horrible experience with my parents. They were trying to buy a house, and a realtor was just very bad. And I would hear my parents. I was maybe like 5 years ago, and it was just bad. They had a horrible experience. They ended up not buying anything. They're still renting, so that kind of motivated me to get into it. So I don't want people feeling that way. So I want to help people in that way. Obviously, it's good money, but it's more towards that.
So if this paid $8 an hour, you'd still be doing it?
Not sure.
Okay, that's a no. And that's perfectly acceptable. Yes, we get our license, go through all of this pain to pay for our MLS dues and to pay for our education and to sustain ourselves in this career because we have money that's going out every month and we need to make money. So if this profession didn't make any money, would we have 1.2 million people across the nation jumping into it? Interesting question. Thank you, Melanie, for sharing. Wells is up next, and after Wells is Tasha.
Hello. So there was a friend who suggested I get into real estate. She's a broker. And it turned out that everything that I'm learning, I'm liking, but I really want the financial freedom to do some of the things that I love to do. I like to create events for different causes. And I just thought it would just be great if I could have that financial freedom to do those things, as well as striving to be one of the good real estate agents.
I like that. Make a lot of money and impress people by doing a really good job so you feel proud of doing what you're doing. I like that. Thank you, Wells. Tasha, after Tasha's Gabriel.
Yes, of course. Well, I'll say I did get in it to make a lot of money as well. One of my best friends was a broker as well, and they got me into it. They opened an agency, and I actually ran the property management side for years. So I did really more within the 7 years of my real estate license. I really did a lot more property management than selling. But yes, I did get into it to make a lot of money, and I just love helping people getting into homes that they desire. Since I work with property management, and they also, oh, I want to buy a house. And I was like, well, I can help you with that. And so that what kind of geared me toward doing more selling.
Awesome. And we're gonna make sure that everyone walks away here being the best of the best. We don't want to be number two, we want to be number one. And that also is in the level of services that we provide. Thank you, Tasha. Awesome. Gabriel's up next. After Gabriel, Ariel.
Hey, yes, sir. Yeah, no, I mean, first and foremost, I've definitely got my license for the money and to build generational wealth. But ultimately, I got my license prior to this. I was wholesaling, so I kind of understood, that there is money to be made, and I just wanted to be part of the buying and selling aspect of it as far as helping people.
Thank you, Gabriel. So we have Ariel, and after Ariel, Tina.
Hi. So I got in it for mainly the money. Also, have a state job, strongly dislike, and want to leave that behind. And I like the environment that this real estate brings, especially with Realty Texas. I like the uncomfortableness because with the state job, I feel like it's boring and doesn't fulfill me. And with this, I like that you're making me speak in front of a bunch of people and that we're doing this. It makes me feel like it brings a purpose. Plus, I like looking at houses. I think I'm really good with people. So
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm loving what I'm hearing. Okay, Tina, after Tina, Kelly.
I got into real estate because I have a background in property management. So we work with a bunch of locators. So kind of felt pretty natural to pursue my real estate career. But I just really like the idea of being my own boss, which I guess is being financially stable to be able to be my own boss.
I like it. Okay, thank you, Tina. After Tina, Kelly, after Kelly, Charlie.
I had a career before I had children, and I was very fulfilled by that. Then I was lucky enough to stay home and raise my kids. And I got tired of telling people I was just a stay-at-home mom and I wanted something for myself. And a friend recommended I get into it, and I love the challenge. I definitely think I'm a green without having taken that class. So it is a challenge for me to get, past the emotional part of it. But I feel so fulfilled because I feel like I'm doing something important.
Awesome. Yes, something that you own, something that's yours, and you can be hopefully very financially rewarded in doing it, but something that's yours. That's very cool. Thank you for sharing. Charlie, after Charlie, Christine.
Mm, truth be told, we live in a capitalist society, so without money, even if you're good, you can't do anything. And and I know what it's like to be broke because you either can't do anything or you're working all the time, so you don't have time to do anything. I don't want that feeling ever again. And on top of that, I guess I guess having somebody who put their life saving in your hand is the ultimate form of trust that I go after.
In life, we always have pain, and we get to choose our pain. Do we want to choose the pain of broke or choose the pain of picking up the phone and asking people to help you by giving you people who are looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? So we get to choose our pain in life. And in real estate, that could never be more true. Thank you for sharing, Charlie. I really like what you had to say. Christine's up next after Christine Mohammed.
So I've been investing for 20 years between Louisiana, Texas, and Belize, with 7 personal closings, including 2 builds in Austin. So with that, I learned a lot. I worked with several friends for free to purchase their first homes over the years. And a couple of years ago, 3 women in my life over the span of 2 weeks asked me, independent of one another, why I didn't have my license. And I didn't have a good answer. So I signed up for a class at Champions like a few days later. And that's how I got into real estate. I was working in cybersecurity. I had no plans on doing this full time, but life had plans for me. So here I am.
Okay, welcome. Mohammed's up next. After Mohammed is Aki. Mohammed, you're on mute. Mohammed, you are still on mute. There you go.
Sorry about that. I like money, I like people, and I like property. And if I had to start a business, I need ton of money for inventory or for building, for people to work for me. But in this business, I don't need any money. I don't need the inventory.
That's right.
And I can do it anywhere, and I can do it forever, and I can do it anytime. So I have flexible time. So I love this business, and I'm glad I'm in this business.
Absolutely, Mohammed. You can jump into this business with very little startup to be able to jump into a business, work your tail off, getting as many people you know looking to buy, sell, lease a home, sell lots of homes, and have very little seed money to start your business. That's very, very true.
There are 8 billion customers. We have clients if we want to, and unlimited properties. So this is very large and huge business, but
It
people
is.
don't know about these things.
Yep, and we're going to share just how much opportunity there is here in a couple minutes. Thank you, Mohammed, and welcome back. Aki's up next. After Aki's Jonathan.
I like this real estate business because of the flexibility, and my motivation for getting my license was my husband's remodeling electrical service business, um, and also I like a chess player. I'm like a chess player. I analyze layers and play well, and solve many problems. So I like to be here and also make money.
Okay, thank you, Aki. Very good. Up next is Jonathan. After Jonathan, Luis.
Hey guys, I actually have a professional job, but what pushed me to get my license was I have an investment property, and I'm always catching myself looking at properties, and my wife was like, "Why don't you just get your license?" So I did that, trying to hopefully, cut out the middleman and kind of buy properties myself. But there's also, yeah, the big upside to closing deals and making more money for myself, a little extra cash. So it was kind of like a win-win. Like yeah, a lot of upside to having it.
Yeah. Well, so as I always I always get this a few times, and I always just throw out to the entire class. Remember, as an investor, we can always negotiate our commission if there's not going to be an agent. But when you get your license, you're held to a new standard and you owe obligations, whether you yourself are the buyer or not. So you create massive liability for yourself if
Yeah.
you're going to get your license and be an investor that's licensed. You just add tons of liability. But in terms of helping people and having the ability to separately focus on transacting and helping people buy and sell homes, there's no, in my mind, there's fewer admirable professions as this one. Thank you for sharing. Jonathan, up next, Lewis. After Lewis, Iris.
All right. Hey, so yeah, there was quite a few things that drove me to, well, one, look for a new career, and two, I like money, I guess. So I had a really, I guess it was okay career in road surveying, but man, it is laborsome. On top of that, you got to know what you're doing. You got to study, study, study. So after a while, yeah, I just said, I gotta look at generational wealth. How do people make money? Because what I'm doing, it's hard. I need something that actually makes money while I get rewarded for all the work I do. Fortunately, salary, that's it. That's what you get. No less, no more, but here's more hours. The abuse is free. But
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Lewis. Iris is up next. After Iris is Darlene.
Hi, everybody. Well, I get into real estate because I want to change the conversation. I have property. I own properties all over the world for many, many years. I am a therapist, a behavioral health therapist, and I noticed that a lot of people have misinformation about what real estate is and how to obtain that piece of land with a potential investment opportunity. There's so much opportunity in real estate as a whole that a lot of people don't understand and they don't have the right information. So ownership, home ownership is a very important topic for me. That's one reason. The other reason is because, I was flipping houses. I work in property management for many years. That was one of my side jobs, and I really enjoy it. And I noticed that I was really good, not only to bring clients to the transactions, but also I established so many great relationships with my clients, and that's really what matters to me. Money is just energy, but when you do this from the kindness of your heart, things are gonna come to you, and I firmly believe this. So yes, money is fantastic. I mean, I have a business, and in my business I make millions of dollars. I was able to, very blessed to send my kids to college and they didn't have to pay a cent, nothing. But I truly believe that I have to continue growing, expanding. Knowledge is very important to me. So I'm very grateful. I'm beyond grateful to be here with this brokerage. I mean, Jack, you're doing a fantastic, fantastic work. And sometimes it's important to recognize that because there's a lot of people there. Like I said, there's a lot of, I always say there's a lot of noise in the world, but to be able to make the difference, that's the kind of people that I want to be with, interacting and helping. So I love helping people, and I know that's kind of like a common denominator in the group, which is great. But at the same time, I want to learn to be the best in this market, period. I don't want to do second, third places. That I don't believe in that. So if I'm going to do something, I have to commit 100%. Otherwise, I will not do it. So I'm asking for accountability from all of you because this is what we really need. And I'm going to just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. I appreciate the love and I appreciate the passion. It's something that means a lot to me. And like Kobe Bryant said, if you want to be number 2, go find someone else. You want to be number 1, get on my team. I believe in that as well, to the core of my being. I got into real estate and I was no different than any of you when I got my license initially. I was looking for the oracle of real estate. Who has the answers? Because I had a lot of questions and no one seemed to have the answers, and it drove me crazy because I want to know the answer. I don't want to go to three people and get three completely different answers. And that's what was happening everywhere I went. Someone had a different answer. And it wasn't just kind of a different answer, it was a whole philosophy difference, which I knew one of the two people or three people was completely wrong. Someone was sort of wrong in the middle, and someone may have been right. Who was the one that was right? And that put me on my own journey of figuring out what are the layers of regulatory bodies, what are the rules, where can I go and read it for myself, and then when I read it, how can I understand it, and what happens when two of them conflict. Obviously, that took me down the TREC rules and Chapter 1101 of the License Act and the HUD rules and Regulation Z. And then when two things conflict, the most stringent one applies. So that put me where I am here today, which is a life of learning and staying ahead of contract changes and staying ahead of the industry changes, getting involved in my realtor organization all the way to the very top because I want to know how everything works. When I was a kid, I used to take apart my calculator because I want to know how it worked because I've got to know how everything works so that I can understand it. And real estate is one of those things that there's a lot to take apart. But then once you fully understand it, that's an amazing thing. And so that's what I'm sharing with all of you. Thank you, Iris. Up next is Darlene. After Darlene is Lizette.
Okay. The reason I got licensed here because I'm licensed in Louisiana. Also, I have been for 9 years. I love being self-employed. I love the flexibility, the potential for unlimited income, the independence. I'm just a people person. So this is just what I love to do. So I'm looking forward to selling a lot of houses here.
Awesome. I look forward to that too. Thank you, Darlene. And welcome to Texas. We got a lot of great properties to sell here too.
Yes, sir.
Darlene,
Thank you.
Lizette's up next, and after Lizette is Alicia.
Yes, so I want to get into real estate because, well, first of all, I want a career change. I'm in food service right now, and living paycheck to paycheck the rest of your life is not ideal. So every time I don't know, I just wanted to pick something I thought that I would be good in, or I thought that would get me going and excited. Every time I talk about real estate, I get really excited. And that's the gist of it, really. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Lizette. Welcome. Alicia, after Alicia is Luckinson. Alicia. Okay. Luckinson, then after Luckinson, Andrew.
Sorry, I was on mute.
There you are. Okay, no problem.
Jack, I got my license back in 1990. And at the time, I'm not going to lie, I did do it for the money, which was great and wonderful. I did go after maybe 10 years into corporate America for over 20 years. I got married, had children, then I had to have a little more stability, medical, that sort of thing. I kept my license inactive, and I worked a lot with referrals at the time. The corporate company I worked for had a lot of people coming into the area. And so I kept my license because I knew my passion was real estate. And I knew I would be active one day again. And here I am today, right? My satisfaction is to make a change in the people's lives by getting them into their dream homes. And that's why I'm here today. And again, it is good money.
So why did you leave real estate to go into corporate America?
I got married, like I said. My kids were young, or babies, and I was offered a very good position with the company I worked for over 20 years. Something I couldn't afford to do full-time real estate, so I had to go inactive at the time. And again, I did work on referral basis over 20 years, and kept my license going and going because I knew I was going to come back after after I was ready to come back.
Well, let me ask a more specific and poignant question then, if that's what it takes. Did you leave real estate because they offered you more money? And had you been making more money in real estate, would you have gone into corporate America?
I was making good money, Of course, I was single, and I was offered a very good position with benefits. Unfortunately, my marriage didn't last very long, so I now had to make a decision because, I had to go into a full-time job, if you would,
So
because
if
of
you're
that
making $1
reason.
million a year in real estate, would you have left real estate?
No.
Thank you. All right. Alicia Leckinson's up next, and after Leckinson, Andrew.
Yes, I got a will and will said when I got here in Houston, I choose two things that I wanted to do. The first one, working in air conditioning and AC and heating, and then I will start doing it for a while, and then he wasn't good for my health because of the heat, and then I said to myself, I gotta have a career working, especially making more money to help out my family. So that's when I choose one of the two things I wanna do. I choose to go to school and get my license.
Okay. Well, Leckinson, welcome to real estate. HVAC, especially in Texas, with it being in the attic in the summer, is definitely a difficult job. So I hope that you apply yourself and that you really focus on what it takes to be successful in this profession, which is contacting everyone that you know and get them on board with you being their real estate agent, because that's what it's going to take.
Every time, everyone that I know, they already know I have my license. I'm working in real estate, but the only thing right now, it's just time for me.
Well, Leckinson, people knowing that you're a real estate agent and you asking them to be your real estate agent is two different things. So I'm not sure if you had that conversation with them, but we're going to talk about that later today.
Yeah,
But
I have the conversation with them.
all right, thank you, Luckinson, for sharing. Up after Luckinson, we have Andrew. After Andrew is Sherry.
Yeah, I became a realtor because, I mean, I was in sales for a long time, didn't believe in the product I was selling. I was in print marketing for a long time. And I was like, what product can I sell that's going to be fascinating, exciting, and will never lose its value? Plus, I'm making a lot of money on it. So I went into real estate. And since then, I've got my first property, which is my investments. And that's what I look to do moving forward. So that's where I'm at.
Thank God for Andrew. Here we have someone who is out there as a salesperson and says, you know what, I'm selling and I'm a good salesperson, but I don't like the product I'm selling. So I'm not going to change my profession. I'm going to change what I'm selling because my profession is selling. Get my license and I'm going to sell homes, a product that I can believe in. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you, Andrew. Up next after Andrew is Sherry, Andy.
So it will start with my very first home. I purchased it, and then by that time I was really young and I was like a young soldier. So most of my friends didn't get the chance to like get into that yet. So they always curious about how I get my very first home, and that's all I was talking about like a full year. People always ask me about that, and my best friend told me that anytime you're talking about that, your energy is changed. And then it's even more when I got my investment property. I even talk more about real estate. So some point I realized maybe this is something I really, really enjoying. So it's challenging to get the license, but finally I got it, and with Realty Texas, and I feel like this is the path that I really want to do. So that's how I get my license. It was all start from the very first home.
Well, I've been around you enough to see your energy. You are infectious. You do light up when you're talking about real estate, and passion is the hallmark of a salesperson. Being passionate about what it is that you sell. Remember, we don't sell homes. You can be esoteric and say you sell dreams, but that's not true either. You sell your services and you get hired to do the job, and then you help them with them buying a home. So many agents say, "Oh, I help my clients buy homes." Unless you wrote a check and helped them buy it, you didn't. That's not what you did. You you advised them through their home purchase. You sold your services and got hired to do the job. It begins and ends with that. So thank you, Sherry. Welcome. I love having you at our company. Sherry, next is Andy. After Andy is Brandon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you well, Andy.
Okay, great. My background is from real estate. I got a license in 1990 um, and got a broker's license also. I was here primarily from education, big educational background, and a big uh, kind of cerebral person. Let's see. So, yes, that definitely did it for the money. Real estate has been superb for me. Uh, What else can I say? Bought and sold many properties. I'm so hooked. This is my oyster, I guess. So I'm here to stay. And yeah, millions sounds great.
I love that. Real estate is my oyster. That is amazing. All right, well, keep shucking, my friend. Keep shucking. All right, after
Okay.
Andy is Brandon, and after Brandon is Tasha.
Hey Jack, I would say three things that really has pushed me to be a real estate agent. Number one is money. Real estate agents really get to work on some of the biggest things that create generational wealth. One being real estate itself, and then being a business, and you kind of tackle those two things. I would say the second thing, I've done sales pretty much ever since I've started working. So it's an easy translation into real estate. And then number three, this is the biggest transaction that most people purchase in their entire life, whether it's a home or whether it's an investment. So I'd rather be in tune with that and be on basically know the ins and outs of that and be a part of that rather than trying to work a typical 9 to 5 or doing anything else. So.
Well, Brandon, you are going to find success in this profession. There is no question. One of the things that Lisa and I always we can always tell. There's no question that you're going to find a good path for yourself in this business. So welcome. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish.
Thank you, sir.
Tasha, after Tasha is Eric. No, actually. After Brandon is Azalea. Izzy? No? Did she fall off?
I'm here. Sorry. It's Isa. Isa
Lisa.
Diana, but you can call me Isa. So
Thank
I'm
you.
who?
You're up.
Oh, right now. Okay, give me just a second.
Okay, I'll come back to you then. That's okay. Eric, you're up next, and then Rosny.
So yeah, I mean, I got into this, as you know, Jack. I've retired from the military, and so this is a second career for me. I had the opportunity to make a choice, you know, whether I wanted to go into corporate America or do something for myself. And I figured after wearing the uniform for so many years, it's time to do something financially where I can build a legacy for my family. So financial stability is huge, and then just enjoying just kind of having the time to do things at my own will versus you know, be like I said, just 20 years of military, you know, day in and day out. So it's been great. I've loved it so far, and yeah, I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I'm glad I landed here at Realty Texas. Wouldn't have it any other way.
I am glad that you landed here at Realty Texas as well. I love it when I see you in the office. And if you decide to go to corporate America, I know where you live and I will drag you back kicking and screaming. This
I'm
is
ready
definitely
now.
what you need to be doing. Hi, Izzy. Izzy, and then Rosny, and that's all that I had on my original list. So then we need to reconcile because the windows changed. So you're up, Izzy.
So I got into real estate because when I was studying, back when I was younger, I studied, I was gonna have a psychology job and be at a desk for 8+ hours. I learned quickly that sales makes money fast. And it was so much fun to talk to people. I was selling timeshares, like little vacations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This lady just told me you should look into real estate. I'm like, no. She's like, you should move to Austin. And I'm like, no, I was in South Texas at the time. Moved to Austin years later, coincidentally. And then I just wanted to be independent from my spouse. I hated to not have my own money. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. I actually got all my courses through credit cards. And then I was so stubborn. I'm like, I'm not gonna even use this money to start my business. Borrowed money from somebody else, paid it back in my first transaction. And I have this feeling that I'm gonna make a lot of money. It hasn't happened yet. I got a good amount of transactions in the first, second year. I've had transactions every year, but I know I'm not at my peak and I want to be there. So,
Well, when you were that fierce, there's nothing going to stop you.
hopefully.
We need a little we need a little gasoline to get you going, and that's
Yes.
exactly what Mega does.
Yes. Thank you.
You're going to be a fun journey to watch. Okay, Yana, you're up next.
No, I thought you said Rosny.
Oh, well, Rosny, you can go now.
Hi, everyone. So I am in the business for the money, for generational wealth. Okay. And I remember back when my aunt was purchasing a house, I saw the realtor, how he was helping her because she didn't speak English. So I was like, oh, I gotta be doing that because I love helping other people that I see that are not able to do what they want, but they want to do it anyway. So I'm in it not only to make more money, but also help people make their dream come true.
And you're consistently in our top 40, so you're no stranger to transactions. You sell a lot of transactions and you do very well for yourself. So I'm very proud of you because I've got to have a front row seat of your entire real estate journey. It's been pretty fun to watch.
You keep watching, there's more to come.
There's more to come. And you know, I'm your biggest supporter.
Yes, I know that. Thank you.
Okamaya, please tell me how to say your name again so I don't get it wrong the third time.
It's Okemia.
Okemiya, okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, and she can call me Kimi.
Call you Queen?
Kimi.
Okay.
It's Okemia short. It's Kimi.
Welcome. So, why'd you get in the business?
Oh, well, I'm going to expand that just a moment.
And Yana, you're going to be up next. Yana, you want to go while?
I'm sorry. I'm good.
Go ahead.
I want to expand my territory with entrepreneurship. I have a online boutique, and my formal profession was a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very different. So I just want to do something I never did before. I had absolutely no interest in real estate at all. And so I'm always up for the challenge. So I just, took a risk.
Quite a risk. Okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yana, you're up last but least. Welcome back.
Hello. Why I choose to first I just for no reason I just want to try myself in something new. When I joined the Champions School, then after I got my license, I had some life challenge, and I think I choose the right way to get my license so I can be one independent to for my kids and then for our future. Money, it's money, but you cannot own all money. But yeah, money is the reason too. So that's why. And I like talk to the people. I do. Enjoying. And thank you so much to let me join your brokerage. I like it. I do.
Welcome to our family. All right, I'm doing a poll right now. I'm finishing the poll. I'm going to ask one last question. Let's see what the overall consensus is. And let's launch it. You should have a pop-up where it's going to ask you 3 questions. Why'd you get into the business? One choice, not 2. You can't pick all 3. The number 1 reason, to help people. Number 2, because it's fun. Or number 3, to make as much money as you can. Now remember, pick the one that it was most important to you. You should have that up now. There's 38 people. We need to get at least 30 people voted. 10 has voted. 20 has voted.
We can't pick 3.
You can pick one.
Just one. Okay.
30 has voted. The most important one.
Everybody's going to say to make money.
Well, you know,
Not everybody. Yeah, you got to make money.
Here's what you said. You posed the question earlier. If it was $8 an hour, would we be doing this? And I highly doubt any of us want to work at McDonald's. So,
well, there you go, Jeff. So here is our class poll. 80% of you said 28 out of 35 to make as much money as you possibly could was the driver behind getting your license. 2 of you said, well, because it would be fun. And 5 of you said to help people so they would be more than happy to work for $8 an hour. And by the way, I know who you are. Okay. So many of us, 80%, the vast majority, got your license to make as much money as you possibly can, which tells me that if you don't make as much money as you had dreamt or you had needed or wanted for generational wealth, that you will leave the profession as quickly as you jumped into the profession. The bar is very low to get your real estate license. It's far too easy to get your real estate license, and it's going to get easier and easier as time goes by, especially with the current administration that we have here in Texas. Governor Abbott very much likes occupational jobs, occupational licenses. They want to reduce the entry point to getting in and have more people jumping in with an easier uptake, but have more of an apprenticeship program when you get in. So they want less school and more apprenticeship, which means we're going to have more and more people getting into this profession in the next 10 years that have taken fewer hours, that has had less classroom education, and they're going to be required to have more and more mentors showing them how to do the business once they get their license, regardless of what we feel about that, whether we like. If you jump into this business and your goal was to make a lot of money, that's okay. Nothing wrong with making a lot of money. Making a lot of money is very noble. But as long as you want to make a lot of money and then jump into this profession and do a lot of good with it, help people. There are the narcissistic personality types out there who are really good at selling themselves, but they do a horrible job in a transaction and they close a lot of homes. They just have 0 repeat business and they're constantly closing one-offs, hitting the phones, closing a transaction, having a train wreck through that transaction, come out the wake of that nightmare transaction to sell another one. And they've been in this business for decades doing that. And some of them even have some serious ethics complaints and license violations along the way. They just don't care. It's a transaction, as messy as it gets. Someone else can clean it up. They just want their money. Then we have the exact polar opposite of that. Those people who are super kind, that are showing up on moving day and bringing food and just doing everything they can to try to help that family in that scenario. And they don't close a lot of transactions often. And they also don't get referrals either. And the reason they're not getting referrals isn't because they're not putting their heart and soul into it. It's because they're not asking for the referrals. People don't know. This is where I share 3 stories with you. Some of you who have sat in my office have heard some of these stories, so bear with me as you hear them again. Lisa and I bought a pair of Jeeps a couple years back, and we knew that we were going to be reaching out to this company. We knew that we were going to buy these Jeeps. I know that I had a friend that worked for Chrysler. They just worked at a different dealership. I've been purchasing Jeeps and Chryslers for forever. And probably bought 10 or 15 of them new over the last 10 years, mostly 300s, but now this Jeep. And out of habit, I went back to Nile Maxwell and just walked in. After I purchased my vehicle, I forgot, oh my gosh, I had a friend that works for Chrysler. But they worked at the Chrysler dealership at down South Austin. This friend told me that they worked there, but they never came to me and said, hey, if you buy a Chrysler, call me. They just said, I work for Chrysler. And after we bought the Jeeps, I remembered, I was like, ooh, boy, I'm going to catch hell for this. I know it. Whose fault was that? That I forgot about them? Was that my fault or was that their fault?
Yeah, it's their fault.
Your friend's fault.
Uh-huh. Do you think that they were disappointed anyway?
Sure.
Yes.
Yep. Now, every time they see me coming, they're not happy because here I come.
Did you tell him?
I mean, obviously,
Because
I'm
if you
driving
didn't
up
tell
in my new
him,
car.
then
So, I mean, people see me coming when I'm driving the Jeep. So it's kind of hard to, I can't hide. I don't have Wonder Woman invisible Jeep driving around. But that's the thing. You're right. It is their fault. And I'm going to make sure that when you, as a real estate agent, when your family and friends are out there transacting, that it's not your fault that they transacted with someone else. Because just like I didn't remember for a very specific reason, and this is rooted in science, and I need you to hear the science. The way that your brain chemistry works is your brain chemistry has to be associated with what you're talking about. So, owning a Jeep and working for Chrysler is different than buying a Chrysler. And I know it all seems like it's the same, but it's not. Those are three completely different conversations, and your brain is wired differently in those scenarios. So, had my friend said, hey, if you're in the market to buy a Chrysler, call me, that would have put the synapses into my brain buying Chrysler, buying a car, and this person and put those two things together. Then when I said I'm buying a car, that synapses in my brain would have fired. But it didn't fire in my brain until I realized there's someone who worked at Chrysler. And the next time I said Chrysler and owning a car, those two things came together. And after I purchased it, I was like, oh, wait, I completely forgot about them. It never even occurred to me. I didn't even think of them. So people can know that you're a real estate agent, but you never talk to them about real estate. You've never asked them, hey, if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And by the way, I'm going to slow that down and we're going to all say it together. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me.
If you know
If you know someone
someone
who's
who's buying, leasing, or selling a home,
selling a home,
it would
your
mean the world
referral
to
would
me.
mean the
your
world to me.
referral would mean the world to me.
Something like that.
The whole referral would be world to me.
Well,
To me.
that was awesome. Yes, if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. That's part of what we have to tell them. So now I've just connected the synapses in the brain that you're creating an army of raving fans. You're creating an army of people. So your friend knows 10 people who knows 10 people who knows 10 people. It's the 6 degrees. We're all connected by all 8 billion people on earth by 6 people. And so you're going to connect yourself. That person, every time they hear someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home, you're going to fire in their brain. And they're going to think, oh, they're going to remember you because you told them and asked them to do that. People actually want to help you if you express to them how you need help. If you're always telling them how busy you are, how are they going to help you? What do you think? Are they going to make you more busy or less busy?
More busy.
Less busy because they're going to not
Less.
want to bother with you because they're going to think you're too busy.
That's right. They're like, oh my gosh, I like you and I don't want that for you. I don't want to bother you because I know how busy you are. When someone says, I know how busy you are, I don't want to bother you, and that's one of your customers, you know that you've sent the wrong messaging to the wrong people. So that means you have a messaging problem that you need to go fix. So we have to, so people want to help us and we're going to share with them and how they can help us. Number one, if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. So now you're telling them when you hear someone buying, selling, leasing a home, come back and talk with you about that. They give you that person's name, and then you're going to take them to lunch as a thank you. You're going to take them to lunch. You're not going to give them, you're not going to, you're going to take them to lunch on a Friday. I always take people to lunch when they give me a referral, regardless if I close with them or not. I always take them to lunch as a thank you. In fact, I got a lunch scheduled next week for someone who just gave me a referral from one of our leadership functions. So yes, 100%. Now, the other one is, I would like to be your real estate agent. Asking them for the job. If you, at the point you're ready to buy and sell, I'd really like to be your real estate agent. You have to be humble and ask them that question. You have to ask them for the job. I would like to be your real estate agent forever and ever and ever, and then some. You figure out how to weigh. You may ask that question and you may say that statement differently in every situation that you're in. But as Phyllis said this morning, the two things that you have to have on every conversation is asking for referrals and asking for the business. And sometimes that comes along in one big sentence. Hey, if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And when you're ready to buy and sell, I'd love to be able to help you. I want to be your agent. And people also want to work with people who want to work with them. If you do that immediately, that one thing, we could game over, done with Mega, that's it for the month, and that one thing would double or triple your production if you simply did that on every single person that you meet. Even if they're standing in front of you at HEB and you strike up a conversation with them and you're talking about stuff. We're going to talk about the forward script and how to turn a conversation that's just hello into something cool and then ask for referrals at the end of it. But you have to have those two statements, and that's going to really change the conversations. That's going to help you make more money. And it's okay if you've got a bad relationship with money. There's a book that I am going to recommend that you read called Shift. It's not Gary Keller's Shift. It's a different Shift. It's called Money Mindset Shift. That's a very important book for those people who kind of feel guilty about the whole money thing. This will change how you approach it, how you feel about it forever, and make you feel a lot better about it. How we feel about money is how we were raised about money, and that's going to come from your parents and grandparents when you were young about it. So it's the top 9 myths about money. There's a little bit of religious stuff in this book as well, but because it is a keep the Christian faith and get rich kind of book. But it is a very, very cool book. I've read it actually twice, and each time I picked up something different from it. I highly recommend that if you're going to be in a sales profession, that you're continually reading, continually absorbing information. This is the book I would recommend that you read first. Also, I've already mentioned I teach RENE, which is the Real Estate Negotiation Expert class from the National Association of Realtors. There's 21 instructors across the nation that teach this. I happen to be one of the 21. I highly recommend that you go back and you watch the RENE class that we taught last month, and that you just watch that class. Just watching that class is going to change how you approach real estate from that moment on. I guarantee it. And next time I teach it, I recommend that you take the class. You'll get even more out of it this time, but more importantly, you'll get the designation where you can earn the RENE and use that in your advertising. The next book I really recommend is International Bestseller Leadership. Leadership is a book I gave Miguel. Miguel took that book and he actually took the entire staff here at Realty Texas through taking the leadership, because my staff has a book club as well. And they're always reading once a month, once a week, they're going into their book club. Just like Andrew has a once a week book club that he's taking our agents through, and it's phenomenal. And so these books are part of what we read in our book club. Getting to Yes is incredible. It is a companion book to the RENE series. I recommend reading this ahead of the RENE. This is all about negotiations without giving in, but meeting a consensus. This one's powerful. Even more powerful is Never Split the Difference. Also, a very, very powerful negotiation book. This one, Chris Voss, he is a CIA hostage negotiation, created a company called BlackRock. Now they are the creme de la creme negotiation training across the world. Actually, they've found their way to Harvard University, and they ended up retooling Harvard's negotiation class that they had. Harvard was the first one to come to the table in history with a negotiation strategy. And it was life-changing for a lot of people. No one had looked at negotiation quite that way before. These guys came in and schooled Harvard, and Harvard changed their entire program based on it. And this guy wrote a book on it. This is literally the book on negotiation now. So I highly recommend that you read Chris Voss's book. Obstacle is the Way. Andrew just finished this book. Also an incredible way to remove yourself from a roadblock that you yourself are creating. It is about transforming rejection into resilience, making yourself, filling your gaps with grit so that you are unstoppable, that you're going to wake up every day and you're going to not allow that negative speak to get in your way, and that you're going to find success. Atomic Habits, same exact scenario. This is better prospecting routine, which is sort of what MEGA is. You'll find a little bit of all of these books in MEGA because I've taken all of these principles along with GRI and all the designations and the books and kind of built MEGA on it. But Atomic Habits is basically 30 days of really good prospecting habits. Extreme ownership. This is you taking ownership of an outcome. It's your fault if it didn't come, and stop excuses. If you are someone who likes or has a first reaction to throw someone, not throw someone in the bus, but make excuses for an outcome, this will stop it immediately and help you overcome making excuses and taking ownership, which is incredible. And this was built by Navy SEALs. This is a real estate agent, pretty well known, Serent. This is helping you yellow up your personality if you're not a yellow personality, help you to be more social and interact more with people, which is basically selling. And then fanatical prospecting. It's almost like guerrilla marketing, but specific to real estate. Great book. I finished reading this last year, Books on Tape. I read this in a day, so this is not a very long book. I think it's like 80 pages. It's a quick read. But actually, there's a lot of really good nuggets in here, so I added it to my list because I think some fanatical prospecting is not a bad thing for our agents. So going back to the original conversation that we were in, which is you have to ask people for the business. You have to earn it by asking them. Now, if I told you, let's just grab someone raising your hand. How many of you have a dentist and you know their company name? Raise your hand. Marcy says yes. Corby says yes. Angela says yes. Lots of people are saying yes. Okay. So if I told you right now that I had a really bad toothache, like really bad, my head is pounding and I've got a fever and I'm just feeling really bad, and I told you I have a toothache, what are you going to tell me? Someone raise your hand. Isa.
I just
Marcy.
go to a dentist and
Yeah.
get it fixed ASAP.
Okay. So thank you. And that's exactly what and how our brain is wired. Your brain is wired. Oh my gosh. Okay. So the people who can fix that is a dentist. I've been through that before and I don't wish that for you. So you need to go to a dentist because in our mind, that's how we help them solve their problem. But do you have a dentist?
Yes.
Why didn't you refer me your dentist?
I didn't have the best experience.
Okay. Well,
Never
fair enough.
stuck to one dentist.
Fair enough. But you also didn't think to.
Right.
So somebody out there could be talking to one of your spheres about buying a home. They could be selling them on the idea and be one of you who said that before real estate, you were helping people get into a transaction and be selling them on the dream of homeownership or selling on upgrading their equity to something else or any of the things, and you not fire in their brain. And what a travesty that would be, because you want to fire in their brain. So whose fault is that? Well, it's not your fault. It's the dentist's job. If you were sitting in the dentist chair and the dentist looked down on you and said, "Oh my gosh, I can see how much pain you're in." If you know someone who needs a good dentist, make sure you refer me out. Let me tell your friends and family about me. I love that business. That dentist will now have connected to the synapses in your brain. Toothache, this dentist put those two things together. And forever and ever now, every time you will hear dentist, you will now think of that dentist. You will think of them immediately because that's how your brain is wired. So, what do you want your clients and your family and friends to be thinking about when they hear real estate? The dream of owning a new home and going through the buying process, or you? And the answer is 100% yes, Kelly. Say it.
Me.
Yes, 100%. That's what we want. But in order to get what we want, we have to program their brain. And that is intentional. So knowing that we're actually programmers, we're going to program some code in their brain that says, when you hear someone talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, think of me and call me. When you want to buy or sell a home, think about me, call me. You're programming their brain. And they like you. They're your family. They're your friends. They're going to want to work with you. So they may choose not to, but if they choose not to, it's a choice. It's not because they didn't think about you in the first place. So each one of our goal now is to program in every single person that we know to create an army of raving fans that are out there listening to real estate, hearing people talking about buying, selling, leasing a home, and you firing in their brain, they call you, then you have to then thank them for that. Take them out to lunch, something meaningful, something in person, Pavlov's dog scenario. You know, the story about Pavlov's dog. Um, Person put out dog food, ring the bell, dog ate, put out dog food, ring the bell, dog ate. And then one day, ring the bell. The dog was salivating because the salivation was already in the mind because they associated ringing the bell with food so much that this is what we're going to do. Every time they hear someone about buying and selling, it's going to be, "Oh, Jack and lunch." All of a sudden, all that's going to come together and they're going to want to do that. So we're going to give them a thank you. We're going to take them to lunch and we're going to sincerely show them how important this is, because on your journey of wealth building, generational wealth building, to sell 100 transactions a year and make $1.4 million a year, that is all possible for you. I don't tell you how much money you want to make. You tell us how much money you want to make, and then we tell you how many leads and how many calls and what you need to do to get there. And that's part of what we're going to be doing on Wednesday together. But today is about mindset and how important it is that we program everyone's brain, that we ask everyone for the business, because if we haven't asked, we don't deserve it. If we haven't asked, they're not going to think about you, no matter how much they like you. And that's another thing. The yellow personalities, by the way, they're the very first to be offended across all of the personalities because the yellows don't ever let it go. The reds get angry and poof, it's out this much. Blue, well, they're out there writing everything down and documenting it. And the greens, they're gonna go do something earthy. But the yellows, they're very offended when someone else is chosen other than them. So don't let that happen to you. We have to have a conversation with everyone we know. That's step one. So when you get your license, some of the first things we're going to do is go out there in the world and send out, we've got a new Realty Texas agent blast that I'm going to show you that you can put on all your social media, but that's not good enough. You have to have a conversation with them. But what's interesting about the studies is you have to ask them once, and then you have to talk to them about the same thing twice, and you have to talk to them about the same thing 3 times. So once isn't enough. Once creates the synapses, second bridges it, and third, now it's stored long term. So we have to do this 3 times, which means this just has to be part of your habit. And that's exactly what out the gate Phyllis said today. was Jack during Mega made me realize how important it was that after I have a conversation with everyone that I talk about how important it is about referrals. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. Now Phyllis does that on every single phone call, and it's doubled her business. It helps us sell more properties because people are thinking about us. So that's important. The 3 professionals people need in your life.
Jack, can I
Yeah. Andy. Andy, I can't hear you.
request? Would you say that slowly so I can record it, sir? 1 second. Excuse me. Would you say significant so I can just record it briefly? If it's okay.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. It's also in your slides.
Okay. Great,
%.
thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on a break in about 5 minutes, but right before we do, we've got a little video to watch, and we also have this last slide here. You know, there's 3 professionals people need in their life. They need a good attorney, which is not what we do, a good CPA, which is also not what we do, and a good real estate agent, which is what we do. So the very best thing a real estate agent can do is connect themselves with a lot of really good attorneys and a lot of good CPAs and have those as a referral. But sometimes I remind people of that because they undermine sometimes how important it is that people hire a real estate agent for a transaction. And here's a little video.
Making the argument that when buying a home, you don't need to use an agent, you don't need representation. Let me give you a different perspective. Buying or selling a home is the 3rd most stressful thing you do in life. It's death, divorce, and moving. And here's the question I'd want you to ask yourself when making a statement like that. Would you bury your own dead? Would you represent yourself in a divorce? Then why in the world would you think it's a good idea to represent yourself when buying or selling the largest asset you're ever going to own? Don't listen to the headlines. That's not a great idea. Not for you, not for anyone. From a liability perspective, from getting the best deal, whatever it is, hire a pro. That will always work out better for you.
So, you know, sometimes I remind people when they're talking about whether or not they need a real estate agent, I'll tell them, you know, one of the things I heard from my dad, which I've found to be true in my life, is the 3 professionals that you need in your life is a good attorney, a good CPA, and a really good real estate agent. And if you think hiring a good one is expensive, you should find out how expensive it is to hire an amateur. Because you're going to hire them, they're going to break it, and then you're going to have to fix it. And fixing it costs a whole lot more than it was to do it right in the first place. And so when we are a real estate agent, when it is done properly, it is a beautiful thing to watch. By the time they get to the closing table, they're still excited to get their keys in their hand. But if the journey from contract to close has been so fraught with disaster that by the time the keys are in their hands, they don't even want to buy the home anymore, you're not going to get referrals. And by the way, it means we haven't done a very good job in that process, because no matter what comes up, we can help them get over whatever issues that they've got going on with anything, whether it's bail and find another property, or whether it's not the end of the world. But sometimes agents are throwing fire on situations and making it so much worse than it really is, instead of staying arm's length and giving them the advice that they really need. But also sometimes it's just being available when they need us. Maybe it's 6 o'clock and we have a habit to not answer the phone, but if you don't answer the phone at 6 o'clock, I kind of recommend you do, because they're going to talk to 10 other people who are real estate agents over the course of that evening after they've had 2 glasses of wine and getting advice from all the wrong people, when I could have just simply had a conversation with them, put the thing to bed, and now they are no longer, sitting in this state of stress. He said it's in the top 3 stresses. People go home to go deal with the stress of the day. And when they go home and it's home that's about the stress, that they're moving or whatever's going on, because usually when a real estate transaction happens, it usually has something to do with someone moving, they have no way to escape the stress. And you are their lifeline now, and the only lifeline that they have. So I tell my clients always, when you are in a transaction with me, you've got unfettered access to me over the next 30 days. And when you need me, call me and I will be there. Whether it's in the afternoon or the evening via text message, when they need something, I am Johnny on the spot and I will respond to them immediately. And I have no qualms about it, because I'm the one who's helping them through it. I care about the transaction as much as they do. And that means that I don't mind answering a few questions or having a quick conversation here and there. And if it's a huge conversation, I will have dealt with it long before 8 o'clock at night. In any event, the three people you need, everyone needs, is a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. Okay, it is 12:16. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back at 12:26. Lisa, did you have anything?
2:26.
Yep.
The moment.
So Lisa's going to put the return time in the chat.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, we're going to get back to our structure of when we get at, we'll take our next break at 4 o'clock. We're out of here at 5 o'clock. Remember, at 5 o'clock, you have an exam, but the exam has 30 questions. The exam questions we will have thoroughly covered without you having to watch the video. However, a lot of mega valedictorians have actually watched the videos, actually listened to the video of the exam, which helps them have a little better understanding on some things that is the biggest takeaways out of today's class. The only source of knowledge is experience. So the difference, we talked about the difference between tomato in the verse of knowledge versus wisdom. I like that TREC is double downing on having an apprenticeship program. How many people here know, by a raise of hands, that TREC has a mentorship program or an apprenticeship program built into the License Act for every real estate agent in Texas? We have an apprenticeship program. That is called SAE, Sales Agent. What does the A stand for in SAE?
Apprenticeship.
That's right. So we all understand the apprenticeship program that is built into inspectors, that they have to work under an inspector for an entire year before they can do their own inspection. There's also an apprenticeship program that is as stringent under TREC rules in your SAE period. And by the way, if you're an SAE agent and you go rogue and you close a transaction without mentorship and TREC is notified, they will not renew your license. You will not go from an SAE agent to a full-fledged and have a full license. You won't graduate the apprenticeship program. They take it very seriously. Competency is something that they take very seriously. In the eyes of the law, you're incompetent if you haven't done something before. And that word gets thrown around as if it's some type of huge insult. And it's not. We all begin as a real estate agent incompetent, and we gain more and more competence as we go along. And so that's written into the rules. Chapter 1101, geographic competency, subject matter competency, all of that is there. So at Realty Texas, we follow the rules as TREC requires us as a brokerage. It says that the broker in Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act says that the broker will provide the agent a list of what acts they're authorized to do. Does anybody know where you can find that here at this company?
That me?
Yes. If you go to yourrealtytexas.me and you log in and you scroll down to the very bottom of the .me dashboard, you will see, I don't know, that is definitely, you can all read my text messages or you can read this one. There you go. All right, so you scroll to the bottom and we have the competency section. Here are all the different types of competencies, whether it's geographic competency, whether it's sales type competency, whether it's commercial sales, commercial lease, transaction type, condo, farm and ranch, traditional sticks and brick house, land, and then multifamily. And so, and here it will show how many transactions you've closed at Realty Texas under that transaction type, and whether you are already approved to transact without a mentor, and whether or not you've been approved for contracts without a mentor, and whether or not you've been designated as a mentor for the company where you can mentor others. All of that is here on your dashboard. So if there's a red bullhorn, it doesn't mean that you can't do it. And if there's a red bullhorn, then it'll pop up and it'll tell you, we're not telling you can't do this. We're telling you that this requires mentorship. You have to hire a mentor. And under our mentors tab at the top is where you can find where our mentors are. And you can hire a mentor by picking any one of the many mentors that we have. Several of them are in this class today, in fact. So you'll see on the mentors tab, I'm a mentor, so I see something a little bit different, but you'll see all of the mentors that are offering mentor service. You can click on their competencies and it shows you what they have been deemed competent to act as a mentor in. And if you want to hire that person, you click the hire button and it'll send them an email hiring them for that transaction. And we see all of our ALC, our leadership, agent leadership committee members, the managers here at the company, broker, me, which I don't know why I'm missing. So I'm gonna have to get with Miguel about that and about our program. So I want you guys to remember, if you've not done something at least 3 times, you need to hire a mentor for that transaction. That has nothing to do with SAE. That has to do with TREC rules. It says while you're an SAE, you must be mentored, and the broker must mentor you, obviously through that time period, because you will have done nothing before. But even long after you graduate the SAE program, you're going to find yourself doing things for the very first time. And TREC forbids agents for learning at the expense of the consumer. You got to get a mentor. We talked about this a little bit before, but I put it on the slide here because it's important as a reminder. Our role is to advise and to counsel and not make decisions. And the product that we sell, the services that we sell, are representation agreements. We sell our advice and our counsel to our clients. And there's a difference between a client and a customer. A customer we owe duties to, but does anybody know what duties we owe to customers versus clients? Do you remember in real estate school?
Honesty.
Okay. Tina, I heard you say old car. I watched your mouth say old car, but is that for customers or is that for clients?
It's for clients.
That's right. So what duties do we owe customers?
Honesty and fairness.
HARD, hard. Do you remember? Honesty, accounting, reasonable care, and disclosure. So what is missing between old car and hard?
Probably fiduciary duties.
Competency.
Confidential.
Loyalty.
So
competency and loyalty.
We don't owe the fiduciary layers. And so we don't owe those. It's obedience and loyalty are things that is fiduciary related. So when someone hires us, they can only hire us through a signed representation agreement. That takes them from a client to a customer. And now we have different duties that we owe them, but we also then owe them certain responsibilities. One of those responsibilities is explaining to them the information about brokerage services that TREC has, taking them through it and explaining the document, which explains to them the 2 types of licenses we have in Texas, broker or sales agent. Take them to the minimum duty requirement that we have, And then if you represent the buyer, if you represent the seller, if you represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, and if you are helping a buyer without a representation agreement signed, that's sub-agency. If you represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, it's intermediary, and then information at the bottom of it shows who your manager is, who the firm is, who the broker is, and your information all in one piece of paper. It's an incredibly and powerful document that we have on one piece of paper. We can have that whole conversation with them, but TREC wants us to have that conversation with them the moment we meet them, before we even create the agency relationship with them, so we can explain the agent's role in a transaction and how important it is. But remember, we get hired through representation agreement, and the service that we sell is our representation. So what we bring to the table, all of these designations matter because it's tools for our toolbox, which means we have more tools to pull from, and part of our experience, wisdom, and knowledge that we can help them through that transaction. I always like to remind about the advice and counsel, because what do we not do? If we are advising and counseling, what are we not doing?
Make decisions for them.
Thank you. Exactly right. That is called a gift card. Riza.
What was that?
You're getting a gift card for $25 for Starbucks, our very first
Thank you. I
gift
love
card.
these every morning.
Well, there you go. Miguel will have a gift card for you. We're not going to make decisions for our clients, just like Liza said. We're not going to do that. We're going to advise them. We're going to give them counsel. We're going to give them our advice. And then they're going to ask us our recommendation, and we're free to talk to them about our recommendation. They're going to make a decision. And then when they instruct us to make that decision, if we think that's really, really bad and it's going to cause harm for everyone, you go to your sales manager immediately. But in any event, our job is to be obedient and follow the instructions of our clients. But there are some times when their obedience might require that we terminate our representation agreement and fire ourselves from the job, because they're requiring us to violate fair housing or something else. But we have to either fire ourselves and walk away from the situation, or do what they say. One of those two things. And so sometimes agents come to me and say, well, I want to be my own boss. That's not what it is to be a sales agent. You're not your own boss at all, not even a little bit, because literally every single client that hires you is your boss, as well as your sales manager in the brokerage. So you are not your own boss, because you're looking for a boss every day that you wake up unemployed, trying to get hired by someone who we're going to work for. Now, there is a lot of flexibility in terms of what we do. I will grant you that. But we have to be obedient to our clients. This is a test question. That's why you all of a sudden see all this purple in here. There's been a couple of other ones that we've flown by, but if you see purple, it means that really it's going to be a test question. MEGA is about mind, body health, and sustainability. Why that's important is because I can teach you how, in 30 days of greatness and 30 days of habit, and all that we're going to do over the next 30 days together, and all the homework you're going to do, and the memorization, and all of it, that you have a really great first year, or this 2025 turned out to be a phenomenal year for you. If you're going to do things differently, you're going to add stresses in places that you didn't have stress before. So we have to learn how to rebalance that. I have seen some top producers in this marketplace have some really bad things happen to them. Crash and burn, epic. One of them was a dear friend of mine who was a top producer, probably about 2010, maybe just a little bit before that, took his clients out for lunch between the time that they had showings and writing an offer, and was driving back to the office, and he had 3 margaritas with his clients, hit a kid, and killed the kid.
Oh.
And he's spending the rest of his life in prison. He's been there since. That's 2025, and he was incarcerated in 2011, and he is still there. I'm going to tell you that I've seen some agents out there who are going to the wrong place to help balance that stress. We need to find a healthy way to balance that stress, to help give you energy and help clarify your mind and help get that stress off so you feel like a renewed person. And the very best way to do that is yoga. I'm telling you, I know some of you are going to push back and you're not going to do it, which means you're never going to understand the benefits of doing it. And we ask that you just do it once, and you will see how restorative and mental clarity you get because of the way you're breathing in yoga. It oxygenates your blood, it gives you energy, it makes your body feel better, it gets rid of the toxins, all of the things, building your core. There's nothing more powerful for you to do as a salesperson than to do yoga, which helps balance you, which means you're going to have more mental acuity because of the dopamine and the serotonin and all of the chemicals that are going through your body from all of the effects that yoga has given you. And you're happier. Your mood drastically improves. And as a salesperson, your mood is going to really dictate how many people are going to be drawn to you as a salesperson. Because as a salesperson, we do something unique. Our mood matters. And if you're just a regular employee, you walk into a bad mood, you can go to your job, sit in the corner and be a bad mood and pound on your keyboard the entire day. And you know what? Your coworkers might think, oh, well, this person is in a bad mood. I'm going to leave them alone, but they get the job done. But in real estate, you come to work in a bad mood, you're not going to get hired that day. And you might actually alienate a client that you did get hired, so you might end up get unhired that day. So our mood really matters, and how we deal with our stress in a productive way can also matter, because if we're drinking too much, you wake up in the morning with a headache and feel horrible, or not exercising and just don't have the energy or the stamina to push ourselves to the level that we need to be able to do this job, because this is an intense job. We are on the phone, we're talking with clients, talking with past people, problem solving, deal with the inspections, dealing with appraisal issues, dealing with financing issues, dealing with all of the eccentricities that our clients bring our way, and calming the waters and being a voice for peace and negotiating without being a bully on the phone, which means that takes a lot of mental acuity as well. To create a long-term sustainable career in real estate, a lot of things are going to need to change if this is truly what you're going to do. Let's say you say, I want to close 50 transactions a year. Okay, great. That's one a week. That means 4 a month. That means that you're going to need to go through 200 leads a month in order to find those 4 people. If you're going to be doing raw leads or contacting your spheres, which is going to have a higher conversion rate than that, but suffice it to say it, 40 hours a week, you're going to be on the phone, prospecting, 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 prospecting. And every time you close a transaction, you think, finally, I found someone, I found a buyer, they got qualified, they're an $800,000 buyer. This is the most amazing thing. Then you find them a home, you get under contract, you're super excited. 30 days goes by, you finally have a paycheck, and you focused on them the whole time, did everything you were supposed to do. And then what happens? They close, you get paid, poof, you're unemployed again. And that happened over and over and over again. And that is enough stress and uncertainty, which is why, and this is also a test question, why we see 90% washout in real estate. Because the stress that the agents have is too much. They can't handle the stress of uncertain income. They need certainty in income. And we all came over here because we knew that we could make more money. But at the point where you're in the business for 2-3 years, you've not made the money that you're supposed to have made. Now, maybe you haven't made enough to pay the taxes. You don't have insurance. There's nothing going into your IRA accounts. There's nothing going into your retirement accounts. There's not enough money in your bank account. You have a house payment, a car payment coming up. You've got no clients under contract. You don't have any representation agreement signed, and you're freaking out thinking, gosh, I got bills to pay, and I know I can make so much money in this business. What do I do? Well, you prospect, and you can never stop selling. That's the thing. You can never stop selling because you need to find your next client before the first client goes under contract so that your transaction pipelines are always filled. If your pipelines are always filled, if you always are working with 2 or 3 qualified buyers who can close, that means you're going to have consistent income. But if you think that this is a career where you can work 3 hours a day and close a transaction a month, you're never going to have consistent income. When a transaction falls through the cracks or falls because it busts and the person no longer can qualify, it's going to be a cataclysmic event for you because all of a sudden that money was coming and now it's not, and now you don't have a check coming, and it's going to stress you out more so than anything, which means arguably were you even arm's length to the transaction in the first place because you were tied to that commission like no other. But if you're focused full time and you're selling and you're prospecting and you're selling and you're prospecting, what happens is you start gaining a bunch of clients, you get representation agreements, and you're always working with 2, 3, or 4 people at a time. Then the uncertainty of income starts to go away because you have your pipelines filled. And now if the deal falls apart, it's not the end of the world because you got another one, and now it's just you're gonna have to replace that person and more phone calls to make and more referrals to get. So a salesperson has to create their business. They have to find the business, and that's the part about this business that's so time consuming. Selling the homes or going out and showing properties is not time consuming. You can do that in a couple hours in one day. Writing contracts, not time consuming. Putting properties in an MLS and listing a property, not time consuming. What is time consuming was finding that client in the first place. And it could have taken you 80 hours, maybe taken 40, 80 hours to find that client. That's where all the time goes in this profession. So if we're not giving ourselves time to prospect, and we've only given ourselves time to convert, close, and we're not following up, that's where your pain point's going to be. That's what we have to do differently. And that's what we're going to add into all of this time. That's what we're going to do in Mega, is make sure that we go through first and organize our database, get everybody out of our phone, out of the lists that you have in Excel spreadsheets, and sent items in this email box, and another sent items in that email box, and an old phone that you haven't opened in a year. Get all that data into one place so that you can start communicating with your clients and having a system built that will help you communicate with your people that drives you instead of you trying to remember who to call when. The system tells you who to call when, and that is very freeing because now you know you can go do your yoga in the morning and show up at the morning huddle and get through that and then pick up the phone and push the call button, and it's going to call the next person. You don't have to worry about it. It's all done for you. Now all you got to do is show up. That's a whole different gig. It's much, much easier. The mindset that you bring to the table in real estate really matters. 100%. In fact, it's your greatest barrier. Your mindset is going to be a make or break for you to be successful. Raise your hand if you believe that to be 100% true. That your mindset is going to be everything for you. So, do we have an abundance mindset? Are we thinking in the right terms? How do we flip it? Where we have fear, we need courage. Where we have rejection, we need to own it and accept it. Where we have failure, we need to accept it and we need to find growth from that failure. Instead of looking at the negative, we need to look at the flip side. What positive came from this? And the more that you're solutions oriented and focusing on the positive things that are going on, the more you're going to feel better about your day. Your mindset is the lens that you're looking at the world through. And if you're looking through the world in a negative mindset, which is fear, limitation, scarcity, then that lens has got you in a box and you're stuck in that box and it's nailed shut. And the only thing that will get you out of that box is changing your mindset, which means you're trapped in your own mind of negativity, which is going to get you exactly nowhere, especially in sales. There are people who thrive on negativity and they don't do well in sales. That's why the yellow personality type does so well in real estate, because typically they are sunshiny yellow looking at the bright side of things. Every cloud has a silver lining type of thing. Now, there becomes a point in which that's not healthy. I totally get that. We have to be realists, but you can be a realist without being negative. So when you find yourself trapped in a scenario where you're looking at the negative, I want you to take a really deep breath, as tight as you can, and let it out. And I want everyone to do that right now. Take a deep breath as hard as you can until it hurts, and hold it for a second and let it out. Every single morning when you wake up, as part of a homework assignment that I am begging you to help me with, is I want you to look at your right hand and I want you to think of 5 things that you're grateful for. and I want you, your spouse, your health, the opportunity that you have on this earth, God, that you got the chance for another day, whatever it is, your kids, your whatever it is, the things that you're grateful for. We have this mindset in American society today that we should have been born wealthy with a gold spoon in our mouth and be independently wealthy and have 5 servants. And the fact that we don't, somehow we're harmed and we should feel sorry for ourselves in that scenario. And that's not the case at all. We should be grateful that we're healthy, not taking that advantage and then mad when we're not. We spend too much time thinking about what we don't have versus what we do have. And so part of what the mind, body, and spirit of Mega is going to be about is mindset. If I would be amiss in teaching a masterclass that wasn't really rooted in mindset and helping you have a mental shift. So every morning, look at your right hand and think about the 5 things that you're grateful for. Do your yoga, which is going to be transformative in your physical life. And then you get into the morning huddle, which is going to give you a dose of optimism and some ideas about what to do for prospecting that day, and then fill your day with prospecting. And for now, in the next 30 days, it's going to be megas and mega minis. But your mindset is more important than most people even realize.
It's the act of what you focus on that determines which mindset you have. Because you have a scarcity mindset when you're focusing on, oh crap, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, I don't have enough energy. But then if you actually do the gratitude thing and you write down the good things, when you count the things you have, that helps you put on the mindset of someone who's abundant. So to me, it's which lens do you want to put on? Do you want to put on the scarcity lens by focusing on the things you don't have? Or do you want to put on the abundant thing by focusing on the things you do have?
Super powerful, and it's short and simple. Your happiness on this earth is going to be one-to-one correspondence on you focusing on either you've got 10 good things going on that day and you've got 10 bad things going on that day. We can focus and be grateful for the good things, or we can take the good things for granted and we can focus on the bad things. And if you focus on the bad things, we feel defeated. We feel like we're living in a life of unfairness. We feel like we're in scarcity. We're adding stress to ourselves. The cortisol starts hitting us. We start gaining weight. We start slowing down. We start then complaining, and we complain to everyone around us. It affects our smile. It affects our eyes. It affects our energy. It affects everything. Now your brain chemistry starts getting affected, and the dopamine levels and the serotonin levels drop. And all of it had to do with simply one thing, what you're focusing on and your intention. And you do the one thing. I'm going to look at my right hand every morning. I'm going to focus on 5 things that I am grateful for and start your day that way. It will be transformative. You will feel the difference because we have a choice. We have a choice of looking at things positively or negatively. Now I'm going to do a class project about rising interest rates. Just as an example, we're going to relate it to our clients and maybe the negativity that they have about a specific subject and how we can help them through it. Because do you think that our clients also have some maybe negative lens that they're looking at real estate right now? So let's look at it from their perspective. Rates are at 7%. Let's just say right now it's not. We're at 6.875. Let's just say 6.5 to 6.875, unless you're dealing with a builder who's got 3% interest rate. Let's just say 6.875, just for argument's sake. Let's look through the negative lens. What's bad about that?
It's higher than it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
Your mortgage is larger than.
What's that?
Your monthly mortgage would be larger.
How much larger?
Not much, though.
Not much?
It depends on the size of the loan, but.
Okay, so I'm going to take us onto a quick little field trip, and we're going to go to bankrate.com. I'm going to put this in the chat so you can save it in your browser because you should be using this often. This is a very, very, very powerful tool. We're going to make things simple, and we're going to say $500,000 purchase price over 30 years at 6 6.875. All right, let's go look at the amortization schedule of the 6.875. This says with no down payment, just straight out the box, hard numbers, the monthly payment is how much?
$32.83.
Okay. How much interest did you pay on this $500,000 home?
681, 871.
Wait.
6.87.
What am I saying here? Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. We have a $500,000 property, but you're saying that I spent $681,000 just in interest? Okay, so what was the total cost of loan? The 500,000 plus the interest?
1.181871.
$1.1 million. Okay, so now we go back over here and we're going to calculate this at 3% where we were a couple of years ago. Now the interest is 258,000 versus 579,000 over 30 years. We're talking about 300,000. We're talking about an astronomical difference. The difference between a total repayment of 758 and 1.1 million. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. The payment drastically changed from $2,100 a month up to well over $3,000 a month. $900, $1,100 a month just extra in interest. So we could get really negative about that. We could really wallow in that and be very pessimistic about the rates. Do you think there's anything positive that could come from a higher interest rate? Well, Lizette says no.
Less competition.
Yes,
Okay.
those
Buyers.
price points should come down.
Is that worth $1,100 a month, less competition? I don't know. I'm going to tell you, though, that there's actually more positive than there is negative. And this is going to blow your mind. Here we go. First of all, the interest is tax deductible if you're buying it for your primary residence. So it doesn't really matter at that point. You're going to get that money back as a primary residence. But at the end of the day, how far in retirement do you want to be paying for a house? The sooner you buy the house, the sooner you pay it off. And you buy the house when you buy the house. You can rent out a bedroom if you need to, but the sooner you buy it, the sooner you pay it off. You date the rate. But more importantly, how far into retirement do you want to be paying off a mortgage? When you purchase a home at a higher interest rate, you're right in that it puts downward pressure on home values because fewer people can afford a home, which means there's less buyers, which means that the interest rate has gone up, so the payments have ballooned up more than what the median price point is. Less people can afford it because they don't have $3,100, they only have $2,800. So sellers have to reduce their price of their home to reach the median price point of the buyers who can afford it. Plain and simple. Higher the interest rates go, the more downward pressure it makes on the home values. It also means fewer buyers are in the market. So that means the price of the home went down. If the price of the home went down, that's a good thing because over the course of 30 years, what they're really paying off is the purchase price of the home. You can't ever refinance your purchase price later. What you buy it for, you're stuck with for the next 30 years, but you can always refinance the loan when the rates go down. So when the rates go up, the interest rate's a tax deduction. You've got more homes to choose from because there are fewer buyers. You're able to probably get most of your closing costs paid, probably washer, dryer, and fridge, and some free extras. And you bought the home for less, which means later when you refinance the home, you got a lower purchase price and a lower interest rate to boot. So there's a lot going for you there. So what happens when you decide to wait for the rates to go down? The moment the rates go down, the property value is going to explode. It's going to fill up that space. Every time the rates go up, puts downward pressure on the prices, then the rates go down and poof, the purchase price fills that space because there becomes a buyer boom and more people can afford a home and more people are in a multiple offer situation, throwing away their bank accounts to be able to seize a house. So you can look at things through two lenses. You can look at everything through a negative lens, or you can look at something through a positive lens. But it's important that your mindset always be in a place for you to be able to have abundance thinking and get rid of the negativity so that you can attract more positivity. But when you're happier, you're smiling more. When you're smiling more, you're attracting more people. And when you're attracting more people, that's going to be felt at open houses. That's going to be felt in your buyer representation agreements. That's going to be felt when you're calling people on the other end of the phone, because what we're going to hear on Wednesday from Vanessa Van Edwards, who is a coach and a human scientist, is that people can hear your mood and they can hear your hello in your mood. And they decide whether or not they like you in the first 3 seconds of the phone call. And if you've got some things going on, they can hear it. Millions of years of evolution, we can hear it. And it usually comes across as being angry or mad. Even though we're trying to mask it, it comes through. One of the very best ways to relieve all that stress is yoga. So when I ask you to do yoga, it's not just because it's going to change your brain chemistry and your ability to sell. And you're going to be more open to more people because they're just going to find you more appealing as a real estate agent, because people like to work with people that are happy. We're not funeral directors. We're selling services that help people buy a home. And people spend a lifetime dreaming about buying a home and spend exactly 0% of their time dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. And we get to either make this fun for them or we can make it not fun. And they're not going to want to work with you, especially the luxury buyers. If you've got layers of stress and all that going on, those luxury buyers will be like, nope, I want someone who's going to want to drink champagne and make this whole thing as fun and roll red carpety as possible. You want to be a luxury agent? You got to be really good at selling. And you have got to be fresh when you're selling. Here are some things we can talk about. We want to talk about mental mindset. And these are things that Lindsay here is really good at, especially in the morning huddle. She'll be talking to you much more about mindset because that falls into her world much more than mine when it comes to the depths of what that really is. But all I know is that the more I focus on positive things and be grateful and go through life with a grateful mindset, the more good things have happened to me. And I've made it to the top of my profession doing that. And I will never do it any other way. When you promise to yourself that scarcity thinking doesn't serve you, you're going to shift your mindset and it's going to be changing everything. And the 5 things: grateful for another day, for your health, for your spouse, for your family, for your opportunity. Here are the 5 things. And I need you guys to be every morning remembering the 5 things: abundance thinking, gratitude, generosity, abundance, prosperity, opportunity, positivity. These are things that you can focus on that will absolutely change your life. How many of you have ever heard of Simon Sinek? Pretty powerful guy. Pretty powerful guy. We're going to listen to Simon Sinek as soon as we come back from our, no, I said at 4 o'clock. We're going to go to break at 4, not 3. Okay. So we're going to listen to this. There's a little section of this that I want you guys to hear that's very powerful.
You want to be an elite warrior. It's not about how tough you are. It's not about how smart you are. It's not about how fast you are. If you want to be an elite warrior, you better get really, really good at helping the person to the left of you and helping the person to the right of you. Because that's how people advance in the world. The world is too dangerous and the world is too difficult for you to think that you can do these things alone. If you find your spark, I commend you. Now, who are you going to ask for help, and when are you going to accept help when it's offered? Learn that skill. Learn by practicing helping each other. It'll be the single most valuable thing you ever learn in your entire life. To accept help when it's offered and to ask for it when you know that you can't do it. The amazing thing is, when you learn to ask for help, you'll discover that there are people all around you who've always wanted to help you. They just didn't think you needed it because you kept pretending that you had everything under control.
I'm going to put you in groups and we're going to talk about this and we're going to break this down along with a positive mindset. But the thing that I want you to take away from that is that you need help. That's the thing. Your severes can make you a successful real estate agent. And so many people come to me and say, but I don't have a sphere. And I've already had 2 people ask me so far. One was at break and one was over chat. I don't have a sphere. I don't know anyone. What do I do? How do I create a sphere when I didn't have one? My sphere lives in Dallas, or my sphere lives in Seattle, Washington. Before I take you on break, you've got a much bigger sphere than you think. How many of you would absolutely reject the idea of large checks being mailed to you on a regular basis? I'm guessing not a lot of hands, because large checks coming to us on a regular basis is something that we would not object to, right? So when you have a sphere, unless it's part of a scam, it's not part of a scam, Charlie, I promise. It is about you telling everyone, no matter where they are. You got a friend in Florida, you call them today. Hey, how are you? How's life in Florida? By the way, when you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me? Well, don't you live in Texas? I do. I do. I am a real estate agent here in Texas. I'm a realtor with the National Association of Realtors, and I'm really well connected. I know what it takes to be a successful agent. I know how to find one. When you're looking for an agent, help me find the rock. Let me help you find the rock star. Let me do the research to find you someone, because I'm really good at that. I'm really good at connecting people, and I'm really well connected across the entire country. And then you grab the CRS book. For those of you who don't know what a phone book is, it is a phone book for realtors, just exactly how we used to have them. And it has all of the agents who are top producers in the marketplace, certified residential specialists, which is a designation all of you should have on your radar. But for new agents, it's not going to be on your radar anytime soon, because you're going to need to close 75 transactions before you get there. In any event, Lisa and I both CRX, there's lots of CRS agents here, and you're going to go through the phone book and you're going to help them find a rock star in their marketplace. Then now you have an agent that you referred them to. That agent now is part of your referral network. And going to your zoning and planning departments at your local city and see who they're giving a tax incentive to move their business into your city. Houston, you've got a huge one right now because they're building a huge AI processing plant where they're going to have all the data centers there. And it's bringing $800 million into your marketplace. I think they said 4,000 jobs total, which is astronomical for even that large of a marketplace. Guess what? Start advertising to that group, even if it's a small company of 50 or 200 or thousands, like some of the jobs that we've seen come into the Austin market. Market to them on Facebook. Hey, I know you're moving. Samsung, run Samsung ads on Facebook. Looking for an agent, even film a video. Hey, I know you guys are relocating to Austin. I'm your Austin expert. I want to help you. A good way for you to expand your spheres. Figure out how to get in hold of the hiring people at that company in their HR department. Say, I want to be your preferred agent. Ken Pearson just did that with IBM for part of a group of people that are moving here. But in any event, it all started by you picking up your sphere, calling all of you people you know first, and having a conversation with them. And when they themselves or someone that they know is looking to buy, you should be the person that's helping them, advise them on all things real estate. Oh, I've got a friend. He's an expert in real estate. He's really well connected. Let me get you in touch with him. And then tell him, yep, I'm not competent in that area, but I know a lot of agents who are. Let me find you an agent. And then you refer them the business, but you need to call and interview them. And that's when checks are going to start coming in the mail. Excuse me. So no matter if you have a small sphere here and a big sphere elsewhere, or quite the opposite, you're still calling the same people asking for the same things, and then building your business here. Mindset, knowing how important it is. It says that you will get all that you want out of life helping enough other people get what they want. In the Simon Sinek video, it said, we got to humble ourselves. We must humble ourselves. And we need to pick up the phone and call those people and ask for help. And if we can't ask for help, we don't deserve the help. And how do we ask for help? We ask people to hire us. We want them to hire us and refer us out when they know someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. Now, I'm going to create a couple of groups, and I'm going to put you guys in groups. I want you guys to talk in your groups about some ideas that you can implement in your business, of who you can call. And do you have all your contacts in one place, or is that something you're going to have to work on? And how soon is it going to take you to call every single person you know? And have you contacted every single person that you know? Okay, we are all officially back. I will be easing into these breakout rooms. And I say that because I know that there's a little bit of technical issues every time we go into breakout session. So the first one was more of a practice one. There wasn't a huge topic for us to talk about, but it was enabled you to learn how to unmute and be able to share your screen and interact. And there will be a lot more of those with a lot more focused topics. So I know it's more of a general topic, but the question really is, have you talked with your people? Have you called everyone and had a conversation with them about hiring you as their agent or calling you when they know someone's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? So let's start with group one, which is Aki, Mohammed, Christine, Isabel, and Rosny. Now, from this point forward, I'm going to always ask that you elect a group spokesperson inside your group, and one of you actually is going to report back to the class, but I'm going to pick one. In this case, I'm going to pick Christine. Christine, what did your group talk about?
We talked about text versus phone calls versus snail mail to reach clients. Mohammed uses Post-its. I mentioned that I do an annual snail mailer, and that text has not been getting me the results that I want, so I've switched over to making phone calls.
Wow.
And yes, and Rosanne talked about reaching out to relatives who live in other states to let them know, hey, I'm doing this. If somebody comes up on your radar, please keep me in mind for that. And all of us talked about the importance of just keeping in touch with our closest members of our sphere, because the education piece is always really pivotal. Like, I have so many friends who I worked at UT for 8 years, and I'm like, how do I get into there for students, staff, and otherwise? And a lot of folks didn't know that real estate agents help with rental placements. So when I started sharing that, my rental work really picked up.
Amazing. So lots of productive things. I'm going to be pounding home the importance of actually picking up the phone and having a phone conversation. A lot of people don't know this, but this device I'm holding up is actually also a phone. It's not just a text device, but you could actually have conversations with people back and forth on them. I say that because, we're getting further and further away from picking up the phone. We text people happy birthday. We text them happy new year. Sometimes a year goes by and maybe you've sent 3 texts to someone, but I actually haven't heard their voice at all. In real estate, we need to do things different. We're going to keep it old school and we're going to pick up the phone and have those conversations, even if that's not what you've been used to in the past. So thank you for bringing that up, because it's typically an argument that I have to push people from moving from text back to phone, and they're talking to me about, here we are in this new millennium where text message is the new fad. And that's true. And you can communicate with people over text, but this is something different. This is something more meaningful. So it's going to be making that phone call, and we're going to dive more into that later. So good job, group one. Group two, Ariel, Charlie, Eric, Lizette, and Tina was in that group. I'm going to randomly pick one person. Tina, what did your picking the third person in every list? Tina, what's your group talking about?
It was kind of quiet, but we just talked about if we had called everyone in our sphere. Most of us hadn't, except for Eric, I think he said. And I like the way he phrased it, because I was saying that I did one today and it felt kind of awkward. And he was like, I kind of phrased it in like a, hey, I know it's been a while since we like talked, but I just wanted to share that I'm a realtor now with you.
I love it. Okay, so we're going to need to be doing a lot of that. We need to connect with everyone. But the question is why do you think that everyone in your group has already contacted everyone they know and had that conversation? Probably no. Maybe no.
Yeah, no. I have a question.
Okay, Charlie.
What if we reach out to our sphere, but everyone is broke?
Well, everyone, so this is the scenario that I'm going to teach you. It's on the next slide, but we're going to go ahead and have this conversation now. Everyone who is over the eight, let me go back and tell you this. I'm going to start from here. I'm going to hold up my hand, and this hand although it has orange Cheeto on it, is going to represent 1 out of 5 years on it. Okay? So people buy and sell once every 5 years, which means any given year that you have, there is a 20% chance that that person is going to transact with you this year. Only a 20% chance. But everybody over the age of 18 years of age, according to the National Association of Realtors, can influence someone's agent choice times 1 a year, which means everyone that you know can refer you to someone who will get you to the closing table because they heard them talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home. That means everyone in your database is a referral opportunity. They know someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home that they can connect you with right now. But they themselves may not be looking to buy or sell for 4 years, if not 5 years. So if you're severe right now, like you said, nobody has any money in that group right now, 5 years from now, that group is going to change. You're going to change and evolve as your social group that you're around is going to change, going to get married, have kids, buy homes, get the career, sell, buy the vacation house, depending on who you're surrounding yourself with at that time. But they know people. Hey, my parents are looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. My friend, I heard that they're looking to buy a house. And so you need to insert in their brain when they hear someone looking to buy, sell, lease a home, they're going to refer you. Because remember, everyone that's in your database is only 20% chance that they're going to transact that year. That means if you have 200 people, that's 40 transactions in your database of 200 that's going to transact with you. That's still good. That's still 2 transactions a month almost. 40 transactions. So that's almost 1 a week. That's fantastic. But that's after building your database to 200. That's 20%. That's 40 closings. But guess what? Every single one of those 200 people knew someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. That changes it. That is a 10x amount of business. And that's what most people don't have. Now, maybe you don't start on day 1 with 200 past clients that are yielding 40 closings a year. You're trying to get to 100, 60 to 100 for the $1 million mark, if that's what you're going for the $1 million mark. So you got 200 past closings, that's feeding you 40. Now you got to figure out where the other 60 are going to come from. The other 60 are going to come from the other 160 people in your database that aren't buying that year, but their family and friends who they know that are. That is how you work a real estate business, calling each one of them. How are you? How's the wife? How's the family? How's the job? What's going on? And just check in with them. And by the way, if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that referral would mean the world to me. You know how important that is. It takes a village in real estate, and you're my village, so I'm counting on you guys. Do you remember what Simon Sinek said? Remember what he said?
You want to be an elite warrior. It's not about how tough you are. It's not about how smart you are. It's not about how fast you are. If you want to be an elite warrior, you better get really, really good at helping the person to the left of you and helping the person to the right of you. Because that's how people advance in the world. The world is too dangerous and the world is too difficult for you to think that you can do these things alone. If you find your spark, I commend you. Now, who are you going to ask for help, and when are you going to accept help when it's offered?
You got to be humble. And your ability to humble yourself and call people and ask them for help and let them know that they're part of your village and that you need their help because you're in real estate now. And this gig is all about finding your next client, and they're part of your village and help you find your next client. That conversation must happen. And if you get good at that, you will be a top producer. You will be the 5% that's selling 95% of the business. And you will leave behind the 95% that is selling 5%, that's sharing in 5%. And those 95%ers who are discounting their commission and doing whatever they can to try to find someone and begging people for help versus calling your spheres and asking people who know, love, and trust you for their help. Completely different scenario, completely different outcome. It will make you a top producing agent. So that's the one thing. You will get all that you want out of life by helping other people get what they want and letting them how they can help you. We know that 20% is going to buy a house this year. 100% can refer you an agent refer you a client refer you as an agent to them, and bring you clients that will make it to the closing table. You need their help with referrals. We have to ask them all. Running your business means that you are taking a deliberate approach to running your business. You're not being reactionary about whatever happens that day. We don't just start our day and think, gosh, what am I going to do today? There needs to be a plan. So we're going to plan and we're going to act, which means that we're running our business. We're not reacting to the stimulus that comes at us. No, that's always going to happen. We're going to have stuff being thrown at us, transactions going haywire, people unraveling all of it and have to fix lots of things. That comes with the business. But there's a lot of time where we are going to have to implement strategies to act. That means prospect. Action means prospecting, getting out there in the world, either knocking on neighbors' doors, calling people that you know, calling people you went to school with, calling people you went to college with, calling your parents, asking them who do they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, and looking under every rock. One of the things that I loved about what Andy said was that real estate is his oyster. And that paints a really great picture in your mind because you're popping them open and you're looking to find who's going to have the pearl. Because out of 100 oysters, maybe one of them has a pearl. And you're shucking the oysters and you're trying to look for the diamond in the rough or the pearl in the oyster shell. And that's no different than real estate. But if we're only doing that, if we're only looking for someone who's going to transact with us, and we're looking at everyone as either they are or are not going to transact with us, we're looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack. When you have a whole haystack of people there that know other people who are looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, and the amount of opportunity that you surround yourself, 10x, it's a whole different game changer. So we have to act, we have to focus our attention and our thoughts and our emotions all on the same thing. And it's a deliberate promise that we are going to act. We talked about the 6 degrees of separation already, and we're still on mindset stuff. If one person knows 50 people, and each of those 50 people know 50 more people, the network grows and it grows. And it's called the 6 degrees of separation. Everybody on earth is connected by that 6 degrees of separation. Your job as a real estate professional needs to be connecting with as many people as you can. There are some times that your friend will refer you one of their friends that was not in the original circle, and you've never met this person. And you're thinking, how do you have friends I don't know? Well, guess what? Your friends have friends that you don't know. That means that that person has friends that you don't know, and so on and so forth. And so if you're infiltrating circles and finding yourself in new circles of friends, that's great. You are creating a larger and larger sphere of influence. You don't need to find 1 million people to close 100 homes a year. It's a very small network of people who are your loyal people that you're focusing all of your time on. John D. Rockefeller, arguably one of the richest men in the world, the Rockefeller family, at the time at least. Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great. How many of you gave up a good job for real estate? It was good enough. There's income. Maybe had some sharing of taxes that they were withholding some tax money. Maybe there was a little bit of healthcare there or something. When you get into real estate, you've given up the good for the great. Well, now that you're here, you have got to pick up the phone and call. If you're going to stay in this business long term, it's how you're going to make money in a meaningful way. And so we gave up the good for the great. Now the great has to materialize. In terms of going out there and making a business for yourself, the greater danger isn't that your aim is too low and you miss it in terms of setting your goals and what you're going to close that year. Because we're going to talk about how much money you want to make. You're going to write it down on a piece of paper, then you're going to put it in your goal tracker, and then we're going to build a plan for you to make that. And the greater danger isn't that your aim is too low, the number is too low, and you make it. But quite the opposite is that you picked a number that was too small and you met it when you could have done so much more. So the number that you pick for the income goal that you want to make throughout the rest of 2025 and maybe even for the next 12 months. It needs to be something that pushes you out of your comfort zone a little bit. So we don't want to see you put in 35,000, something that you could achieve very easily. We want you to have a real number there. But again, I don't pick the number you do, but I recommend you put yourself in a number that you've never met that number yet before so far in this life. To the point that it's what you promised yourself when you're going through real estate school in the first place. Go back to that number. What was it? If I only make this much a month, then this will work out for me. What was that number? Let's go and revisit that because maybe that's the number that you choose. I don't know. Once you set that goal, it's halfway reached because halfway to your goal is actually setting the goal, establishing what that number is going to be. Now you know what you're going to reach for. And now everything else is going to start coming into place because we're going to build a plan that's going to help you achieve that goal. And over the next 30 days, you're going to really feel that come into practice because you're going to get pushed into prospecting and you're going to have transactions falling out of the woodwork here. And you're going to start getting transactions as referrals while you're in Mega. Maybe it's your first couple of transactions and now you're working a transaction and you're in Mega. I've had people call their spheres, end up with 2 transactions, quit Mega and tried to close those 2 transactions and said, I'll just take Mega next time because now I have 2 clients and that's what I was looking for. And then 6 months later, quit real estate because I didn't close another transaction. This isn't about feeding yourself for a day. This is about feeding yourself for a life. You got to have the 30 days of a habit so you can create a sustainable practice for yourself in mind, body, and spirit, holistically looking at all of you, all of you, not just the financial side of you. When we have a goal, we got to know what the goal is. The goal tracker, every single time the goal tracker opens up in your .me, boom, it reminds you. So if you don't have a goal in real estate, and if you got into Mega and you had no income goal written down on a piece of paper, and you actually showed up to Mega without a goal, and that's okay. A lot of agents show up to Mega without a goal in mind of what they want to make in terms of production or units sold or income dollars. Any of that has not been created. If you don't have a goal, you're going to hit it every time, which is nothing. One of the hallmarks of this class that I teach and that I really dig deep in is that in all things that you do, consider the end. Everything from what do you want your people to say about you when they're at your wake, or your epitaph, or what is it going to say on your tombstone? What do you want people to say about you? And in this business, what do you want out of it? You want to build a referral-based business? Then in every single transaction, you need to be working that transaction like if it was a referral-based business. And every single day, we got to think about what are the effects of how we're going to treat this person and what we're going to say, and everything has consequences. So in every single thing that you do, consider the outcome. Consider how that's going to affect your reputation, how it's going to help your business, how it's going to impact your family, the people around you, the firm, all of it. And that could be a conversation to, or just picking up the phone and calling all of your spheres, or remembering to ask for referrals in every transaction and run this referral-based business. Albert Einstein, arguably one of the smartest people to ever live. Intention. Building your business with intention. And so many people create a referral-based business far too late. Jim Rohn, don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems, wish for more skills. Don't wish for less challenges, wish for more wisdom. This is all your mindset stuff. I want you to pull out a piece of paper and I want you to write down on that piece of paper how much money you want to make in 2025. We're going to revisit that here in a couple of seconds, but we're going to watch a couple of videos. There's 2 videos back to back that we're going to watch. First, this one always gets me because one of the things that I find, one of the many things I find interesting about real estate is how many people come into real estate having no formal education and making more, much more every year than people who have graduate degrees, doctorates, master's degrees, gone through school, and they go get a job and they're making $75,000, $85,000 a year, and then you see agents pulling in $250,000 a year. Easy. And it's a bit mind-blowing just how many real estate agents out there have no formal education, but they're making twice or three times the amount of those people who went to school and came out the other side with degrees. That's what this video is about. It really hones in on that one thing.
The hardest worker in the room is always going to be the talented guy who doesn't work hard. In the end, maybe not every time, but in the end, hard work always wins. Talent doesn't guarantee you anything in this world. A good education doesn't guarantee you anything in this world. The world is riddled with smart people who have never achieved anything of significance. This world is full of talented individuals that never made it. The world is full of expensively educated kids that are outperformed by high school dropouts.
Talent won't get you anywhere if you don't work for it. Talent won't get you anywhere if you have no heart. Talent is nothing if you have no guts. The one who is hungrier to reach the top will always get there before the talented guy. Maybe not immediately, but in the end, hungry always wins. In the end, hard work always wins. In the end, heart wins. Courage wins. In the end, the one who is more dedicated to reach the top will win. How can you beat the guy who will do whatever it takes? You can't.
This goes on, but his language changes and starts getting into the cuss words, which I'm going to know a lot of you got kids at home, so I'm going to stop it there. But look, this is true. Your grit, the grit that you bring to the table, doesn't matter how much education you have. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter any of these things. What matters is how hungry you are to go and achieve your goals. Because that hunger, that drive, you bring me the fire and I will direct that fire into a direction that's going to make you money. But you bring me passive, you bring me, I can't do anything with that. I can try to inspire you and I can get you out of the chair and get you all fired up, but that's going to be temporary. You got to be hungry and want to go after that number. You have to say, this is what I'm going to do this year. I have no choice. I want to make this happen. I'm going to call my people. Now, the second half of Mega is all about showing you the contract and showing you how to list a property and how to get a representation agreement signed and how to get someone through a third-party financing crisis. It's the nuts and bolts of real estate. The second half is all about doing this job. The first half of Mega, though, is about finding the client that's going to allow you to help someone do the job. And you and I both know that when you get your license, you realized that this gig was more about being a salesperson and finding the client than actually helping the client get to the closing table in the first place, because without clients, you have no income. And the only part of this job that has you as an independent contractor is your selling and your prospecting. That is the part that you're self-employed on. Everything else, you are highly regulated by all the regulatory bodies. So don't put a glass ceiling where it doesn't need to be. Don't be in the mindset that I didn't get a master's degree. I didn't go to business school. I'm not a good communicator. I'm not all of this stuff. I'm not a natural born seller. None of that matters as much as the hunger and the fire in your belly and the desire for you to succeed. That is what matters. And if you contain that, I can show you how to make as much money as you want in real estate. But if you are not compelled or propelled to go and do and act, then you're going to really struggle, because if you're not a self-starter, that is what this profession is all about, is you propelling yourself forward. Now, yes, we've got mentorship programs and we've got the morning huddle and we've got all of these things to help get you out. But if you are in the habit of not doing things, you're going to really struggle in real estate because we can't get you out of that cycle. Okay. How many of you have the number already written down? Good. How much money do you want to make in the next 12 months? You're going to write it down, and then you're going to go and you're going to put it into the .me. Now, goal setting. This is something that we help our agents with every single year as part of your business planning. You can sit with Lisa and Andrew in January and we walk you through your goal setting. There's also going to be a bit of that in Mega Minis, and we're going to help you in Mega get through the next 30 days. Then it's about your sustainability in your future in goal setting. Discipline leads to habits. Habits lead to consistency, and consistency leads to growth. You can have a tremendous next couple of months if you stay in Mega and focus on doing exactly what we tell you. But then if you get out of Mega and you stop doing what we taught you to do, then you're going to arrive at a place that was very similar to where you were before Mega, just with a couple more transactions under your belt. So it's like, adding some coal to a freight train. Eventually it's going to run out of steam. So you have to continue prospecting, and that's the one thing that we're going to be consistent about in Mega is the prospecting. But in goal setting,
it's mid-March, so it feels long past time to talk about New Year's resolutions. Many of us may have fallen off track long ago, but instead of giving up on them, what about rebooting them? We can do that. Here to help us do just that is mindset and development speaker Danny Stone. Welcome to City Line. We're so happy to have you here. So how do we get back on track? If we had the plans and the resolutions and we've fallen off, is there a way to get back on?
Yeah, the first thing is to recognize that we all fall off track, right?
Yeah.
And we have to learn to give ourselves some grace.
Yes.
Sometimes when we fall off track, we're so hard on ourselves, Tracy. We're our worst critic. And what we have to understand is that it's okay. Acknowledge that you got started, acknowledge that you took a little bit of action, and just understand that maybe you didn't have the best tools or the best plans in the beginning.
And a lot of us have to restart again and again and again. We hear that all the time. If you're quitting smoking, you might have to do 7 attempts, 8 attempts. So it's okay.
Yeah,
like you're not alone. We're all doing it that way. So once we've said to ourselves, self, you're okay. Give yourself some grace. What do we do next?
Then we need clarity.
Okay.
See, many of us just roll over the same resolutions year after year, but is it what you really wanted? Like, did you really want to achieve these things this year?
Yeah.
And so getting clear about what you want and why it's a must, and writing it down.
Okay.
Most of us do not write down our goals and our resolutions, and so it doesn't happen. It's not a reality.
Yeah. The whole writing down thing, I hear that tip again and again and again, and I wonder, what is that about? Like, is there something that happens when we're actually writing something down that makes it stick in our brain more, that makes us more accountable? Like, why is it so important?
It's both of those things. Like, writing things down is an accountability. It locks it in your brain. You know, there's something about writing things down that we're making a contract with ourselves.
Totally. Accountability is scary. Because then you have to look back, you're like looking in the mirror like, oh my gosh, I didn't do it, which is why you should do it. Write it down.
Why we have to. We
That's
have to
we
write
got
it
to
down.
do it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's our next step? We've written it down. We've figured out what we are laser focused on. What do we do next?
Well, that is it. It's about getting focused.
Laser focused now.
Right? We have to get focused. And you know my wife, Trudy.
Yes.
So focused. We are going to put a plan. We're going to recognize that maybe we haven't called our people. We're going to give yourself some grace for not calling the people. We're going to reset, and we're going to all agree that moving forward, we're going to be laser focused on calling our people, and that's going to be something that we're going to do. But I need your commitment. I need you to call at least 20 people a day, and you're going to be in class a lot. But Mega doesn't work if you don't call your people. So if you're just showing up to class and you're not doing the calls after class, you're not going to get all of the effects of Mega, which is by next month, you have paychecks coming. And then we keep amplifying that month after month, but you have to be focused. And what helps you get focused is by promising yourself a number, an income number that is compensatory to you staying in the business and having the decent career and the income that you know that you're worth, that you need, that you want, that's going to help you stay in the business, that's going to get you up in the morning, get you fired up, get you excited. That's the number that we're looking for. So let's do some math around this number. How many homes do you have to sell to earn $50,000 a year versus 100 versus 250,000 versus $500,000 versus $1 million? And by the way, every single one of these numbers, including zero, is your choice. You choose if you make nothing. You choose if you make $1 million, or anything in between is your choice because you chose what to focus your attention on. If you choose to focus your attention on non-income producing tasks, you know what that number is going to look like. It's going to be a very low number because you didn't prospect because your sales department was continually closed. So you want to make 100,000 a year. Well, we need to sell 7 homes. What does that look like? $450,000 home, which is our median price point, times a 3% commission is a $13,000 commission. $13,000 commission, 100 grand divided by 13,500 is roughly 7 homes. So you want your gross commission income is going to be roughly 100 grand by closing those 7 homes. That's roughly one every other month. You can make $100,000 a year by closing a home every other month. But the reality of that is something different, because the number of hours that it takes to prospect and continue to keep those people coming in is the same effort that you're going to do to double, triple, or quadruple this. So it could take 40 hours a week to sell 7 homes a year, but in that same 40-hour week is how you start propagating the more and more and more and more. So it's very difficult to say, I only want to close 2 homes a year. In fact, it's almost impossible to have that happen and not be prospecting. So what does it look like if you want to make $250,000 a year? $250,000. 18 homes, same math. 250,000 divided by 13,500 is 18 homes. Now you're closing about 1.5 homes a month. Let's keep it going. $450,000 a year. That's 37 homes. So that's almost 3 per month. So that's almost, it's less than 1 a week. And you're going to see some evidence here of a lot of people in the Austin marketplace who are currently making that amount of money right now. A lot of agents make between $250 and $450. Want to make $1 million? That's where you're really going to hit the road with your prospecting. This is where you had a concerted effort to go out there and prove to yourself that you can make $1 million in a year. And that requires a lot of focus, a lot of conversations, and a lot of work, because you're going to close 74 transactions. That is more than 1 a week. And there are agents closing between 7,500 and 100 homes a year. And I'm going to show you evidence of that as well. This means that they have probably surrounded themselves with about 600 leads over the course of the year. There is a book called How to Create $1 Million a Year Income. Perry Wong, CPA, certified accountant. I read this book a long time ago, and it's more accurate today and more relevant today than ever before. If you truly want to make $1 million a year, read this book, and it's going to teach you that you need to focus and be laser focused, just like we just heard, be laser focused on your outcome and put the tools together to make $1 million a year. And you can do that in real estate. There's very few jobs that you can go out there and get right now that's going to pay you $1 million a year. Very, very few. But this career of real estate, that's in front of you. That's a choice. You can make $1 million in the next 12 months. That's completely your choice. And you make that happen. You make that happen because it becomes your focus. And you make that a goal. And you go and you achieve the goal. You see this calendar for March. Selling 75 homes a year is 6 homes a month. That's 1.44 per week. So you look at the calendar, it's 2 the first week, 1 the third week, 1 the fourth week, 2 the last week. This is 100% possible. People are doing that already. I know some knuckleheads, true 100% up, 1 down on the other knuckleheads that are making this kind of money. Guess what? They're really good at picking up the phone, calling their people, keeping their spheres together, and got a lot of really creative ideas. Has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with their drive, and they're continually focused on increasing their production. Again, $1 million a year is a choice. You get to pick 50, 100, 250, 500, a million. It's completely yours to pick. But your time is the asset that you trade to earn money. The asset that you have really is your time. That's what you trade to work, to earn the money. So what is the value of your time? That's the most important question you can ask, because when I asked you earlier, why'd you get in this business? A lot of you said, well, a lot of different reasons, but for some of you, it was money. So if that's the case, if that's the real answer, have you figured out what your dollar per hour rate is? Because your time is incredibly valuable, and you have to spread that from family to friends. And we have 3 8-hour segments in our lives a day. 8 hours that we're sleeping, 8 hours that we're taking care of ourselves, taking care of our families, eating and socializing, and then 8 hours that we're working. This 8-hour time period, what are we doing in that time, and how much is it worth to us? We've got these 3 8-hour segments. That's 24 hours a day, 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds out of every single day, split in threes, sleeping, working, and life. And during the 8-hour life portion, what is your hourly rate? What was the job that maybe you left behind versus what will you make per hour at the different checkpoints that I just mentioned, 50, 100, 250, etc. The typical real estate agent, now this is Realtor because it's coming from an NER report. The typical Realtor is earning $41,800. That's the average agent. That is $21.70 an hour. $21.70 an hour is, in some states now, minimum wage, isn't it? $21.70 an hour is probably not what prompted you to get your real estate license. If someone said, hey, get your real estate license, you can make $21.70 an hour, many of you would say, I'd rather be a welder and make $70 an hour or $140 an hour. I'd rather do that than work for $21.70 an hour. But the average real estate agent is making $21 an hour. So the average sales agent, the 95%, remember 95% is sharing in 5% of the business, they're making $21.70 an hour. That's pre-income tax. That's no benefits. That's no 401, any of it. Is your income today, when you look at this number, is it average or is it below average? Are you making less than $21.70 an hour right now as a real estate agent, or are you making more than that? Looking at the number that you're making, I want you to take the money that you've made and you're going to divide it by very simple math. You're going to divide it by 12 and divide it by 160. That's 12 months, and each month has 40 hours a week. So 160 is 4 weeks at 40 hours a week. Very simple math. The total amount you made last year, divided by 12, divided by 160, that is your hourly rate. Figure out what that number is. Is it more or less? If it's less, then you need to figure out what you're going to do differently. If that number is not acceptable to you, then are you ready to commit to being a mega agent? Your belief and your commitment 100% dictates the answer to the question I just asked. Do you believe in your ability? It's going to come down to that 100%, not how much college you have behind your belt, not how smart you are. None of these things matter. It is how much you believe in yourself and how hungry you are is what is going to get you there without question. And your ability to humble yourself and ask for help. Don't let pride get in the way. And don't let yourself be defeated out of the and putting up that glass ceiling that says, I'm not smart enough. I'm afraid of the phone. All the things. Get the I can'ts out of your head, because we're going to focus on the I can'ts. We're going to wake up with a positive mindset, because all of you agree that a negative mindset is going to get you exactly nowhere in this profession. We're going to wake up. We're going to do our yoga. We're going to wake up, look at our hand, 5 things. Think of the 5 positive things that we're grateful for that day. Hopefully do a couple stretches and a yoga exercise. Jump into our morning huddle. And then begin to either jump into Mega or Mega Mini or making your calls. One of those 3 things. Typical realtor makes $41,800. You take that divided by 12, divided by 160. That's your 2170 number. Your mega top producer is making $500,000 a year. You divide that by 12, that by 160. It's $260.41 an hour. Who likes $260 an hour? That's more commensurate to someone who would be licensed. $1 million an hour, $1 million a year is divided by 12 months, divided by 40 hours a week, is $520 an hour. So your average person who's making $1 million, which is your top 1%, actually it's 1/10 of 1%. Right now in America, 1/10 of 1% of people make $1 million a year or more. They're making more than $520 an hour. $500 more an hour than the typical real estate agent, by the way. So when you come to me and you say, I'm just so busy, and I ask, well, what are you doing? I'm doing, and you tell me, and you list off a very long list of non-income producing tasks. And your broker, this guy, all he heard was, I'm focusing all of my time on non-income producing tasks, which means you are a fantastic assistant to yourself. The problem is there's no salesperson. Your business is missing the salesperson. It's got a great assistant, but a really bad salesperson. Now remember, there's a difference between a good and bad salesperson versus a good and bad real estate agent. You can be a phenomenal real estate agent and a really bad salesperson because your sales department's closed and you're not selling. And that is always the problem when someone doesn't have the dollar per hour that they want. If you don't have the business, it comes down to one thing. You're prospecting, asking for referrals, generating the business. That is what will completely change everything. And once that starts happening and the business starts coming in, this business gets really fun. This is a really fun and a really rewarding business. Super fun business. What's not fun at all is not having any business and not having any checks coming and watching everyone cash their checks. That's not fun. And that's not where you want to be. You want to be the agent. And that takes you coming into the office every day, picking up the phone, making those outbound calls, getting into our leads department, and being relentless about doing open houses, and go prospect the heck out of your business and say, if there's something I'm not going to do today, it's going to be one of my administrative tasks, because it's certainly not going to be one of my prospecting tasks, because I'm going to do the painful thing first. I'm going to prospect first. And then once the prospecting is done, then I will do the administrative tasks, but I will not let myself do an administrative task until my prospecting is done. I want you to say that out loud. I am not going to do an administrative task until my prospecting is done.
I'm not going to do an
administrative task until my prospecting is done.
That's right. Thank you. If that one thing will transform your income. Rosny.
Hi. I was just laughing because the minute you was talking about it, I went ahead and write on my calendar to call my sphere every week at 9 a.m.
We got to call our people. We got to check in with them.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about some really great scripts and fun things that we can talk to them about. But I can tell you these people are going to be happy to hear from you. Now, we're not going to call them every week, but we are going to call them at least 3 times a year. And then we're going to do 8 touches across the year. So we're going to put a marketing plan. But if you're using your CRM, it's going to tell you and remind you of when to call. So you don't have to worry about, am I calling them too much or am I calling them not enough? You let the power of your database do the work for you.
No, I'm not calling the same one. I'm continuing calling until I reach to everybody.
Yep, Rosny, I was just making sure that everybody understood and they clarified because I don't want them to take away what you just said and calling their people once a week, driving them crazy and never want to hear from them again because every Monday they call you. Hi, it's been a week since I talked to you last. How are things going? You got any referrals for me? We don't want to do that. But we do want to touch base with them more often than you probably are doing right now, which is for a lot of people 0 times a year. Okay, so when we know how much a $500,000 in a year is, $500,000 a year is $42,000 a month. It's $10,000 a week. It's $1,700 a day. It's $260 an hour. $1 million a year is $84,000 a month. It's $20,000 a week. $3,400 a day. $520 an hour. I can get you to the 500 the million mark. For you to take your business of north of 1 million is going to require you to do something different than a normal typical agent can do. You're going to need to create a large expansion team. That's something completely separate. But for what we're talking about right now, an individual agent transacting, you can make this much money. If that's what your goal is, we will show you how to do it. What do the following slides tell you? Now, this is fourth quarter 2024. The market is all of the MSA for Austin Round Rock. So for those of you who are outside of the marketplace, we're just going to use these numbers for a moment. 2024, fourth quarter, October, November, and December. How many closed sales were there?
7,288.
7,288 transactions closed. There is plenty enough business out there for you to find. It's not like there isn't enough business because there's not a single one of us collectively that could close 7,000 transactions. We as a firm are closing 1,400 transactions a year. Actually, 1,500 transactions a year is what we're closing. So that's not reality. But what is reality is there's more than enough business to go around. You've got your 75 closings in here because that's almost what, 1%? You're looking at 1% market share. That's 100% doable for an agent. First quarter 2025, 6,380 transactions closed. Still more than enough business for everyone to wrap their head around. So then I'll want to look at just the first quarter versus 2025 to 2024. 6,380 homes versus 6,832 homes. There is plenty enough business going around. Now, this is sales. How many agents work one sale? Typically 2, right? Because on every sale, you got a buyer side and a seller side, right? So now let's convert that into sides. That's 12,000 sides. There's a mass, and that's, by the way, that's not Texas. We've got 86,000 transactions that closed in this period in Texas. We are talking about just the Austin MSA. So total homes sold, 12,740. That's sides. So actually not homes, sides. Median sales price is 426,000. That's what the slide said that we were just on. The median price was 435 for the first quarter, 426 for the first quarter of 2025. So in the fourth quarter, so we're looking at right in that 400-ish, 425, 426 median sales price at 3% commission is $163 million. That's $163 million in commissions just in the Austin MSA for the first quarter of the third quarter of first quarter of 2025. $163 million. So you're in a marketplace of abundance. It's not like we are in a recession or a depression and no homes are closing and all of us are in a negative mindset that the market's bad and no homes are selling, because that is not the truth. That's where negative mindsets go to die. We are in a marketplace that has never had this many closings before. There's never been $163 million in commissions because the price point keeps going up even when you look at 2021. Because in 2021, we had some other things affecting it, so the commissions weren't that much. So 6,380 homes sold in just this Austin area. It's not Waco, not New Braunfels, not San Antonio or Houston, just the third quarter of, with first quarter of 2025. As I mentioned earlier, we are in the best nation, in the best state, in the best metros in the world for selling real estate. There are billions of dollars in commissions for grab in every metro every year. And it's up to you to go and stake your claim and go and claim a piece of that pie for yourself and your family. It's there. It's not like it's not there. You just have to go and grab it. And one of the great ways to do that is doing open houses. Well, we can focus on the negative speed. Rates are high, right? Well, we talked about the rates being too high. No, in fact, in the 80s and 90s, there were 13%, 18%. I purchased my first home in 2000. 2000 was 1999 was the first year, and my first was 8 3/4, and my second was 10%. Right now, the average over time, if you average out all the years of the country, it's been 7.74, and we're at 6.49 as of right now, 30-year fixed. We are below the average interest rate. So don't tell me that interest rates are causing our market to fail, because tens of thousands of transactions are closing every quarter. The average 30-year mortgage rate in the United States from 1971 to 2024, again, 7.74. And here, if you want to have the slide, here it has been every single decade of what the rates have been. In the 1970s, it was almost 13%. 1980s, it was 18%. 2010, it was 5.09%, fell to 3.35% by the end of 2012. 2021 reached 2.65 all the way down to 0. Now 2024, it hit 7.03, and now we're back in the high sixes again. Nothing to complain about there. Here is, if you go to bankrate.com, or actually Mortgage News Daily, this is where the lenders go, by the way, to get the daily rates. I'm going to put this in your chat. You can save it in your browser, and it'll give you the current daily rates. So rates isn't a big problem. So we're not going to complain about rates, because we're always going to have an objection. And right now we're objection handling you, or the average salesperson, because there's 15,000 sites for you to have. There's $160 million worth of commissions out there for you to grab, because each one of those buyers and sellers chose their real estate agent. Figure out how you can be the one that shows up for that job. That means you need to be hireable for that position. So we're going to get through all of the objections that we can possibly put out there. I'm not young enough. I'm not skinny enough. I'm not smart enough. All the things. We're going to bust through all of those. But now we're going to talk about, there's a bubble. People shouldn't buy a home right now, right? Because homes are overinflated and it's a bad time to buy. Well, that bubble already broke. Here are two graphs that I have been tracking for the better part of since really 2008 when I got my license, 2006 here actually. Here is 2006 year over year, and here is the average price point of the homes. So you can see coming into 2025, we hit 2007, we pulled down during the recession, we hit about 2011, and we started an upward hill climb from right around 2010 all the way to 2020. That 10-year cycle was 1% appreciation a month, period. Sometimes we had 2% appreciation, but it was average 1.5% appreciation month over month. Then COVID happened. And what happened in COVID, we went from an average of about a $330,000 price point to, $535,000. We jumped up. Unprecedented increases in price. Absolutely unprecedented. Then, after 2021 happened, we came into 2022. And our prices went from where we were before COVID of maybe $330,000 to $450,000. And what did we hear everyone saying? There's a bubble. The market's crashing. And I'm looking at everyone saying, our median price point's $450,000, and it was $330,000 before COVID, and you're telling me that our market is crashing? This should never have happened in the first place. Appraisers should not even have been allowed to use this as actual appreciation, because it wasn't. They should have never appraised for that in the first place, but that's a whole nother story. If I look at this uphill climb, this normal trend line, we are exactly where we started before COVID, like COVID never happened. So don't tell me there's a bubble, because there is not a bubble. Not even close. Here is the average price point over the same time from 2020 through COVID. 400, 500, 600, 450, 500. That is how the market changed from October of 2020 all the way through 2023. That's what that bubble looked like in reality. So here you go. If the market had increased by 6% annually from 2021 to 2025, which is this kind of 6% increase, instead of the actual double-digit spike corrections, right now, here is this green line is what I just showed you a moment ago. From 2015 all the way to 2020, and went from 2020 all the way up here to 2022, came down back to where we are in 2025. So here, every single year, here's your median price point, 255, 270, 278. And here is your appreciation, 6%, 3%, 2%, 6%, 41%, 12%, minus 11%, minus 2%, minus 2%. If we add these together, it's less than the sum of these two. So if we follow this trend, like COVID didn't happen, today we would be at 334,000. But that's not where we are. We're at 408,000. We are better now because of COVID than we were as if COVID had never happened. So again, there's nothing wrong with our market. Lots of transactions are closing. The rates are not horrible. Transactions are closing in the hundreds of millions of dollars every quarter. So no bubble from COVID. In fact, we have nothing but opportunity ahead of us. Now, there's been a lot of drama. That's true over the last couple of years, especially for agents who have been in the business before and after all of this NAR lawsuit nonsense, which really gave us a lot of bad press. But we've come out the other side of the practice changes. We've come out of the other side of the contract changes, so we're not worried about that anymore. We are settled, and the consumers are finally come to terms with the rates, the interest rates of where they are. Now we're heading into the new year with a very strong selling season, and you're very blessed to be exactly where you are right now, because it's after the settlement, it's after the contract changes, it's after the practice changes of the buyer representation agreements, it's after the craziness that happened with COVID. Right now, we're in the best footing that we have ever been in the history of real estate. And that's evidenced right here. Right here, we're at 408,000 because of all of this craziness. We still have, even if we had just continued with the same rate of appreciation, we would have been at 334,000. Our market could drop by 70,000 and we still be higher than we were before COVID, even though that's not going to happen. And if they do reduce the rates, it's going to be fuel on our fire, and we're going to have even more transactions closing. So there is no reason to be bearish. We're going to be bullish on the real estate market. It's going up. If I could show you how to make $1 million in the next 12 months, would you find value in that?
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
Does that seem impossible?
No, Jack. Nobody wants to make $1 million.
No, sir.
Does it seem impossible? Do you have any doubts that you can do it? Hard is right. You get to pick your
When you
heart.
break it down, yeah, it seems possible.
It is possible, and I'm going to prove to you because other people are already doing it. So let's look at the other people. There are brand new agents in 2023 and 2022 making $1 million a year already. How does that make you feel?
Excited.
There are agents who have been in the business for less than 2 years making $1 million already in commissions in 1 year. How does that make you feel?
Angry that I can do it. I want to know
for them.
what I think I can do.
Enthusiastic.
It makes me vote.
Eager.
Angry, enthusiastic, mad,
Oh, hopeful.
Motivated.
hopeful,
Motivated.
Yes.
all kinds of things, right? All kinds
The
of
whole
things.
motion wheel.
They can do it, I can do it.
Right.
That's exactly right. Because if they can, and what's interesting is if you can't see my wall, but you'll see all of my certificates on the wall for being a Platinum Top 50 agent. That means selling in the Austin marketplace, the top 50 agents in marketplace, winning that award like Lisa has. And the same thing, her and I, our careers have followed each other, exactly the same production, exactly the same year licensed, exactly the same year on the board, both Realtor of the Year by the by the board, and then both winning awards at Platinum Top 50. I mean, our careers have followed each other, and we've kind of mirrored in doing the same thing. But the one thing that her and I always look at each other is we're standing at the Platinum Top 50 where they pick the top 200, top 250, top 500, and then they pick the 250 and then they award it to the top 50 agents. And we know them. And we're looking at each other like, how? How is that person? How? And it always comes down to the same thing. They're fire in their belly. Every race, every color, every size, every age, every background, all of it. But the one thing that they all share is hunger. They're all hungry. But not only are they hungry, they have drive. And most of them, in fact, I think all of them, are incredibly engaging. They are out, they are not afraid or shy at all. And if you have shyness, I need to help shave off those shyness edges because we're going to get out of that. And I can teach you how to do that by using the Ford script. But this should fire you up. This should motivate you. Because here are some of the statistics. And I know for those of you who had a hard time seeing that, this is going to be impossible. But here you go. This is January. If I want to grab the most recent one, because I've got all kinds of these. January 2025 to 5/30/2025. So here is based on agent. We're going to get rid of the people who I already know who are. We're going to start about here. 128 transactions, 100 transactions, 99 transactions, 76 transactions. And here's their license numbers, guys. License number starting with 69, license number starting with 74, license number starting with 80, license number starting with 76, license number starting with 81. 81 closed 82 transactions this year. That's more than $1 million. This is total sides, how many they've listed, how many they sold, and their total production. You have agents with license numbers starting with 8, starting with 9, that are making that amount of money every single year, every single month. 46 transactions, 37 transactions, 35. Again, 7 license starting with 7-1, 7-1, 7-3, 7-4, license in the 6-9, 7-6, 7-6, 8-3. These are people who have been licensed for less than 4 years, closing 40, 50, 60, 70 transactions just between January 2025 and May 30th. And this is directly out of the Austin Board of Realtors, directly out of the MLS reports. You can print this out yourself and you can take a look at it. New agents closing 50 to 100 transactions in the first quarter of the year. That's not the whole year. That's the first quarter. You take that and you multiply it by 4, that's astronomical amounts of money that they're making. If they can do it, so can you, right? So say it. Why not me?
Why not me?
Why not me?
Not me.
Yeah.
Not
You're
me.
me.
So
that's me.
there's going to be 5 of you in this class who take this really seriously and focus in, and you become 5 of those people standing in that group. Yeah, we're going to take a break. There are 5 of you standing in that room accepting the award in the top 50, and it's your choice.
That's
And
gonna be me.
Okay, 100%. That means that you have to, right now, today, start making your calls, period. Because if you say, I'll make the calls tomorrow, I promise you it won't be you. If you're the agent that says, I'm going to wait till tomorrow, you'll never be successful. You have to be this person that says, oh my gosh, if I wait till tomorrow, just it should give you stress and anxiety, like you're going to go to the restroom and throw up if you don't make your calls today, because it's, you know, that means you're going to fail. And if you're terrified of failure, it's going to enforce you to make the phone calls. It'll force you to have the opposite of procrastination, OCD-ish about calling your people and making sure that you're calling those people, because that's where the money's going to come from. And if you put it off, if you say tomorrow, tomorrow will never come, and you'll be in MEGA-17 with me all over again, wanting to try to jump in and do it again. I want to see you all back in MEGA-17, but I also want to see you've closed $1 million in transaction between now and January 2026. All right. We're going to say it 3 times and we're going to go on a break. If they can do it, so can I. If they can do it, so can I. If they can do it, so can I.
If
They
they
can
can
do
do
it,
it,
so
so
can
can
I.
I.
So can I.
They can do it, so can I.
So can I.
They can do it, so can I.
They can do it.
If they can do it, so can I. They can do it, so can I.
This is how it's done. It's 4:20. Come back in 10 minutes. See you back at 4:30.
Welcome back.
Andrew, I see you trying to blame me for yelling.
I did. I was gonna say Spartan 300. What is your profession? MEGA-16.
You bring the fire, we'll build the plan. Good job for bringing the fire, Gabe.
This
All right.
is mega.
It is mega. So 95% of agents share in 5% of the business. That's a statistic that is real. 5% of agents are sharing in 95% of the business. The top 5% of agents are selling an average of 30 to 60 homes a year at a $550,000 price point. You're talking about $500,000 to $1 million a year. That's what's happening today. That is the type of business that you can create for yourself. Real estate wealth distribution for a sales agent, 20 to 50 closings a year. 12 closings is 162,000. That's a closing a month. 24 closings is 324,000. That's 2 closings a month. 52 is 700,000. That's 1 closing a week. 75, that's your 1 million in 2025 and first quarter of 2026. And you get to 100 closings. There are a handful of people. There's a America's 250 top agents, and they're all over 100 transactions. That's your $1.6 million over the course of 1 year. So the top 5% of agents have an annual income of somewhere between 500 and $1 million. How would $1 million change your life in the next 12 months? How would $1 million, when we're talking about the $84,000 a month, how would that affect you? That's a fun one. I'm putting you into a group breakout session, and you're going to talk with your fellow agents about how $1 million would impact you and your family over the next 12 months, which is the consistent $84,000 a month forever in your real estate profession. There are agents that are out there doing it right now, hands down, with licenses starting with 7 and licenses starting with 8. We see it. Like you said, why not you? How would it impact you? I'm going to recreate your rooms, put you back in there, this time for 6 minutes, and I'll see you back in 6 minutes. How is this going to impact you? Because if you're already thinking about how it's going to impact you, guess what you're doing? You're materializing it. I'll see you back in 6. Well, I think there are a few things that is fun, as fun to talk about is what could you do with $1 million over the next 12 months? So kind of hard not to have fun with that conversation. Hopefully it brought out all of your bright, shiny yellow and had lots to talk about. Anybody want to raise your hand and talk about something that your group got you fired up about?
If they're all here, we just finished.
Kyle?
Yeah, so all five are very motivated, have dreams and in different directions. One wants, yeah, one wants to, Yanni wants to be a house on the lake with jet skis. She has five children, by the way, three girls and two boys. Man, she's ready to rock. I don't have all their names. Audie wants to pay off some, she has some mortgage payoff one, but improve some of her investment properties. Where's all my names? I don't have them all written down, but anyway, another one wants to have a ranch for with all these uh, animals on it and everything, pay off a mortgage too. Very motivated. Another one is just wants to pay off his debt and invest it so he has money in the future. I myself have three daughters who are all close to getting married, and I don't want to be rude and tell them to run away because I'm going to be broke if I have to pay for three weddings. So I'm extremely motivated based on that alone. Okay.
Kids motivate you. One of the best motivators in the world. Make us hungry because we want to leave the place better than we found it, and we want to be able to create generational wealth. And few places harder to do what you have at your fingertips here in this profession. Share in the Microsoft Teams chat, please, if you would go and find your MEGA-16 group. Lisa, if you could type in there so it makes all of their phones go off so they can see exactly where to go. Many of you shared in there last night and over the weekend about why you got your license and what brought you here. You're going to be using that Teams group for your points and for sharing with each other, doing your yogas, doing your city council meetings, memorizing your code of ethics and your contract paragraphs. That is our community hub where all communication happens, where we rally behind each other. I know that Lisa right now is putting in there, congratulations, Rosny. Rosny already at break made 5 phone calls. And so she has already picked up the phone during these breaks and used that break to call some of her spheres. I hope that you are all doing the same thing, but share with us. Share with us. I am about 20 minutes behind, and I know that we got to get you out of here on time today. So I'm going to try to push forward here because we could spend the rest of the day just on this conversation, and rightfully we should. So, Henry Ford, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Your mindset is going to materialize the outcome of the conversation that we just had. But it's really not a matter of thinking. It's a matter of believing and it's a matter of doing. The truth is that you can. All you have to do is stop saying, I'll do it tomorrow, and do it right now. Because none of this is tasks outside of your competency or ability. That has been proven by who I see at the top 50 at Austin, top 50, and some of the other ones across the state. It's just a matter of you being in the right place at the right time and getting hired. And when you don't have the answer, let me check with my team on that because I want to check on a few things before I answer that. If you're afraid to answer because you don't know how to answer a question and a client asks, let me get with my team on that because there's a couple things I want to double check. That's it. That's fine. They don't care that you don't have the answer right now. They care that you're going to get the answer and then get back with them quickly and get with your mentor or your manager. But I'm going to show you exactly how to go and get the business, how to get hired, how to have productive conversations, how to explain the IABS, how to do a CMA, how to list a property, how to get a buyer tenant representation agreement signed, how to do a buyer boot camp, how to have a client and a buyer and take them through the entire transaction, contract to close. Then I'm going to drag you through the 1 to 4 family home contract paragraph by paragraph until you know it as well as I do. Then the third party financing, then the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. Then we're going to get into negotiations, and I'm going to show you the negotiation side of this stuff. So if you are glued in, if you are buttoned into Mega, this is going to be quite a journey. It's going to feel like you are drinking from a water hose because a lot of information is going to be throwing at you. All you got to do is show up. Again, there is a statistic that I threw at you. This book, Shift Book, is one of the books that we have our book club that Andrew Constancio is heads up for us, reads the entire book together with our team. Page XXX, whatever that is, 30, I don't know. I missed Roman numeral day in school. That's for dang sure. It says that there is a 24-to-1 contract to close ratio. It says on average, for every 34 contacts an agent made with a prospective buyer and seller, they netted one closed transaction. Plainly put, that is a 34-to-1 contract to close ratio. It goes on explaining how that what makes that number notable is that past studies have shown an average contract to close ratio of around 24-to-1. And they go into this discrepancy between this 24-to-1 to 34-to-1. But as I look at it and from what I see, most agents out there, they can do a 24-to-1, which means out of every 100 leads, they're going to have 4 transactions. Connecting with 10 people required an average of 25 additional calls each day. All across the United States and Canada, it adds up to the same blueprint for an achievement. If you want to increase your conversion rate, 10 extra calls a day equates to $300,000 a year. So if you are making the phone calls that you need to make, reading this book is very impactful. I asked all of you, and we sent out at least 6 emails. Please read this book before Mega. It's going to really impact your Mega journey. Some of you did, some of you didn't. But if you have not read Shift, we're going to circle back, and it's going to be in the book club again. A powerful thing to throw into your business. Connecting with 10 people requires an average of 25 calls each day. So you would need to make approximately 60 calls to connect with 24 people. That's what the teaching of the book is, and it's right on the money. So we have a concept. It's a test question, by the way. 20-20-200. Call leads back within 20 seconds. Call 20 people per day and build your database to 200. Call people back within 20 seconds. Call 20 people a day. Build your database to 200. Boom, millionaire. That's it. Again, average sales price, $450,000 at 3% commission is $13,500 commission. If your goal is $1 million, that's 74 closings. How many leads do you need in order to close that amount of transactions? So you'll learn quickly that it's a math problem. 74 contracts per year divided by 12 months is 6 contracts per month. Remember the 24-to-1 ratio? So we're simply going to multiply 6 by 24. Because out of every 24 groupings, there's going to be a closing. So you multiply 24 by 6, which is how many transactions per month is $1 million. And you're looking at, you need 144 leads per month. Which you can run Facebook ads, you can come in and call our leads, you can call our pond, you can do whatever you want. But if you want to make $1 million and you don't have a sphere and you're going to use raw leads for this, you need 144 leads a month. To make $1 million, bring in 144 leads a month. And maybe that sounds like a lot, but what is 144 divided by 30 days? All of a sudden you start realizing you need 4 leads a day. 3 to 6 leads a day is what you need in order to close. Now, there was a real estate philosophy that Carnegie would tell all of their salespeople. He would tell the men's wives in the 60s and 70s and 80s, I want you to put 20 business cards in a rubber band, hand it to your husband and say, don't come home until you've handed all 20 of these out. You do that, you'll be a millionaire. Well, it's no different than it is now. You need 6 to 8 people every single day, whether it's struck up a conversation at the grocery store, whether you knocked on doors, whether you did an open house during the week and the weekend, whether you called the people on your phone, you need to figure this out. And by the way, people who make $1 million a year, do you remember what dollar per hour that was? $520 an hour. How much is a good assistant? $18 an hour, $20 an hour. If you're making $520 an hour by you being your own assistant, you're actually costing yourself $500 an hour. So you can't afford yourself. You need an assistant to offboard all of these non-income producing tasks, because as an agent, To get a license, the one thing that your license does that separates you from the pack is having conversations with people about buying, selling, and leasing a home. All the other things, well, they completely be farmed out. Completely farmed out. In fact, you could be on the phone all day. I share this story about Jim Utterback, who was a very well-known real estate agent in Long Beach, California, back in the day, and he got into, well, top producer, one of the top 5 in Long Beach, California. Him and I were neck and neck all the time, but he was in the top 5. And one day he didn't come into the office, and then the next day, and the next day, and this is someone that was in the office every day. He sort of just went off the grid. And we finally found out about 3 weeks later that he'd been in a car accident. It was a very serious car accident. And he became a quadriplegic, no use of his hands or use of his legs. This guy was a former football player in high school. He played racquetball back when racquetball was a thing. Super outgoing, athletic, young, strong, all the things, and top producing real estate agent, engaging, cool. I mean, just all-star American kind of guy. And boom, quadriplegic. And about a year later comes literally rolling into the office on a wheelchair that's motorized by blowing through a tube. And here he comes. And all of us were like, oh my gosh. And our hearts sunk because the difference between who he was and who he is was so starkly different. And everyone automatically said, man, what are you doing here? There's no way you can do this. I didn't think that personally, but they were really ragging on this poor guy. And I was just like, oof, this is going to be interesting to see what he does. And actually, believe it or not, he doubled his production the next year. And he fell into what I'm teaching right now, which is you should not be out there putting up signs and lock boxes and doing all of this legwork, which he called his hands and legs. He said, I hired my hands and legs in the field. Now I sit in the office, and he calls his clients, and he called them and he put deals together. And he had someone put up signs and lock boxes, and he had a showing assistant, and he completely outsourced everything. And the only thing that he did was make phone calls with a phone that he used his mouth and a stick to dial people's phone numbers. And he called his clients over and over again and had conversations with people and doubled his production. We're talking about a multi-millionaire. He ended up making so much money that he actually purchased the brokerage that he worked at, 21st Century Action on Redondo Boulevard in Long Beach. It's a really cool story. It goes on. But he had to hire out all of his assistants. And before that, he would have never done it. He would have stayed in the same thing that he was doing before, which is being in the top 5 is nothing, to criticize at all. But he went from being in the top 5 to being in the top 10% of brokerages in the state of California as a broker owner, teaching everyone how to do it, which it only had to do with literally doing what his license afforded him to do, which is to have conversations with clients about real estate. In the book, The One Thing, it says, so what really matters most, if we step back and we look at our business, we can see that there are actually 6 competencies at the core of what we do as real estate professionals. First, we lead generate, capture, and convert leads to appointments. Second, we present to potential buyers and sellers and get representation agreements signed. Third, we show our buyers and market our sellers. Fourth, we write and negotiate purchase contracts. Then fifth, we coordinate our resulting sales to closings. And then finally, sixth, we manage all the money that flows through our business. These 6 core competencies in this book are really an outline of our basic job description as a salesperson, most of which can be successfully delegated. Areas 2 through 6 can be effectively delegated with a high degree of success and at a predictable cost. Presenting, showing, writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money are all activities that to a certain degree can be completely outsourced and delegated successfully at a fixed cost. However, it is extremely difficult to effectively delegate number 1, lead generation and conversion to an appointment. Why? Because the skill that it takes to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and then convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill that takes extensive practice over time to develop at a high level, and it's where all the money is. And it's funny because so many sales agents think, maybe I'll just buy my leads from someone and hire an assistant and have them call the leads. It means that you want to be your own assistant and you want to farm out the real estate agent and you be assistant, which means you probably would be a phenomenal real estate agent and a really bad salesperson because you're not being a salesperson at all. You're wanting to hire out the sales part of that. That needs to immediately stop. And you have to embrace being a salesperson. You have to appreciate it, understand what that job is. And if you've been doing a completely different job that's not being a salesperson, you need to abandon and quit the job that you're doing right now. You need to go into this bathroom, look in the mirror and say, you are fired. Now go get to work, salesperson, and go sell because you're not my assistant anymore because you suck at being my assistant. And go out there where the people are and start having conversations and be a salesperson. For every administrative task that you do, for every hour that you spend on administrative tasks, replace that by 2 hours prospecting, and the prospecting has to come first. Start your day with prospecting. When you're done with that, then do the administrative tasks, not the other way around. That way, if you don't have time to finish that day, what didn't get done was administrative tasks. What a tragedy it is for a person who only has one person on their sales team to have their sales department closed that whole day because no income is coming in when the sales department is closed that whole day. 50 leads will make you $475,000 to $831,000. $500,000 needs 60 leads a month. $1 million means 120,000. $1 million needs 120 leads a month. So you want to make between $500,000 and $1 million? You need to go find yourself 60 to 120 leads. Now, you can get 10 people to come to your open houses. You can do 2 open houses a weekend. So you've got 4 Saturdays and 4 Sundays. So you have 20 people a weekend. 80 leads just came from there, maybe. That's phenomenal. That's halfway to your goal. But that's not enough. And you're likely to get 5 people coming into the open houses in realistic when you're actually capturing their information, which is what you need. Not just people who walked in and left and you said hello to, but people who gave you their information. Each day, sales agents should be making calls no less than 5 days a week, every single day on your mega breaks, on your mega lunch, and after mega ends. To make the $500,000, you must obtain 60 leads a month. You can nearly double your income from $475,000 to $831,000 by simply learning how to increase your conversion rate from 4% to 7%. What does that mean? That means instead of a 20/40 ratio, meaning out of 4 out of every 100, you tweak it where you're having better conversations and you get 5 or 6 out of every 100. That means with the same amount of work, you're getting more transactions and you're making more money. So as a salesperson, the type of sales training that you need is, how do I have better scripts? How do I have better conversations? How do I engage people more? How do I get their information? How do I get them to hire me? Those are the questions that you should be going into your sales manager and sitting down with them about and having a 45-minute conversation, not, I can't afford my monthly fee. That is not a productive conversation for my agents to be having with their sales manager. When you have the ability to be making $1 million a year, you're focusing on the wrong thing if that's you. You need to be figuring out, how can I do more open houses? How can I be calling more people? How can I have better conversations? Our first question is, have you come to our sales meeting on Tuesday at 1:30? No. Why not? Because that's where the sales training is happening. It costs you nothing. All you have to do is show up, and every single week, less than 10% of the company shows up. But guess what? We already know that 90% is going to wash out. So if you're not showing up, that's you. You've already put yourself in that stack. If you don't want to be in that stack and you want to be in the top 10%, start showing up, because that's what it takes in order to make the kind of money that you want to make. I heard some of you yelling. Yes, that's me. That means you got to show up. Come to the morning huddle. Come to the sales meeting. Come to the business meeting. And be doing open houses and being relentless about doing open houses, because that is where the money is going to come from, I promise. Open houses, 6 per month, calls 20 per day, sell 60 homes a year, run Facebook ads, host your open houses, call the vault, Call your sphere, call your past clients, ask everyone for referrals, enroll in Live Connect and be part of that program. Calling 20 people a day should net you 60 closings a year. Plain and simple, that is the numbers. So, what will increase your profitability more? Increasing your number of leads, or increasing your sales price, or increasing your conversion rate?
Conversion rate.
Conversion rate.
1,000%. 1,000%, because that's a whole other transaction. Increasing the sales price is a slice of 3%. Increasing the number of leads might get you another transaction, but conversion rate, that is going to put money in your pocket, because out of every single 100 group of leads that you have, you're going to have another 1 or 2 closings in there. That's 25,000 bucks. That's real money. That's a real difference. You should be figuring out how you can surround yourself with more and more. And we've got a bunch of YouTube videos coming your way from really good scripts coming for how to convert people. So here's a couple of slides about leads in and what that looks like to increase your conversion rate. And here's a slide as an example. At the bottom, it says, want to earn more and work less, increase your conversion rate. We have a 4% conversion rate, that's 4 out of 100 leads, a 5% conversion rate, a 6% conversion rate, and a 7% conversion rate. So let's just say, for argument's sake, that you are looking at 60 leads a month because you're going to make the 500,000 a year. That's where you're at right now. So 550,000 a year at a 3% sales price of 16,500. You take $500,000 and divide it by the 16.5. That's 30 closings. We take 30 closings. We divide that by 12. That's 2.5 sales a month. That 2.5 sales a month, and the 24-to-1 ratio means you need 60 leads, right? So basically 60 leads based on all that number. 60 leads per month divided by 30 days is 2 leads a day for a $500,000 salary. A lot of numbers here, but it's telling a story of how easy this really is when you look at what your tasks need to be every day and how important those tasks are to be completed every day. Because if days go by, all of a sudden you don't have enough time to meet the goals that you need because it's stretched over this 30-day period. But what really shows the point here is that a 4% conversion rate at 60 transactions is 2.4 closings. A 5% is 3, a 6% is 3.6, and a 7% is 4.2%. You doubled your conversion rate from going from 4 to 7%, from 2.4 closings in 1 month to 4.2 closings in 1 month. That meant you went from $475,000 that year to $831,000 that year. And the only thing you did differently was have more impactful phone calls. And how you have more impactful phone calls is by doing things like yoga and clearing the stress off of you so you can start your day fresh. And you can start it with inspiration, get people fired up, get them excited about buying and selling homes, getting your representation agreement signed, getting out there in the real world and getting yourself hired and sell the heck out of real estate. Because that's what it is to be a salesperson, is getting up every day and being relentless and excited and love your craft. And the craft gets a whole lot more fun when you're making $500,000 to $1 million a year. I promise you that. It is a heck of a lot more fun. I keep sharing the numbers here. All you should do is you should print out these slides and you should review them and look at these numbers and understand what the numbers are. What makes a successful agent a successful sales agent? This morning, I asked something different. This morning, I asked, what is a successful salesperson? That's different than a sales agent. Sales agent means they have influence. And someone who has influence, they have the ability to expertly influence someone's sales decision. No, not arguing with them or somehow manipulating them through scripts to buy a home. That's not it at all. We don't sell homes, we sell service and help people buy on their terms when they're ready. But most people, you plant a seed about home ownership, they start dating, going to the dating site for houses, Realtor.com and Zillow, and they've been looking at all the photos and now they're interested more and more. And they start reaching out to you. Hey, have you seen this one? Have you seen this one? You want to go take a look and get them out there in the real world and start showing homes. In order to be a successful sales agent, you need to be a successful salesperson. That means you need to be selling. We don't sell people homes, we advise and represent, but we do keep people inspired, because when is a bad time to buy a home? And the answer is there's never a bad time. We need to get a home as soon as we can so they have a predictable payment, so that they're gaining equity as they're paying the home off after time. And also, more importantly, writing off the interest that is tax deductible and getting all the tax advantages of being a homeowner. And if they can't afford the home in the market area that they're in, maybe they go further out, they buy a home, they get a zero down program because it's further out, and now they live there for 3 years and then they sell it. Or they rent it out and they upgrade their equity somewhere closer because it's being paid off as it's increasing equity, and people can't save as fast as a home equity can increase as they're paying it off. Expert salespeople know how to convert prospects and make their clients feel safe because they have no questions about their ability, their commitment, and their ethics. And we talked about that earlier this morning. You have to figure out, but as part of your unique value proposition, as part of your value statement and your mission statement, what is your ability and how are you going to express that to your client to make them feel good about it, even if it's just, I've got a team standing behind me. I'm brand new. I've got a team that's got 100 years of management experience and real estate experience standing behind me. Nothing is going to get missed. Whatever that ability is, you need to get words to it so you can look someone in the eye and feel confident in saying it to them. Number two, the commitment. What is your commitment to them, and how are you going to express that to them? Things saying like, over the course of the next 30 days, you're going to need unfeathered access to me. And that's what my clients get when they get me, unfeathered access to me. That is something you need to figure out how you're going to script so that they understand that uniquely, quickly, and immediately, as quickly as you meet them. And then your ethics, how you're going to get across your ethics to them and how you're going to mention that to them, because you need to sell them on your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. We're going to go on for about 5 more minutes and then we're going to be done. The unsuccessful sales agent has difficulty finding clients, difficulty getting hired, and this can be cured by simple sales training. The salesperson is the product being sold. This means that closing the sale is getting hired. Sales agents get hired through rep agreements. This agent needs to commit to prospecting 40 hours a week, limit their distractions, take salesperson's training, and build their confidence. Especially the weekly sales meeting is powerful. Sales agents must believe that they are always the best person for the job. You should always know that you are the best person for the job, because you are going to put more care and more of yourself into this transaction than anyone else, because you're not second best. You don't work for the second best firm. You work for the best firm, and that real estate and how you conduct yourself in a transaction and the outcome that client has with you as their agent, that you're going to care more than anyone else. You're going to stay arm's length, so you're objective, but you're going to advise them through the transaction, and you're going to stay ahead of them. You're going to outpace them, and you're going to answer their questions before they knew to ask. That's a lot of communication, and we're going to teach you how to do that and what the nuts and bolts of that look like. But there are 4 things that you must do on a regular basis every single day. There are 4 hats that you wear, the 4 quadrants or the 4 corners of the business as it is on your test exam, which is you have to, number 1, anybody know what it is?
Prospect.
You have to prospect. Once you've prospected, you need to get hired. And what is it called when you get hired? Convert. You've converted them to a client. Now you have them as a client. Now you need to get them where?
Close.
To the closing table. Whether it's you get their listing sold or you help them with acquiring a property, you're going to close them. And then once they're closed and they've settled, what are you going to do from that point forward forever?
Follow up.
Follow up.
You are going to follow up. Those are the 4 things that you do. And so your business plan needs to break it down in these 4 things. My prospecting, my conversion techniques, and how I'm going to take and get hired for the job, which is your listing presentation and your buyer boot camp, or the conversation that you're going to have in the driveway if you've met them at a property for the first time, and you're going to have a mini hire counseling session in the driveway. Your conversion needs to have just as much time implemented than anything else into making sure that you can convert at the highest level. Remember, 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%, those conversion rates really change the amount of money you make by increasing your conversion rate. And then closing. contract to close, getting them to the closing table expertly, being the conductor of the orchestra to make sure that everyone who's on your team is all working beautifully together, and you figure out who the weakest link is, and that you babysit them all the way through the transaction, and you make sure that nothing gets missed, because on your watch, nothing is going to get missed. And then you have a follow-up plan, whether you use our tech-enabled, systematic, relentless scheduled follow-up system, which we're going to talk about later, CXM. But you should also be having fun. And if you're too stressed to be a salesperson, the one thing that can help you with that is what?
Yoga.
Yes, it's so
Yoga.
powerful. I cannot wait to start seeing your yoga pictures in the teams. That gets me all fired up because it tells me these are the agents that are going to do it. These are the agents that are going to be out there at open houses converting people. As soon as I start seeing yoga pictures, it always tells me who's going to be the mega graduates, who's going to be the valedictorian, and who's going to be the master sales people, just based on the photos of who is doing their yoga. That is what I see from my vantage point as the instructor and facilitator. This entire mega class was designed to help you guys become experts at these 4 things. Prospect, bring new customers into your business, convert customers into clients, closing and fulfilling your obligations and the representation agreements, meaning getting them to the closing table, and following up with them long-term. Referral-based business. Becoming an expert at these is going to take the rest of your life, but it starts today. But you have to put mindful attention to each one of these 4 quadrants of your business, because that is where all of the money is going to come from. It's a test question, and we're going to be reminding you of this forever and ever. So when you hear us in our business meeting or our sales meeting or in one of my classes talking about prospect, convert, close, and follow up, you now know exactly what we're talking about. The 4 hats that you wear as a salesperson. And these are like 4 spokes in a wheel. If an agent is struggling in their practice, first thing is I try to figure out, what is your prospecting? Where are you going wrong? You got a bunch of deals, but they're all falling apart. You have no business at all. You've got all kinds of business, but you're struggling going to the next level. Well, that could be because you're not getting any referrals and you're having consistent prospecting, but you're not getting referrals from that prospecting. So you've plateaued and you're kind of stuck at 4, 5, or 6 closings a year. And that can be very stressful as well, getting a paycheck every other month. So wherever you are in your transactions, we can certainly help you.
That did this research project where they...
Okay, this is very powerful, and I hope everyone can hear this, because this is one of the coolest things, and it was a research project that was done about trying to figure out, how can a new agent break into a neighborhood? How can they break into the business? Listen to this, new agents, because this is going to blow your mind.
That did this research project where they chose a community of homes. They went to this community, they knocked on every home, talked to every homeowner, and asked them the question, who's the #1 real estate agent here? And after they got through, they had a myriad of different answers, so it was a bunch of different agents. Not one single agent was dominant. They came back and they created a fake real estate agent profile, fake picture, fake contact information, and completed an 8x8 campaign, which is 1 postcard a week for 8 straight weeks to this community. After the 8x8 campaign was complete, they went back to the same community, knocked on the same doors, talked to the same homeowners, asked the same question. Who's the #1 real estate agent in this community? The majority of homeowners chose the fake real estate agent. Think about that for a second. This agent has never sold a home, doesn't even exist, but is being chosen as the #1 real estate agent in that community. Why? Because sometimes it's not about being the best, it's about being the most known.
For those of us who really care about being the best, that's a frustrating one for us to swallow. But the reality is it's true. Sometimes it's not about being the best at the job. It's about being the best known, getting yourself out there, marketing. Being a salesperson matters more than being good at the job. Is that not angering? So I want to show the really good agents who've got the ethics. I want to make them good salespeople, so they're the ones that are out there selling, instead of some of the narcissist ones out there who can sell the heck out of themselves but deliver crap for services, making the rest of us look bad, right? The astonishing truth is that being an expert at the core job duties of real estate has no impact in making $1 million a year as a sales agent. I'm not going to tell you that you should do anything less than give them your absolute best, but the reality is, your ability to market yourself starting today has more impact on you making money than you being good at the core job of real estate. So that's why you have an incredible management team to make sure that you don't miss anything through these transactions. But if you've got a glass ceiling where you don't feel confident because you don't think you know real estate, you're not getting out there and selling, you're pausing for the wrong reason. Get out there, create all this dust, have conversations, bring it in here as a mess so we can clean it up and help you get them to the closing table. That is literally how people do real estate. You need to have your mentors and be getting with your advisors, but get out there and let everybody know who you are and that you want to work with them. So 2200 again, 20 sphere calls a day. These are people you already know. Make your 20 phone calls, breaks, lunch, after class, etc. Return the prospect's calls within 20 seconds. This is backwards, by the way. It's called within 20 seconds and make 20 sphere calls. And then build your database to 200 people that are past closings. You only need 200 past closings. That database, by the way, is worth millions of dollars when you retire because you can sell your database to another agent for a 50% referral fee forever and you can retire, move your license over to Realty Inc., have them close all the transactions in a 50-50 split with you forever. And now, forever, you're doing nothing. Maybe you call them at the closing table and say, "Oh, it's so good to hear from you," and be retired. That is what you're trying to build in a referral-based business so that you have yourself something to sell in 20 years, which is your database, because your database is your asset. The database is the asset, the relationship that you have with your clients and eventually your clients' kids and eventually their kids. I share a story often about my client, Amanda and Jurin, who I helped back in 2006. Helped them sell their home. Emma was in a car seat sitting at the table during my listing appointment. I met these people out of nowhere. Actually, I met them at a gas station, randomly enough. I had a little realtor logo on the side of my window, and they said, "Hey, are you a realtor?" And I said, "Yes." And they lived in the same neighborhood as me, a neighborhood gas station. So I drove over to their house later that day, did a listing appointment. Emma, their infant, was in a car carrier, and later Jack was born. I sold them 6 houses over the last 20 years. Jack had not even been born when I met them first. Now he is in college, and I just helped him lease a house. And I've helped them sell the small home, buy the big home, buy the ranch home, buy the lake house home. Now they're talking about selling the lake house home and buying another house, and I've helped 3 of their other family members that they've referred to me. I mean, this family has sent me so much business. That's how a referral-based business works and staying in contact with them. And there's not been a 6-month period since 2006 that I haven't picked up the phone and called Amanda Jurin and checked in with her to see how things are going. And every time I talk to her, there's somebody new that she's got that she knows about that needs to buy and sell a home. That is the generational building. Now, someday I'm going to retire and that database will be very valuable. And Amanda and Jack, by the way, Jack, which I call him, he's going to continue reaching out to us forever and ever, long after I'm gone. And Miguel or whoever wants to continue in my footsteps, they will be working my database and having $1 million income from that database. Your database that you're building right now has significant value. But if you don't maintain it, there's no database there to have any value. So you're letting go of the most important asset that you have. And for those of you who have been in business in 10 years, for more than 10 years, and your database is somewhere between, handwritten notes in your car and in your cell phone and in your sent items, a text message that was never even stored as a contact in the phone. So it's just there's displaying as a number and you're trying to find it. Whew, that's a nightmare. You need to get your database together because that is the database. That is what you have value in your business, 100%. When we get into Thursday, we're going to pick up where we left off here. I've got a bunch more slides, but we are going to pick up. We've got about 8 more minutes, and I don't want to jump into this. I want to rather do it when we're fresh on Wednesday morning. So I'm going to call it here at 5:18. This is kind of what Mega is all about. But today's mindset, you're going to get a little bit more mindset on Wednesday, power starting your business. But there's going to be a lot of good tools that you're going to learn on Wednesday. So I'll see you all hopefully at 8:30 in the huddle and then 9 o'clock for Mega. Lisa, you got anything?
Nope. Just remember that if you're going to go home tonight and do your first yoga session or tomorrow morning, drop the photo of you doing that. Somebody can take a picture of you doing it or whatever. Or if you're in a class setting, you can take a picture there and drop it into your Teams and you go to Teams and look for the group MEGA-16. Also, that's where you will be tracking your homework. And so get yourself familiar. I did send you all a little message, as Jack mentioned, just to kind of get you used to that. And other than that, I'll see you tomorrow morning, or sorry, tomorrow afternoon at noon, and we'll go over some of the other logistics together so we can make sure you feel comfortable with that.
Well, and just as an FYI, all of you have received an email from me. It went out to the MEGA-16 group, so it should all be in your inbox. It has the video for your class exam for today with the 30 questions in that exam. So please finish your exam. Exams need to be finished before midnight. So that email is already in your inbox. It's just a little bit of breakdown stuff that we spoke about today. Tomorrow, you'll get another email from me, which is a roll-up class for beginning for Wednesday, and it will have a video in it from today's class. So this entire class will be broken down. We'll remove the breaks, and we'll put this up on YouTube. Only people who can access it is people who have a link. So if you miss part of the class, you can click the link and you can pick up and watch that portion of the class.